Ah. Crap biscuits. I forgot to get water. And we are live! Hi, everybody! Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Infinite, good to see you, glad to have you. Bramble, good to see you, glad to have you. Chrissy, good to see you, glad to have you. Leandro, good to see you, glad to have you. Shadow, good to see you, glad to have you. Kiko, good to see you, glad to have you. De Laffy, good to see you, glad to have you. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. Nevin, good to see you, glad to have you. Anyone else? Crave, good to see you, glad to have you. Hey, everybody! How's it? V, good to see you, glad to have you. How's everybody doing? And how's my audio? Am I peaking? I know we've had a little bit of that. The live is live. The live is live. Who's ready for Dawntrail? Also, I totally forgot to get my water and my Encyclopedia Eorzean volumes 1 through 3. So, Vidal, good to go to have you. Aussie, good to go to have you. Shadow, good to go to have you. Almost Dawntrail. Almost Dawntrail indeed. We are almost there. Only I could be a little louder. That's so crazy. Let me pump myself up in OBS. I'm already max volume, so something else is going on. Where do we go? Where do we go? Oh, no. Or maybe the problem is just my desktop audio is slightly... Yeah. 17 hours left. Indeed. Okay. We'll try that. Let me know if I need to adjust my audio as we go. Turo website updated. Yes! So we're going to be going through the patch notes. We're going to be going through all the Trollium, all the updates and ARG things that a couple of you mentioned to me. And then we're going to be going through lore, basically. We're going to be spending this time together as we all wait. It was not updated. I just checked his lodestone. The Troll Tourism site. I have not seen it yet. I was told about it, but I haven't checked it out yet. Let's see. Let's go. Let's pull up the Dawntrail website. And I'm going to put on the Prelude in the background instead, because as much as I'm bumping the Dawntrail theme, I think something a little more chill might be a little more helpful. And unlike usual, we have the video game, the Final Fantasy XIV soundtrack in the bottom. We're not playing 14 today because it's down, and we will never see it as we saw it again. Yukio, good to see you, glad to have you. Morning, Eden. We'll get to that. Ellio's not the tour miss these. Yeah, Lynn, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, I'm hopefully we'll be back. So my plan right now for doing the MSQ replay is I'll be playing my first playthrough of this probably on Lendriel. Just for like personal, but then about a month from now, or maybe basically once I've moved and get everything situated in the new place, we'll do the new, we'll do Dawntrail as an MSQ stream. I definitely want to give people time to make sure that everybody's cleared it and it's somewhat old news, so that there's no one feels like they can't join in. Okay, Dawntrail website, and then you said Tural Tourism. I'm gonna bump this down. Okay. Let's see what the updates are. Oh, we also need the patch notes. Just go to Lodestone. How are you all doing? And how are you all hyped for Dawntrail? I know I've been a little out of commission, so I didn't get pretty much anything done over the past 3 months for prepping for Dawntrail. So... whoopsies, but there's plenty of things I'll have to do once the patch cycle begins. What about you guys? Did you guys get all the things you wanted to get done for Dawntrail prep? Also, actually, I have a question because I know a lot of you in the community have this. How many of you guys are this is your first expansion going into where you're fully caught up by the beginning of it? Because I know a lot of you, I think this might be the first one. Also, Ray, to go do a really weird thing that you, or just a fun little side note, you have konnichiwa at the top. Fun fact that the wa in konnichiwa is the particle for ha. So even though it's konnichiwa, the like literal spelling of it in English is like, okay, you know, it doesn't matter. We don't need a Japanese diatribe. It's fine. Okay. Still taking care of elucidate. Patch notes. There we go. Patch notes. Okay. John, good to glad to have you. Same for me. Ray, good to glad to have you. I was a week or so late for Endwalker. Yeah. Ryan, good to glad to have you. I cleared my inventory, though forgot to clear the armory chest. I've been so up and down with health. I didn't even clear my armory chest. The last time I logged in on Elio was like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I only started at Endwalker, so that's me. Master, yeah, a lot of people. The Uniqlo near my house is the Final Fantasy shirts, but I can't decide which one to get. Well, what are the options, Yukio? Grumpy, good to go have you. The only thing I didn't get done that I wanted cleaning out my inventory. Well, luckily you can get that done on the fly, right? You're just walking through Urkopacha and you're just like throwing things out. Excited, gonna hop on with some friends and watch the title screen for a minute. Missed you, yep. Oh man, there's so many new guys of you who I haven't seen around. Servers come online at 11 a.m. my time, so I'm debating whether to log in on my EU or NA character. Yeah. It is a quandary for sure. I didn't know that, but I put the WA because it would be weird for people who don't know Japanese. I more just wanted an excuse to say random fun factoids. You know, okay. I'm not vibing with Prelude. What do I want to put on for the background? Kind of. What about Dreamwalker? Yeah. Now we pumping. Also, I've got +6. So, we got a Gobby. We got a Gobby here with us. Everybody ready for the Moblins? Background music isn't coming through. It's probably just so quiet. Oh no, it doesn't even look... Yeah, here we go. Let me bump it up a bit. We'll keep adjusting as we go. Yeah. I just didn't want to usually we have the problem with being too loud. Lily, good to glad to have you. Put Dawntrail Prelude. Is the Dawntrail Prelude any different than the normal Prelude? Yeah, I had it on very, very low. I'm halfway through Stormblood, so I think I still have a bit of prep to do. Also, good to see you around again. Good to see you too, MLP. Urkopacha chain are filling a literally complaint about several tourists. All of them are there, Elio. It shouldn't be 14 or 16 or both. Well, I mean, the answer's both, Yukio. Like, we all agree, right? It's more cheerful? Well, give us official Gobby voice. Well, no, see, I'm so torn, because now, like, for so long I've had this in my head as the Gobby voice, that once they actually, like, give us a Gobby voice, I'm going to be depressed, because it's all I'm going to be able to hear. Or at least it'll be the Moblin voice. We'll probably get I bet we'll get official Moblin voice, because we got Omicron voiced, we got, Arcosodra voiced, we got Loporrid's voiced in Endwalker. We didn't have dwarves voiced. We did have pixies voiced. I mean, dwarves are just Lalafell, but we didn't have dwarves voiced. Pixies were voiced. And then Kitari were technically voiced a little bit in one of the expansions for like a couple lines. But we've got, well, I guess we're just assuming, but if we assume that the tribal groups are Moblins, Pelu Pelu, and maybe Yokui, I feel like that would be a pretty good, because like Hanu, especially because they're already in the same place as the Moblins. They're in Kozumaoka. I don't think Hanu will be a tribe. And maybe they'll surprise us with a third tribe that's actually to do with Solution 9 or something. That would also make sense. But the Pelu Pelu and Yokui are both in Urkopacha, so like it's probably not that if we had a tribal group quest, we wouldn't have one for each of them, because that wouldn't make a lot of sense. So it'd either be the Yokui or the Pelu Pelu. So it's either going to be the Moblins for sure are going to be the gathering quest, unless they're the gatherers, because that's their whole cultural thing. And then the Yokui and the Pelu Pelu. Well, it's interesting, right? Because the Moblins are the gatherers, so maybe we're crafters for that, or we're helping them when we're the gatherers. The Yokui could be a battle quest. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah. They're not tribes anymore. They're allied societies, which is a change a lot of my native friends are very excited about. That's awesome. I mean, the fact that they went from beast tribes to tribes to allied societies, that's awesome. And yeah, I haven't been I've been a little off out of the game for the past 3 months. So when did they make that statement? Did they say it in like a live letter that I missed or something? I think I caught all the live letters. The sync changed tribal group to allied society that we get one society for all to most people on the website and have 2 surprises. Yesterday. Okay, it's all patch notes. Okay, well let's hop on in then. We got so many of you guys. I'm so used to trying to catch up on all of chat, but y'all going crazy. Okay, so let's see. It's with great pleasure that we announced the patch notes of the Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail have been released in their entirety, including all you need to know about job actions, materia, and more. The stage is set for... Is there really going to be anything new about materia, new materia other than here's the odd and even one? The stage is set for new adventures the player's journey to the far western continent to Rawl. There you'll encounter a thrilling story in the main scenario, 2 new jobs, Viper and Pictomancer, and a newly playable female Hrothgar and more. With increased level caps, new actions to master, and breathtaking graphical updates, there's much to see and more to do in the exciting new update to Final Fantasy XIV. The time has come, Warrior of Light. Prepare to set sail. New raid Arcadian, 7.1, blah, 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 yeah, we all knew that. Okay. We'll just go down it. Tuliolal and Solution 9 are the 2 cities. No surprises there. Urkopacha, we've got the Dungeon Mountain in the background. We've got the Pelu Pelu village. This is the Hanu Hanu village. This is Kozumaoka in general. We don't have a Moblin picture in here. Moblin's outpost. That makes me sad. Yaktael. Yeah, who's excited for Fremroths? Give me Mommy Chris. We also got the updated job guides today if you want to take a look at them. Ooh, that's a good idea, Crepe. We'll definitely do that. Yaktael. Yes, so we saw this when UHP showed off a little bit on the maps. We know, I was wondering forever where this is. This is the lower region of dense canopy that blocks out the light. So that's the Yaktael's lower elevation area. That's, I think, off to its, in the map, it's southwest-ish. Okay, Shaloani. Obviously, we've got Shaloani. Heritage Found, we know about that, and then obviously the final unknown map. What's interesting about Heritage Found is we had all this stuff, but what we learned a little bit more about more recently is we have images of a more modern building and civilization that have all lay in ruins, and they all look remarkably like the Final Fantasy IX cities and buildings. But it would also make sense if the people that lived here are in Solution 9 now would go a long way to explain why Solution 9 seems to be a population center of at least 3, if not all, of the races that we know. New city and field aetherites have been added. Cool. The number of aether currents in Endwalker areas has been reduced. Player met the new achievement, new aether requirement prior to battle will unlock the ability to fly in each area. Interesting. I wonder if they just reduced the aether currents across the board, or... Well, I guess they would say that if it was true. Patch 7.0 introduces a myriad of quests in addition to the main scenario. As such, there are many cases where the patch notes only cite the initial quests in the series or omit quests entirely to prevent spoilers. We encourage players to explore and discover what new stories and adventures await. We got the twins having a good time. We got Gulu Jaja. We got Wukuma. We've got Kwana. We got all the good peeps. Hey, we got a Moblin! New side story quests have been added. Side story quests added in 7.0 will employ an automatic level adjustment system known as questing, same as 6.0. Quests using the system will have the difficulty and XP awards adjusted to match your current level. Well, actually, Shadowbringers side questing as well, if I'm not mistaken. We got the Moblins. Bottled Fantasy. Players will receive a file of Fantasia upon completing quests. Okay, cool. So that's now the way to get an extra Fantasia. And wait, let's complete the main scenario quest, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Okay, so you have to get a little bit into the MSQ. World quests have been added. Uncouth customers. The Narwhal beckons. The Narwhal beckons. The Hunters and the Hunted. Wait. No, there's 5. Okay, yeah, so that's everything we expect. New job quests have been added. Enter the Viper, the Joy of Pictomancy. Nothing new there. Wuklo, oh, I know they said this in the thing, but I can't. Wachu Meki deliveries have been added, which are somehow different to custom. Oh, that's interesting. Each type of Hydaelyn will be able to process through one of the 5 series of quests associated with the different shops of the war. Oh, okay. So this is just the exchange. Okay, yeah. This is just the Numenon and all that version of it. Oh, not Numenon. What the frick it called? What you makey. What you makey. Yeah. Oh, that's really good. This is Craft to Gather job quest replacement by Intrusion Shadowers. Yeah, the one that Crystalline me in the Studium one. Yeah. Okay, those are just the quests. I'm also avoiding some of the, like, going overly into the details of the quests just because I'd rather see them in game. Players can now temporarily hide the display of nearby player characters when interacting with Crystal. Yes, they showed this on the the live letter. That you can now make it so when you talk to a quest NPC, the people around them kind of like disappear and fade out, for practical or for more roleplay reasons. Also, how many of you guys are excited for the graphics update and or even more excited for dual die channels? Quest objectives that require following an NPC will now utilize visual indicators to help players avoid detection. Hey! One of people's big complaints about the Lost in Snow. Indicator the player risk being seen should be the NPC following turn around. Indicators the player should not approach. I'm a little sad because the verisimilitude of like all of that visual noise takes it a little down, but I think a lot of people are going to be very, very appreciative of this change. Players can now select an icon in the duty list to carry out quest objectives, such as using emotes. Or yes, they showed this. This is so nice, especially for like tribal quests. Or well, we'll see the new term. I'm so excited to have an even better term. Players may now adjust the text auto advance setting to apply voice dialogue. To help alleviate AV miss inputs when completing quests, objectives will require entering phase of the chat mode. Allied Society. Okay, which makes the allied quest, the term allied quest, even more. I like it. Been adjusted. Tribal quests. Okay, yeah, the categorization of certain allied society quests of tribal to allied. Yeah. Which just makes a lot of sense from a number of standpoints, right? Like, Beast Tribes never made sense. It was a whole thing in the game why it never made sense, and it is part of the MSQ and narrative, right? I've made videos on that. We've talked about that at length. But going from tribal actually allied society actually makes a lot of sense as well. When you think about the fact that there's multiple groups that tribe just isn't in any ways a relevant or applicable term for them, right? Like, calling Yokui, who had a Tyrolian, or at least Yogg-Tyrolian spanning empire, a tribe, is weird, right? Calling the Moblins one might not be that weird, seeing as they're like such a specific clan offshoot. But like, this is just a better term. I want to misuse goggles. I hope glass slots include eye patches. Well, you know, if they don't have them right away, I'm sure they'll eventually. I've heard that the follow quests were a nightmare for visually impaired players. Yeah. See, like, Flora, that's a good example, right, where, like, yes, it doesn't affect me, and yes, I kind of like it, maybe a little bit more trimmed down, but the amount of accessibility issues a lot of people had are legion. And it's not like 14 is, Elden Ring, right? And if you want 14 to be Elden Ring, then you should go play Savage. I've been holding on finally doing a New Game Plus run of the MSQ. Really excited to do it with all the new graphics. Yeah, John, I might even do another New Game Plus myself with the graphics update. I don't know. I'm torn, having already done it once. The Orchestra Tribe was literally the racing a team turned Uber Eats. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it didn't even make sense, right? Because the Orchestra that you like, yes, the Matanga tribe you were interacting with was technically a tribe, but the people you were actually interacting with was literally still members of the people who lived in Vanaspati, who were just extensions of, you know, the people who live. It would be like treating, it would be the exact same as calling Alamegans a tribe, really, which is just weird. The giant snake monster in the benchmark and said, this motherfucker is so an epic fate boss. Yeah, and then new fate bosses. No one's surprised. Players will receive bicolor gemstones upon completing fates in 7.0. The currency can be exchanged for gemstones. Put bicolor gemstones in 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. Do it now. Ah! I'm sure that would be a much bigger annoyance and hassle than I think it would be, but please, for all that is holy. I saved up unlocking warrior just for the graphics update. Oh yeah? Are Hancock glasses now dyeable? It's not that they're dyeable, as of what we saw in the thing. It's that you get like 11 different colors. That's currently how it looks, what it looks like. Increased bicolor gemstone. Experience points gained also now grant bonus to earn bicolor. Ooh! That's nice. So now when you get like maidens and bonus experience also give more gemstones, that's good. Game plan will now respond more quickly when opening the shared fate window or changing between categories. Thank you. Large scale fates that take up place at a fixed location will now also appear on the map like regular fates. They weren't before? The Killing Order, Devout Pilgrims. Wait. The super bosses didn't? That's crazy. Have been made to the treasure maps. Have been added. Rewards for treasure maps have been adjusted. Elegant Tomes reward for completion of second have been changed from Elegant Tomes of Causality. Yeah, just the basic stuff. The Excitron 6000 shifting game will now be level synced, adjusting players' levels to 90. Grand and free additional items will now be accepted for supply and provisioning missions. Viper and Pictomancer options have been added to the charge category of the company crest editor. Okay, there's nothing. I'm sure a lot of you guys are excited for the housing, but it's not. Stakeholder right system has been implemented. Players can now eject characters from their estate, hall, or garden and bar characters from entering their property. I know many people who will be quite happy about this. Furnishings for 14 furnishing design contests have been added. Grape chandelier. It's not literally grapes, it's flowers, but it's but it does look like the grapes. Cool. New furnishing have been added. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care, but I'm glad for the people who are excited. New prizes are available for purchasing using MGP. New cards have been added. New NPC opponents for Triple Tribe have been added. Players can now engage in Triple Tribe matches in new areas. Card numbers have been added to the item description of all Tribal Trad. That's good. Players can now select female Hrothgar. Fremproth rides up. A men phone picture. Oh, what? Stargazer deck is adorable. You were locked into looking at the minimap while flying near their spawn location. Now you can use the regular map. That's weird that that wasn't in there before, but isn't that all the changes? Ooh, new hairstyles. It's a good look. I love this is basically just a shorter version of what like I use on Elio already. Maybe it's time for Elio to get a haircut. Kral's been added as a new avatar NPC. In accordance with increased level cap of avatar NPCs has been also increased. New glamours will be unlocked for avatar NPCs that reach level 100. Yep, all the normal things you expect. Prizes available in exchange for Chloe's gold certificate. The following Raid Alliance raids have been grouped together into raid series categories. The addition of these duties will not affect a Wondrous Tales in your possession. Oh, that's nice. So instead of getting Agalea, Euphrosyne, or Thalia, you get just do. Oh, that's a good change. I mean, that's a bad. It's a tough change in terms of like. Well, no, I think that's just a good change. Following addition adjustments have been made to the Island Sanctuary. When selecting the plus button on the Isle of Work agenda, players can now choose where to set gender supply demands. The default window that opens. Sanctuary Gathering Log can now be opened via the material allocation. When selling materials in bulk via the quantity set may now be saved for future transactions. Huh. Not that necessary, but a good, nice quality. Battle system. We can now be level 100. Shocker. Viper. Okay, job guide. We'll open that up and look at that later. We got a Moogle. We got a Pictomancing with Rem, the Archon. I'm sure Ray's very excited for that. Gear for Viper Pictomancer has been added to the rewards for certain duties will not be sold by merchant NPCs. Actions and traits have been adjusted. Layout of Blue Mage, which, yeah, for everything. I love how there's so much detail for, like, housing, and then just for all actions and traits have been adjusted. And I guess it's because, like, otherwise this would be the entire length of the thing, but have been made to limit break. The following adjustments have been made to limit break. Monks will no longer change position when executing Final Heaven. Dragoons will no longer change position when executing Dragon Song Dive. Player attributes have been adjusted as follows. Tenacity effects on damage dealt. Tenacity effects on damage dealt, damage received, and HP restored has been increased. Oh! Tenacity might be more of a valuable stat. I mean, if it's still not the absolute max DPS possible because critical hit or direct hit is better. I mean, it only does so much, but there's more of a viable option for the more tanky, for going more tanky. You getting prepared, Kiko? Right, dinner for me before I go. Shall press the like button and an uneven amount of times. Thank you, Lynn. Right, yes. Since it's the YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Indeed. The armory bonus granted below 90 has been increased from 50% to 100%. For those who don't know, if you have a job that is leveled past a certain point, you get a bonus amount of XP up to that threshold. So for instance, if you have a job that's at level 100, every other job gets a times 100 increase to the XP for what you get for it. So it's to incentivize you. It's to say that it's okay to have a main job that you like do the MSQ through, and it will help you actually pull the other jobs up. In accordance with the increased level cap, new world preferred world character bonuses now apply to all jobs at level 89 or below. Yep. Woo! What is this Jawa pineapple looking motherfucker? I can't be the only one who thinks like Jawa pineapple, right? Also, I love you. You're no barrel tender, but I love you. You eerie looking monster. He is my son. Is that the corn's dad? That was my exact thought. Yeah. Jawa pineapple nut. You're welcome, Tam. You will now be journeying all throughout. That looks like Urkopacha based off of the topography, and be seeing the Jawa pineapple. Yeah. So this looks like a Shaloani. This is Heritage Found. This is Urkopacha, and this is, I believe, Kozumaoka. Yeah, almost certainly. I think this is Kozumaoka. New dungeons, Kozumaoka dungeon, Urkopacha dungeon, Yak't'el dungeon, and the Heritage Found dungeon. What's interesting is you don't have a Shaloani dungeon that we've seen. Unless this is the Shaloani dungeon, because the dungeon begins when we go through, take the train north from Shaloani into Heritage Found, and by beating that dungeon, we get into Heritage Found. Alternatively, it could be us going into Solution 9. So this is either the Shaloani or Heritage Found dungeon. My question is, if it's the Shaloani dungeon, then what's Heritage Found dungeon? And if it's the Heritage Found dungeon, what's the Shaloani dungeon? And is it possible the Shaloani dungeon either comes much later, or, like Shisui the Violet Tides, is an optional dungeon somewhere off in the corner? Solution 9 looks like... Yeah, he does look like a Krellian, or... but yeah, they definitely do have a very similar vibe, for sure. In accordance with the increased level cap, players can now gain experience from level 90 dungeons, trials, and 6.x rated dungeons. Don't forget that if you want to level a character from 90 to 100, one of the best ways is dungeon farming. So, farming all the dungeons will really help if you want to do it, because now you'll actually get XP from them. But only from the non-10s dungeons. So for instance, like 80, 90, those specific ones don't give a lot of XP. Only like the 91, 93, 95, 97, 99, 100. Unreal trials have been temporarily disabled. Oh, I didn't know they were going to disable them. Ah, that's boring. Well, understandable. Actually, it's a good thing to de-incentivize people doing that and spending their time instead on playing it and not feeling rushed to do it. Players will now receive the power of the Echo in the event all party members are incapacitated during the following trials: Abyssal Fracture and the Gilded Aria. Yep, just old stuff. Strength of the Echo granted Pandemonium and Basio Savage has been increased. The Spire of Trial and expansion of Stone Sky and Sea has been expanded. New elite marks have been added. I love him. I also love him. Players can... Players can hunt regular and elite marks in new areas. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. I don't think this has anything to do with Amdapor and Mach in the fifth Astral Era, but it is worth pointing out that this guy is the same model as a stone creation from Amdapor. I don't think it has any bearing on it, but players can now do 100 in the new areas. Viper and Pigmancer arms are now available for the following deep dungeon vendors. So yeah, so they just made sure to put those in. Okay, let's get something new on. Okay, someone give me a song from 14 to put on in the background. I'm gonna put on the Namazu theme for now. I don't know why the Namazu. More than truth. Infinite, would you like to explain why you're making fun of me with that? The Lightbot guy, it was not hearing the music. Oh yeah, is it still so low that you guys can't even hear it? Here. I'll bump it up. Like my microphone settings like broken or something like that. Am I not? Let me see, because I feel like all my volume coming out is low. Output, input. Also, how's my audio quality? Does it sound like butt? Because if it's been sounding like butt, let's make sure that... I mean, it shouldn't be, because it should be through OBS, so it shouldn't affect it. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, that's fine. Ruby weapon theme. Why am I forgetting the Ruby weapon theme? It's one of my favorite songs in the game. Oh yeah, Ultima, duh. Let me know if it's too loud. Model reuse for ads? Yeah, never, Nevik. Not even once. Not a constant thing done in 14. Not like literally the base, like half of all the enemies in the Realm Reborn aren't just reskinned 11 models. Can't wait to wake up at 4:55 EST to try not to deal with most of the queues. Yeah, Glitch, I feel you. I'm on East as well. Now out loud? Yeah. There we go. How's that? And also because I am a pedant and also desperately want people to take the song seriously and they never will. The lines are, beat the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik. Advent, good to see you, glad to have you. What up, maintenance enjoyers? That's us. That's this crew. Let me get back to patches. Gotta love our computer generated like Hermes battle form Hermes battle form is removed. Yeah. His spiritual form at the Battle of Aetiusco, or not Aetiusco, Katisa's Hyperborea is a version of remove. Yep. Yeah. If once you know to look for it, and frankly, it's kind of hard not to. The reuse of assets throughout 14 is for enemy models is legion. It's actually pretty rare to get a new model that isn't directly related. Well, even a lot of patches, like what's a good example? Almost all the enemies that aren't bosses in Hom, right? Dial of Hom, are reused assets. I think all of them that are not bosses, they're just retextured. The first expansion in 14, it's funny, but I don't remember being this excited for the WoW expansions. Well, lady, I'm very glad that you're excited, and I hope that all of you guys are pumped. Maybe partly because of health, and maybe partly because I have been playing this game for so long now, am a little less, like, pumped. But I think I'm hoping it'll come. I think it's also just been under the weather. But I'm so excited for all of you guys where this is, like, your first expansion where you're, like, get to, like, go in. Surely those cute polar bears aren't new. No, I'm pretty sure the polar bears are just reskinned bears. If you actually look at the model. That they're based off of the bears that you can find in either... I don't know if Girabani's the first place you can find them, but either Girabani or the Shroud. The golems aren't the... I don't think any of the enemies in Hom are new. Also, how's the music? Is it good now? They're very happy polar bears, though. Yeah. Definitely. Okay. It's the panda reskinned? Yeah. I thought the panda was just a bear reskinned. Since they're not the cutest thing ever. Yeah. Ain't that true? In Holminster Switch. Yeah, yes, the white, they are also retextured in Holminster Switch. They are both white, but if you look at them, there's extra details on them. But yeah, there are bears in, oh no, because there's regular bears in Holminster Switch when they run away and they get turned into the Sin Eater egg. So yeah, good call, John. But like, I'm pretty sure all, if not most of the what's it called? I'm still in the like headspace of like we gotta go, we've got a time to stick to, we've got like a content we gotta finish, but like we're all just waiting. I can take a breath. You know, I'm gonna put on the Mario Lamentorum song because I'm just a fucking downer, and also it's one of my favorite map themes. It's so cool seeing you not just naturally. This OS the first time I haven't seen you not in video. Oh, well, Evan, good to see. I'm glad you could join us. And yes, it was lovely to talk to you. Actually, the first boss of Hom used the Ultima weapon rig. it really? Oh, yes. Oh, well, actually, and I also think it's the same rig as the world boss from in the Tempest, right? And that's also used as the same boss for the melee role quest in Endwalker. And I want to point out that also, like, rig reuse is even more common, but there's them like a lot. There are many models that are just straight retextured, and there are also some models that are remodeled. Like a good example being, trolls are just excuse me, are just goobos. Oh, I wish I had my troll plushie. I think he's downstairs. Doesn't Golbez use King Thornton's rig? Yes. Yeah. Yep. When I reach level 100, first thing I'm doing is farming the Bahamut throne. Yeah, I managed to get it on Lend. I don't have it on Elio, though. I'm going to have to do that at some point. Is this stream going to last till servers open? I don't know, Lean. I do not know. I'd love to do it that, but I don't know if the people in my house would be thrilled. I think it would be far too loud. Do you think the reward for all Dawntrail EX mounts, biblically accurate warrior? Based on the fact that they're wings, I mean, as we've seen with the Bahamut one, right? It doesn't just because it's Lynx's doesn't mean the final was a Lynx as well, right? But I would suspect that it's more to be something of myth. Omega is a toad. Yeah, with Elio it's possible, yeah. Yeah, I the way I work is I'm like a rolling snowball. If you start to pick up momentum and keep me going, I have infinite energy and we'll just keep going and going and going and going. But it's hard. A lot of times it gets hard. I've also been, and it probably doesn't present this well. I have been dealing with a neurological issue for the better part of 3 or 4 months, and so that's why I've been so on and off, and why I have been like out of the loop and not making videos. And so. Jump to the snow. Okay, let's get back to the yeah, and also feel free for anyone to throw out a song. We can put on any song. Oh, dude. Okay, I just wanted to talk real quick. I remember when Endwalker came out. I remember where I was so excited for Endwalker, and Endwalker was. I mean, Dawntrail probably will be a better expansion. I wouldn't be surprised, like in every like objective way. But I don't know that the game will ever be better for me personally with the themes and storytelling that I like. Which is not like me saying Dawntrail's not going to be as good as Endwalker. It's just that like the same way that like Heavensward, there are ways in which you could easily show that Shadowbringers might be objectively better, not like just like more voice. I mean, the actual objectives, like more voice acting, more, what have you. Not to say the quality of writing or whatever, but like Heavensward, either because it was a time and a place for them when they played it, or because of what the story is, it connects to them. It's that more like Tolkienian fantasy, that more dragons and warriors and magic and but yeah. When I first got to Mario Lamentorum, because when I played Dawntrail, I was playing like the minute servers opened, and I beat the game before early access. I beat Endwalker before early access ended. So like when I got to Mario Lamentorum, no one was there. Like it was actually no one was there at all, because I was so far ahead of the curve on my server. The same thing happened with Ultimate Thule. Like I genuinely thought Ultimate Thule when I first arrived at it, that people didn't show up until you finished the story, because that like made narrative sense, right? That you wouldn't see anyone else around. But no, it's just that there was no one there. But I just got to Mario Lamentorum and just sat there for a while and just stared up at our star. Beautiful. Aubrey, if happy Dawntrail will hit the same emotional peaks as Endwalker did for me either, but honestly I don't want it to. I want it to be exciting and different. 100% agree. 100%. I don't need Dawntrail to hit me as hard and in the same ways. I just want a beautiful adventure. That's all I care. And that's honestly one of the gifts Endwalker gave to me, is that I am satisfied with 14's story in such a way that like anything added is exciting, but I don't have needed expectations of catharsis, at least for now. Hey, do you think Ra is gonna taco in the MSQ? I do, yeah. So, okay. Again, it's fine to get Elio. Ray, can you tell me it's fine to get sidetracked, because we're literally just we're here to get sidetracked. If we look at other trailers almost always have information in them that is either fact or spiritually fact. but should not be taken literally. And what I mean by that is, in Heavensward, we do not fight Hraesvelgr on the bridge, right? We don't actually fight against the Horde. Like the actual events, the literal events of the parts of the Heavensward trailer don't happen, or certain literal things in the Shadowbringers trailers, like us talking to a gremlin and it being like, "We already want to," blah, 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 you know, don't happen, and how we fight the Sin Eater does not necessarily happen. But the historical events around Thancred rescuing Reen and kind of how that went down, and Y'shtola defending the village and how that went down, like certain things generally happen. Endwalker, like a lot of the events in the Endwalker trailer, some literally happen, some don't. Some we don't know, but effectively could have. When I look at I would be shocked if there's not a Takotia moment, especially because they know their audience. What I think is interesting is I'm almost 99.9% certain that G'raha will not appear until the second half. And why I say that is every image we've seen of the first half of the story, or at least what's implied to be the first half of the story, is missing Y'shtola and G'raha. And I do not think they're going to show up until the second half. Do you have anything important you want to cover? Not right off the bat, no. I mean, like, we just gotta get to everything eventually. Every dragon in Heavensward is Hraesvelgr. My brother and 12, we are literally stalling for time right now. Also, what you guys, Return to Oblivion, Solid, To the Edge. I'm gonna say Return to the Oblivion because I'm gonna start rocking out if I do that. To the Edge, I would also start rocking out. Also, if anyone has any, like, lore-based questions or topics, feel free to bring them up. Unless, Ray, are you surreptitiously nodding to something you wanted me to say that I forgot to? Because if that's the case, I apologize and let me know. Every dragon, that was a very amazing answer to a somewhat dumb question. So, Advent, what you will find with me is you can ask me any question, no matter how dumb you think it is, and I will take it seriously and engage with you on it. And the problem is sometimes you will be making it as a joke or a meme, and I will take you completely seriously, and I will answer it as such. And most of the long-standing members of the community can attest to this very much so in chat. Amaring's Zone music is pretty chill if you want a chill song. That's true, Aubrey. It's one of my favorites, too. I say that about, like, half the music. They made a big deal of G'raha staying in Charlie in 6.55 as well. Yep, exactly, Master. Exactly. I think it's pretty... So, while I do think we'll get Takotia, I don't think we're going to get it until the back half of the story. Also, Graham and Pariah could look after the students of Baldesion, yeah. Am I ever subtle? The only thing I suggest is the true Alias and Wizz I sent you a link. I love you, Ray Ray. Okay. First, let's finish up the patch notes, and then we'll continue on. Also, if I miss anyone's questions, because obviously there's a lot more of you than usual today, feel free to repeat them later, and I will try to get them. Or maybe I'll slow down and, like, try to hit on them. Usually I'm better about reading everything, but yeah, it turns out we've got... How many people do we have? I think we had 46 people at the start. We have 84 people now. A lot harder to get to everyone's voices. Okay. Duty expert... Okay. Controversial statement, and I'm curious what people think. Which is better? Why am I forgetting its name? I really like. It's something cool. What is it called? It's got a cool name. Hearthward, that's what it is. Okay, I think Hearthward is better than Solid. Is that a controversial take? Thank you, Ray Ray. Ray Ray, it looks like Ray Ray will be collecting questions as well. Okay. I just like the harpsichord in Solid. Yeah, can't go wrong with that. That's true, Ryan. Isn't the burrito a housing item already? I don't know, is it? Why is that? Come on. Okay, there we go. PTSD flashbacks doing this guy's stupid. Dude, I almost have the... If I hadn't gotten sick, I would have had the pterodactyl before Dawntrail. I'm a little sad. I'm almost to the pterodactyl. And when I say almost, I mean like 2/3 of the way there. I will not put on Return to Oblivion because I want to start Bob. Also, Elio Bob's the Solid anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty part of the course. Not lore related, but do they usually tease the trial series like they do the 2 raids? If so, do you think the patch trials will be incorporated into the MSQ again? Ooh, that's an excellent question, John. And I will get to that in 1 second because I just want to get to Lean's thing. Because Graha respects his students, he won't just go, screw this, I want a taco, and leave on a whim. He will either be a very good reason to leave or have someone fill in for taking charge. Yeah, I think we're going to call on Graha because we need his knowledge for something. It's just like, Solid is so Ishgard where you find it at the beginning of Heavensward, and Hearthward is where you find Ishgard at the end of Heavensward. It's got hope. It's not just stoic faith, it's actually got hope. Anyways, this is not a musical stream, as much as some of you I know would love it to be. Legit, dude, I mean, Under the Mask, how can the amount of times I've like worked an entire day while only listening to Under the Mask. I'm only missing one gatherer. Oh, okay, you know the pain. You know the pain. Not controversial, just heretic. That's good. That's good. Yeah, do they usually tease the trial series like they do the 2 raids? So, it depends. So, with Shadowbringers, we did, the trial series was teased. With Endwalker, none of the trials were really teased because all of them were such extreme spoilers. Arguably, Zodiark's was kind of teased, but the trial really wasn't. Kind of, because you technically have a shot of the Warrior of Light summoning it, but not really. Not like the way Valley Garmonda was for this expansion. In the past before that, Titania was absolutely teased in Shadowbringers. So the weapons were during the patch cycle. Titania was during the 5.0. 4.0, I forget who was teased. I forget if it was Susano or Sri Lakshmi. But it was one of those. And then during the patches, absolutely the auspices were. So yeah, so it's pretty par for the course. I would say the answer typically just comes down to how much do they think the trial is going to spoil. So by example, 6.4, right, but fighting Golbez, it's like, we know we're fighting Golbez, so we're going to show Golbez. We saw Zeromus, because Zeromus wasn't exactly a surprise in terms of going to him. Because we had, yeah, I don't think they showed Barbaricia for 6 point. Which was first? No, 6.2. 6.2 was Barbaricia. I don't think they showed her in the trailer. Well, I mean, they showed her, but I don't think they showed the trial. Or at least we heard her voice a little bit. I think, if I remember rightly. And Rubicante, we didn't have any. Well, I might be misremembering because I feel like there was not Mount Golg, obviously not Mount Golg. What is it? It's the mountain from 4. One of you guys will get me, but yeah. So I would say the answer is always, if they think letting you know about the boss is not a spoiler in a story sense, they will absolutely use it for promotion. If they think they want to keep it hidden for any reason that's story related or as a surprise, they will absolutely hide it. That's also just a generalism with the. That's why like the gameplay trailers, the story trailers that they always release right before the DLC comes out are always hilarious, because they seem like they reveal everything, and in reality it's like nothing. Like the Endwalker trailer reveals very little, and what it does reveal only really is a reveal if you understand the context, and when you don't have the context to understand it, it's fun. Like you're still surprised when you get to it. A good example being in the gameplay trailer for Endwalker, there is a shot of the dead ends. But because you don't have any context for the dead ends, and you don't really have like an awareness that the dead ends are coming in the way that they do, when you get there, having already seen a little bit of it does not detract from it. Especially also because all you see is the Purgluff world, right? Yeah. I think even after saying the universe depends on who in Ishgard you ask. I guess I have time to search Gamerscape again to find the NPC saying do not ingest elemental crystals. Oh, hey, but you don't even have to do that, Nevik, because we have T-Tools, which I keep forgetting that some of you don't know about. T, one of our mods, created a program called T-Tools, which I will throw in chat. Although, actually, technically, the Don't Eat Crystals thing, while in-game, also is in Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1. And also, don't eat crystals. It will kill you. It would be... Eating a fire crystal would be akin to eating a hot coal, like an ember. Like, I mean, it would actually in some ways be worse than that, but, like, don't eat crystals. But yeah. So... where is it in E1? It's early on. Here, we can pull up Encyclopedia. Here we go. Okay, what are some of the other songs you guys pointed out? You guys said Solid, Hearthward, Return to Oblivion. Ooh, Amarang's theme. What is it? Something Dunes or yeah, Sands of Amber. What flavor are the Viper and Picto Jobstones? I think the cinnamon and cotton candy. Oh yeah, well, let's look at them. Viper. Okay, if these are correct from what we've seen, which it is, I believe. I have to remember, what did we say the other because we've had an entire stream about figuring out what different flavors all of them were. So we don't have a cinnamon, I don't believe. So Viper being cinnamon, I'm really down for. Oh, this is Pictomancer's making me think of something. What is this flavor? Because I know it. I also have scents associated with the bath bombs now because I make here the Jobstones. Be all packed up downstairs as well. But I make Jobstone bath bombs. So, what is this? This is making me think. It's not cotton candy. It's like a specific type of something that makes me think of. Make me think of the lemon sherbet thing. Yeah, kind of like lemon sherbet. Sherbet. I'm vibing with it. Passion fruit. Ooh, passion fruit works. Birthday cake. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Cool artist. Miracle Works is a vibe. Okay, we'll do that next question. Surely Dancer would be pink lemonade. That's what I said. Thank you, Rose. Don't fault me on that. Yeah, it's got to mix the lemon blueberry taffy. Like lemon blueberry taffy. That's. Now I have questions. Lemon blueberry. No, it is a type of saltwater taffy. Look at that. Actually sounds delicious. Now I want some. What's pink lemonade? Wait, Yukio, do you not actually know what pink lemonade is? Is this pink lemonade like a distinctly American thing? Okay, for those of you who don't know, there's a drink in America called pink lemonade. And it's mixed, it's very common. You can find it in a lot of places. You can almost find it like, I'd say almost, not quite, but almost as commonly as lemonade itself. But yeah, it's very, very, very common here. Or at least it's very, very common everywhere I've ever lived in the United States. Calypso. It's fucking minging. It doesn't exist in Spain, but it does in the UK. Yeah, UK club. Ray, can I get a rise up? Can I? Is pink lemonade a thing over there? Lemons are quite expensive here, Elio. Oh, interesting, Yukio. Well, to be fair, Yukio, pink lemonade is usually made from like, well, I mean, it depends, right? But it's not. I don't know how much actual lemons are in pink lemonade and like Minute Maid in general. Like, I mean, I guess if it's made from concentrate, probably some, right? But like, for instance, you can buy lemonade like here, like Country Time. So you can buy powder that you just mix into water and it creates pink lemonade. I've never seen it, but it looks disgustingly delicious. So here's the thing. How would you describe pink lemonade? It tastes like lemonade with just a little bit of extra tanginess. It's very similar. It's not very different to lemonade. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some pink lemonades are literally just lemonade with a coloring. Iced tea and Tang drinks here, Elio. Yeah, Tang is not as common in the States. Well, I shouldn't say. Tang is not as common in the northern states anymore. It used to be more common. I don't know how much it still is. It used to be more, well, it is, no, it's still common. It's just also, I think it's considered like a more lower income drink as well. I mean, to be fair, I would say lemonade still is. Seems like we do have pink lemonade, but it's a minor thing. Okay. Tang was big in the 90s. Yeah, Tang was much bigger, especially in some regions of the United States, if not most of the United States, like 20, 30 years ago. Like, actually, I would say throughout at least the latter half of the 20th, because I know a lot of people between the ages of like 40 or like 30 to 40 to like 60, 70 who like Tang was a thing. Wasn't pink lemonade more popular in the 80s and 90s? I bet it was more popular then. I would still say like I can go to any gas station and find pink lemonade. You know, it's still like a very common product. Wasn't this a 14 stream? We gotta finish the patch notes. Is Sunny D still popular? Definitely not as popular as it was in the 90s. I'm sure, like, it's still a thing, but like, I feel like it's definitely decreasing some. But yeah, here, oh, no, right, EE1. We were pulling up EE1. I believe in the Aetherology section at the top of Encyclopedia, or is it Volume 1? Also, again, friendly reminder that anyone and everyone is more than welcome to ask any dumb, you say dumb, I don't think there's dumb, lore questions or any general questions about 14 if you want to engage in it. I will caveat that, to me, a dumb question is not a question that seems so straightforward or simple error. A dumb question is if you're trolling me. If you're trolling me, don't bother, because like if you're just being annoying in that way, then that is a dumb question. But a simple question that seems obvious is not dumb. We all gotta learn sometime. 12. Oh no, actually I think it was back up here. Crystals. When a living entity dies, the aether remaining will normally leave the body and return to the world's ethereal currents, also known as the life stream. When a living entity, however, experiences death-inducing trauma, such as a mortal wound in battle, the result suddenly release its most heavily aspected life energy will oft-times manifest corporeally before it can return to the life stream, phenomena we know as crystals. This can also occur when a wound is dealt to the very land itself, and is a reason why crystal deposits are found throughout the land. The elemental aspect of the energy trapped in these crystals can be harnessed and used in a myriad manner. Applying 5 crystals to a forge can increase its internal temperatures, assisting in smelting of the ore. The cooling properties of an ice crystal can assist in the grocer in maintaining the freshness of meat or produce. That said, due to the extreme concentration of aspected aether within a crystal, direct consumption of a crystal by a living being can severely alter the ethereal balance within its body, and ultimately resulting in severe injury or even death. Boom. How many times do you think I've had to answer this question that I know exactly where it is inside Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1? Because it's a couple. It's a couple. Oh, what was, someone said there was a vibe, what was, Glitch, I think, said it, for song, Miracle Works. Oh, yes, the Katisa Hyperborea theme is so good. It is a vibe. I love it. It's so good. I'd say like, oh, it's my favorite, one of my favorite dungeon themes, but there's so many good dungeon themes. I mean, there's like, Of Countless Stars is, Of Countless Stars is just such a fucking banger. And it's just so emotionally loaded. Although like Katisa is this perfect like synthesis of like pressure of like needing to get to the top, needing to get to Hermes, needing to stop in, but also like sad and melancholy. Oh, please finish the patch notes. Yes, okay, patch notes. Let's do it. We're halfway there. 80-gallon tombstone aesthetics. Yeah, this is just tombstone. Yep. Oh, I'm so glad. Wait, okay. I will accept this. Thank you. I'm fine with that. Rival Wings should have one of the mechs as its reward. The fact that Cruise Chaser was on the shop and not as a Rival Wing reward, or the fact that this guy wasn't gonna be, if it wasn't a Rival Wing reward, I was gonna be mad. But making him a PvP series reward, I can accept that. Now, my other question is, when will they do what they said they were gonna do and make the series rewards old series rewards available? Please do that. FOMO is terrible. FOMO is not good. Endwalker 8-bit theme, yeah. Snacks acquired, back in time for more patch notes. Just in time, Kiko. You didn't miss anything at all. Series 6 will be held from patch 7.0 to release of patch 7.1, during which time you can earn Series XP and increase Series levels by purchasing PvP. Rewards from Series 5 can only be claimed until the end of Series 6 to claim. Yeah, okay, that's... Did anybody ask him at the media tour anything about that and I just missed it? Because when Endwalker came out and they started doing the series thing, they promised... They said they were going to make old rewards from older series available. I don't know, makes implication that they might return it for crystal marks. Oh, 2 lines above about it. New items available. Well, you don't mean these, right? Because this doesn't necessarily mean that the old ones are put in. It could just be that these are the new ones. Series 6 will be held from... Yeah, I don't see anything confirming that the old rewards will be in, unless I'm just blind, which is quite possible. Crystalline Conflict. That's just rewards. I don't care until the season... When season 14 is on, I'm going to be playing so hardcore. I want to get the diamond... I'm going to get the diamond plaque for season 14, because I want the XIV. It's the only one that I... That and 42, but I've got years until that happens. I mean these, but I am also hoping that I missed the Archmage. Here's the thing. I think we're absolutely going to get the old rewards. It's just going to be someone randomly mentions it enough in the forums, or they're going to get to it at some point. I think it's fallen by the wayside, but someone needs to remind them. Remember that they check the forum for feedback, so if you actually put feedback in the forums, they actually do check it. Highly recommend it if enough of us actually go to the forums and politely bemoan the lack of it. I think there's a chance that actually starts to change. New items have been added. Oh, really? New recipes have been added. Oh, really? Faceware, new form of accessories been added. Separate. Yeah. So they've got the different ones. Dude, they're gonna go so ham with this. I really wonder for the facial accessories if we won't get a Garlean eye. I'm so torn on whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, because it's essentially, it's kind of like blackfacing Garleans, like to have a fake Garlean eye under, but I don't think they really care. And as many of you love to remind me, what's the difference between wearing a Garlean eye on your face and wearing fake bunny, pretending to be a bunny girl to a Viera? If they check form for feedback, they have my condolences. Yeah. The following fashion accessory has been converted into faceware. False oval spectacles, false shaded. False classic. Okay, so they did actually convert the rose-colored spectacles. I was wondering if the rose-colored spectacles items were going to be continue to exist, but no, they're actually just converting the old items. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. This seems like such a small thing, but a retainer Fantasia versus a Fantasia Fantasias. That's good. Shocker. 2 new materia, 11 and 12. Certain items can now be sold, desynthesized, or submitted for expert deliveries. The success rate for salvaging grade 9 when using material increased. Grade 8 dark matter. Viper and pigments have been added as required jobs for certain gear. Following items are no longer classified as unique. Oh! Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Adjustments have been made to dyes. Oh! Okay, who's hyped as shit? Who is more hyped for dual dyes than other things that they probably should be more excited for, such as jobs? Give us a googly eye. That would be pretty funny. I hope mask and visors get the eyeglass treatment too. Master, I'm with you. They should. I think I definitely like, for instance, the Allied Tribal quest or Allied Society quest from A Realm Reborn, like that item you get from there. Oh, one of you guys had a song. Naba making fun of me for being nerd. I've got bad news for you if you weren't expecting me to be one. MSQ checking dual dyes on my glamours. Yep, I'm hyped for dyes, and as of today, hyped for Bard updates. I haven't looked at Bard updates, but I also Bard's like one of my least favorite jobs. But so why are you excited, Kiko? Up to 2 dies can now be used in a single piece of gear. Gear that allows more than 1 die will display 2 separate die tabs in the dying window. Additional gear that allows for multiple dies will be added gradually in the future. And updates. Okay, so okay, this makes sense. The gear that isn't going to be updatable, or that they haven't updated yet, like because they said there were going to be a lot retroactively going back and fixing more and more things, won't have the dual die system immediately applied to it. That makes sense, seeing as it's selecting the zones that are going to count for the secondary die is going to be probably part of that evaluation process. Currently selected instant portraits may need to be edited. Undo color selection, redo color. After selecting color cannot be set as a favored die. Cactar green and nothing else. An option to preview a previously applied color scheme has been added. An option to invert color selected as die 1 and die 2 has been added. A marker indicating no die has been applied. When previewing a character appearance when using a game player cannot press R1 to switch between color categories. Okay. The furnishing sealing wax and letter set is now dyeable. What? This is such a specific, okay. More is better. The following items cannot be equipped regardless of gender. Hey, they're further just getting rid of the gender and stuff. Fairy Tales, Prince Circlet, Fairy Tale, Prince's gloves. Nice. They've been doing that bit by bit. I swear it's like every expansion we get one more outfit that's been ungendered. Sundry Splendors, a one-time shop for gear and items purchased in exchange for elegant tombstone scripts, has been added to Old Sharlayan. Sweet. The allowed gear exchange menu has been unified. The following adjustments have been made to gear exchanges for elegant tombstones of astronomy. Can now be obtained directly in exchange for elegant tombstones of poetics. Cool. It's the usual stuff of the old gear is now just straight viable for general tombstones. New items: Doctor Scimitar and warded around here. Doctor's Cudgel and Night Power Charge. Interesting. I've got a lot of silver chocobo feathers, so. Verdant, Scepter, and Warlock's Buckler will no longer drop separately in the Aurum Vale, instead drop us together as Black Mage Verdant Arms. Huh. Why this? Like, don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm weirded out that they're basically turning, as like a coffer, the same way that like Paladin gets shield and sword are now a single coffer rather than a single item rather than separate. But like, why not? It's not that it's weird that it's being done in Aurum Vale. It's just weird to me that the rest of ARR isn't doing it. Well, okay, no, I suppose that makes sense because other casters can still use shields at that point. So 47 is the only point at which it makes sense for the black mage would need it that the white mage and no one else would. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Can still wear one-handed wedge. No, it's not the wands and it's not that confuses me, Infinite. It's only the question of why only the black mage, why only Aurum Vale, and why black mage. Oh, Deathberry, thank you for the 22 months, and Ryan, thank you for the 22 months. Enjoy your emotes. Also, for those of you who can use emotes currently because you paid $1 to become a member, I would love it if you spammed your emotes right now. Well, don't spam them, but put in your favorite emote. Double Burms. I can't play this. I don't want to cry on stream. Well, I've cried on stream a lot, so I don't. It's not that I don't want to cry on stream. It's that I've got shit to do. What's a fun one? A fun one that won't make me cry right now. Freak out. Oh, you know what? I kind of like. Let's just do the locks thing. Mobble worms. Oh, are we gonna have to get a new emote for the mobbies? Oh, you know what? Actually, let's just do Neath Dark Waters. Lidge, thank you for the Archon. Oh, I see some Deadpool emotes. If he's here, which I don't know if he is here right now, but I could go down and check in a little bit if people want to see the boy. And if you've never met the boy, I I would love to show you my dog Deadpool. He's awesome. The time until actions may be used consuming certain medical items has been reduced. Yeah, that makes sense, seeing as they're all so long as to be pointless, especially at lower levels. After using the following items to grant a boost to experience points earned from synthesis, a system measure will not display when their effects expire. Okay. Ryan! Oh, Ryan gifted 10th! Ryan, thank you so much! Lorray, Voltaire, Silver, One Super, Heartless, AJ, Shadow, Nama, Ace, Mars, Rad. All enjoy your emotes. Did Lynn say something? Question. Given that Paladin arms come in pairs but can be glamored separately, would you like the same to be true for other paired items like ninja daggers or red mage rapier and focus? Oh. Okay. Would I like them? I don't think so. To me, there's a difference in kind, and I absolutely understand someone counter-arguing me. There's a difference in kind between a sword and a shield being glamourable, separate, versus like ninja's 2 daggers, or red mage's catalyst and sword, because the catalyst and sword are one item, right? The daggers, I guess, aren't, but like it's supposed to be a paired set, and if they're asymmetrical in some way, that's like part of their design. But that said, for my druthers, I think most people would like it, and a lot of people would really like it and appreciate it. Here's the thing. Restricting player choice can be a good thing, just to say it. Also, I saw someone talking about Elden Ring, and seeing as I beat the DLC a couple days ago, if someone wants to bring back up Elden Ring, I'd be, I think someone was talking about Elden Ring lore. But I think being able to make the catalyst cherry red and your sword gross like yellow or like gross green, which I kind of is Christmas colors, so for that could be a fun. There's already so much clashing you can do in the game that I don't think that it'd make anything worse. It's not something I need for any of the other jobs that like let's see, Viper, Ninja, Red Mage, what's any other duel? None of the healers. I guess you could say like the healer, Astrolabe, and their like card holder, their dual disc. Casters, only Red Mage really. Physical Bard, you don't. I could. River could be separately dyed. Dancer, dying one chakram and the other chakram. Like, I'm not against it really, but it's not something I need particularly to be happy. But also I'm a filthy paladin main, so you know, I'm already served well. My job's the only job that's gotten the gotten the graphic update treatment from Endwalker. At least let me dye it on every gun. Yeah. Machinist lunchbox. Oh yeah, your electricity, your aetherometer thingy booper. Official term. If your main problem with it is that somebody making clashing glam, I will register to you my first Dawntrail dungeon as Namazuka. What other jobs use wands in FF? Well, I don't. So it depends. So here's the thing: the job system is not present necessarily in every Final Fantasy. Arguably, the two that it's most present in are 5 and 3. Beyond that, while technically speaking, you can absolutely look at something like 4 or 6 as each like characters aren't so much a job as they're a singular identity as a character in like 6. In 4, it's kind of the same. I mean, they're even a little bit more archetypal in the way in like which Paladin is Dark Knight or Cecil is Dark Knight and Paladin, and the way in which you know, Rosa is White Mage, the way in which Kain is Dragoon. But it's not like you change, right? Maybe we'll get a job that ponders the orb. I mean, that's a thought. Look, I want chemist, so I would definitely. Yes, everyone give Ryan a big thanks. Lore question. Yes, please. I'm currently planning a homebrew setting for Final Fantasy TTRPG. Set one on the shards. Do you think I am safe using Halmra as one of the BBGs or shit? Big Bad Endgame is a BBG. It's not. It's actually not a term I know. It's gonna put a porn. Yeah, Big Bad Evil Guy. Okay. Here's what I would say. Based on the fact that I think Pastra is going to play a little bit... I think the Maiden has something to do with Pastra, or at least one of the 4 missing Ascians. Not necessarily not necessarily, but it's just like a fallout of some level of Ascian machination. I think they might be accounted for. Here's what I would say. If you need it to strictly be canon, at every point of the existence of this game, including 8.0 and on, I would not use any of the 4 remaining unaccounted for Ascians, as they are likely to be explained, if not used. And by that, what I mean is their presence or where they went or where they ended up will be explained at some point as part of something, even if not very much. Like, for instance, what happened with Emerald and Eureka. For you don't know, one of the Ascians died because they were pulled into the live stream when Eureka was pulled into the live stream, right? But if you're not that concerned about 9.0 actually ends up coming up with a reason that Halmarat was in the 13, it was on the, what's one of the remaining shards? I think ninth and 4th might still be around. Then you're okay. That said, if you're setting your history at a further point in the past, that is so unlikely to be explored as to give you a lot of free room for creation for Ascian machinations at the time. So, I'm fine with the remaining ones not getting explained. I think there's a really strong chance that all of them do get explained. I wouldn't suspect that. Here's the thing. The Ascian goal is impossible now. Like, Zodiarch is not only no more on the source, but all the reflections. The people who are leading the charge are gone. The Convocation Stones are within our possession, so no one can be raised unless we would raise them, but there's no reason we would do that. But I do think that the remaining 4 are going to be accounted for, if only when we go to one of the remaining reflections, we hear about the history of Dudelaphon, right? A little bit. Like, I think they will be accounted for in some way, but maybe not necessarily in a we still need to beat them way. Probably in passing, maybe. I look, my guesses are wrong as often as they're right. I think there's a very strong chance that Solution 9 is, while not is tied into Ascian machination to one degree or another, not that it's going to be an Ascian story. Especially when you think about the fact that it uses the language of the ancients rather than using Allegan script or Eorzean script or Turalian script. It uses specifically the language of the World Unsundered, the writing of the World Unsundered. When you look at it thematically from what we've seen so far, its connections to the idea of trying to fabricate a paradise. Yeah. I feel like the remaining one are going to be like Gaia-like situations, if anything, but who knows? Yeah, I would agree. I think Gaia-like is a good way to frame it. I would say Gaia and Emerald, I think, would be the 2 strongest examples, where they can either show up where there is something important like a trial series or a raid series or an alliance raid series where they play a key role but are maybe not necessarily the only end all beyond goal. I mean, to be fair, we should say Gaia and Metron in that case, right? But I would definitely, or that they have already been dealt with, but the echoes of their past actions are something we're contending with. So for instance, Emerald we never meet, never contend with, but the reason Eureka was thrown into the live stream by Galif was because of Emerald in an attempt to stop them, because they knew that if the Ascians got a hold of Eureka, we were screwed, because the Ascians would effectively have a creation engine. I've seen people tie Solution 9 to the Calamity of Lightning. Yeah, I've been doing that since literally the first FanFest, because we see the lightning aspected crystal and corruption all around in places like the Archopakacha dungeon, in the on the Garou creature. It's very. The associations with the Calamity of Lightning are very, and also we have no understanding of where the Calamity of Wind or Lightning or Fire necessarily took place, other than possible hints that the Calamity of Fire might have happened in southern Eorzea. Started there, but it's not clear. So it happening in Tural goes a long way towards explaining, it answers a lot of questions, or at least it ties into a lot of the fact that history is unknown. Sorry, Yukio. Yeah, we'll finish the patch notes. I don't know how much more interesting stuff there's going to be, though. Level 1 on Disciple Lands. Scripts changing. No longer table from completion quest and leave quest. Can no longer be used for items, for example. The amount of type and crafters gather scripts received from custom deliveries have been adjusted. Focus Synthesis and Focus Touch are gone? That's interesting. Pre-referred to the Final Fantasy job guide. Following minor bonus actions can no longer be used when gathering a point at maximum integrity. Oh, that's just a nice quality of life where you can't waste. This integrity bar I'm so happy for. Fish guide. Fish. Following adjustments have been made to the rewards obtained with ocean fishing. Experience points. Experience. Oh, nice. They're cool. Increase rewards for ocean fishing. That's awesome. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Increased spirit bond gain gathering will now be based on gear's equipment level rather than its item level. Player will now receive a bonus to spirit bonding when landing a big fish or legendary fish. Oh, level cap for desynthesis has been increased from 65 to 710. When using quick desynthesis, canceling will now close the window of all items that be desynthesized. After checking the desynthesis, the entire stack box and desynthesis window, the option will remain checked even after desynthesis. Okay. I still wish desynthesizing was a little bit one less click, but new mounts have been added. The alpaca, we knew about that. Oh, look at this, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Okay, well, Milkshake has their skin for the rest of the game because that motherfucking Chocobo has not only a sombrero. Oh, I guess it's not really a sombrero. It's just a cowboy hat. I can't really tell from that angle, but it's got a cactus on its butt. Woo! Woo! All my other Cactar merch is downstairs. But Chocobo with the Cactar butt is now, I think, my spirit animal. Or at least my religion. I love the iridescent effect on the new umbrella. Okay, graphical update. A number of features have been implemented following the graphical updates have been added, improved movement of certain weapons tools. I'm really sad that I've been sick for the past 3 months because I've been so off the game that I feel like my image of the game has been out of my mind to the point that I won't see as big of a stark change. But oh, look at the oh yes. Look at that texture detail. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's all the stuff we've seen so far. System. Yep, all talked about that. Fantasia for 60 minutes. The new market board has been added to Tuliol. Mage retainers can now be registered to Tuliol market board. You may now create a female Hrothgar retainer. The retainer level cap has been raised to 100. The guild cost for using teleport has been adjusted. The map of limits is lower deck. Changes have been made to the player search menu. Editing search info, the size of the online status, the following adjustments have been made to the target information. Target remaining HP is set to display as a percentage. Decimal values will now always be shown. Display only detrimental effects you inflict is enabled to only apply to enemy targets. Default view of the action terminal will separate actions that can and cannot be assigned to the hotbar. Nice. New option has been added, allowing players to choose whether certain actions will be replaced by another on the hotbar. Oh, I'm so excited for this. New option has been added to enable a recast timer to prevent erroneous inputs of actions that replace others to the hotbar. Oh! Oh, that's interesting. I'm so excited for the... I know, okay, I don't know what actually I don't know what other people think. I think most of the job changes for Dawntrail are all really boring. I don't really mind that, to be frank. I feel like Dawntrail really helped take kind of like the getting where everything wanted to be and in Endwalker and refined it down so everyone's on an even playing field, and with now more ways that the button bloat is reduced at the high end. We still have the major problem of low end 1 to 80, 1 to 70 in particular, just is not good. It needs more buttons, or it needs something. And I think they should fix that with traits, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, makes me very excited for 8.0. Oh, Ray said check TM. Yeah, let me look. Okay, sweet. Sounds good, Ray. I saw your DM. Okay, we'll definitely do that second and do that after this because that's exciting. Ooh, a lens of Pharaoh Series theme. I love the Pharaoh Series theme. That's a great thing. I love the like kind of ethereal like woman's call. The siren's call, if you will. Yeah, they call it. It's literally like putting on glasses. Yeah. Finally, on the other side. Keep right. Thank you, Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm off for the summer. Pays to be crossing guard some days. There you go, lady. There you go. If your job, ideally, it should pay most days. With all these quality of life changes, it feels like they hired more UX designers in recent years or something. So, Aubrey, it's worth pointing out that a lot of these changes, they had already been on the, like, especially if you came in at the late part of Shadowbringers, a lot of UX, and they've been doing a lot of quality of life fixes and adjustments since 5.0, since 5.x. Like, you guys who have been playing now, if you played during Stormblood, or heaven forbid, Heavensward, the amount of UX and quality of life fixes has been crazy. But I think in part, when COVID happened and Dawntrail and Endwalker was going on, I don't think they could afford as much energy to the quality of life, despite the fact that Endwalker had an insane amount of quality, like an insane amount of quality of life. But I definitely, it feels like they were able to take a lot of the things that they've been wanting to do and further even refine that. Getting an artist to commission a character of mine as a Viper to make a PFP to celebrate Dawntrail. That's exciting, Glitch. All right, I've got to get going. Stithberry, I hope you have a good day. I'm so excited for tomorrow. I hope you have a good one, Death. Elliot, is your browser dimmed by a lot? Not particularly. Is it weird on OBS? It does kind of look dimmed on OBS. I don't know what's up with that. Let's see if I can... Huh. It does look kind of dim, doesn't it? That's weird. I wonder if it's literally the brightness. I want to test something. Monitor. Okay, so you guys do see changes, software side changes. That's my mouse. No, I want to see. Okay, well, that's just something else. Okay, I see what you're talking about. I don't actually know how to fix it off the top of my head, other than like literally in software on my computer, but I don't even know if that'll work. Let me try it real quick. Let's give it one quick chance. What do you mean I don't have just a simple brain? What the frick-a-fact? What the Sigma? Oh, I can't. Okay, no look there. On OBS, there's an option for SDR white level under advanced. It's probably 300 right now. Putting it at 1. Fidel, you're beautiful. SDR white level under advanced. Am I looking for advanced under sources, or am I looking for advanced? This is riveting, guys, I'm sure. Or am I looking for advanced from here? Yep, you called it. Although I can't. It does not let me adjust it. It's grayed out, so it doesn't look like it will let me adjust it. Maybe a byproduct of just I'm using. Okay. What are we doing? Juniper, we are currently going through patch notes, and we are talking all about lore and all sorts of 14-based goodness. We still have yet to go through the Tural website and also the thing. But no worries, Fidel. Yeah, I'm assuming you have to be off stream in order to adjust it. But yeah, forgive me, the screen may be a little bit, maybe, I thought for sure I had a way to increase my monitor's brightness. Why did you have to point it out to me? Now I'm noticing it. Ooh. Whoops. I'm not playing the Vanus Body theme. Okay. It's not as flashbang as the Dawntrail. Yeah. I like the Dawntrail login screen. I do too. And look, guys, not to be cruel, but for those of you who were not around during Shadowbringers, you don't know flashbang. You know like Shadowbringers login screen, like getting not only flashbanged but auditorially flashbanged for years. The best intro to me. Yeah, Lane, you and a lot of other people. I actually, you know what? I might be prone to agree. I love all of them, and I love all of what they represent for each one. The Shadowbringers title screen might be my favorite title screen. Lean, I will point out that if you ever want to set it as your title screen, you can. So for those of you who don't know, when you're on the title screen, you can press the watch other trailers. And if you watch any of the other trailers, it sets your title screen to whatever the trailer you watched were. So if you ever want to see the Heavensward title screen, the login screen is your login screen, or the Stormblood login screen, or the, Shadowbringers, or now the Endwalker, all you have to do is start that. No more Tales of Frost and Fire and Faith. Yeah. Lahi was definitely an audio one. Lahi. And do it permanently, Master. Yeah, so you didn't have to change it each time by watching the thing. Yeah, I bet you if we asked, I bet you if someone brought it up and asked them, they would they'd allow that. They would I think that's something that you could get them to do if they knew people wanted it. Have played less than 300 hours. Have not completed the main scenario. Death unto Dawn. Coming on. There's no longer have the new adventure status, but fulfill above requirements. Yeah, yes. I think by the time you beat Endwalker, you should probably not have the new adventurer status. I think that's a fair. Okay. I know Stormblood is widely, I think most of us agree, probably the weakest expansion. I have a fondness for it, and I probably rate it more in line with Heavensward than others. But I think a lot of the music in Stormblood got left behind. I think there's actually a lot of good shit in it. Like the Locks theme, the Locks map theme is really good. New accents, new poses. When viewing the edit portrait interface, new filters are available for background frames. New stickers. I don't think I would ever use stickers for. Copyright information displayed in the screenshots have been adjusted as follows. Just Square Enix. Duties that can be recorded via the duty record. Actually, no, wait. That's actually really nice. Oh, that's lovely. They decreased the overhead of the amount of information needed to be put on screenshots that's to reduce visual clutter. Duties that can be recorded via duty recorder have been changed. Before the mother code is used for the log message that displays when just areas accessible have been adjusted. The following changes have been made to alarms. The maximum number of alarms that can be set. Alarms. There are alarms? You can set alarms? Blacklist will be hidden. Message from characters registered. The blacklist will be hidden. The blacklisting will apply to all characters tied to blacklisted character service account. The blacklist tab has been removed from the social window and will now be displayed its own window found under the social in the main menu. Players can now save comments regarding blacklisted characters. Oh, these are good changes. Mute list has been added. Message from muting will apply to all characters tied to the muted character service count. While this message cannot be seen, if they are members of your party or alliance, the notification will be displayed when they speak during duties. Oh, interesting. Yeah, players can also save comments regarding muted characters. I can't wait to accidentally go into an alliance raid and be told someone's trying to talk to me that I muted from 5 years ago. Team filter has been added, allowing players to mask messages containing specific words from the chat log. Ooh, a term filter. That's probably good. On the bad, the following message will be implemented. Use of data channel will be restricted for the certain worlds and data centers. Players can now use the mouse to drag and drop actions onto or off of the W crosshair bar. Radiation in the main menu background. These are just system configuration. Oh, new commands. /faceware, faceware accessory, equip. Okay. Term filter. Okay, so these are just all the new things that they've... Oh, that's actually awesome. For master volume background, now you can do text command for the volume stuff. New title screen. Display of certain world names has been changed in the world selection window. Will no longer create a region label regardless of the game client language setting. After register to use the world visit system, accessing all the A3 and selecting the visit world, will now display your pending registration. After registering to use the world system, accessing an A3 and selecting visit the world will display your pending registration. That's nice. In case you need to pop that up. Retainer adventures can be assigned via the companion app. Wait. Players can not only assign retainer ventures via the companion app, but also retrieve items once they're completed. Wait, but does it still cost Kupo nuts? Can also be completed via the app using the Kupo nut and Mog coin. God damn it! God damn it, Japan! What I wouldn't give to be able to just have access to the retainers on my phone so I can send them out. Fuck your Kupo nuts! We're in a camera collision with an object excitedly marked battle cause sudden shift the camera. Yeah, these are just common issues. Okay. Well, it looks like we've got the patch notes done. I'm gonna catch up with you guys quick. Riding home. Meanwhile, Heavensward is relatively dark brightness-wise. Yeah, because it's just the snow, really, in the black background. Mostly, well, it's not black, but basically so shadowed that it's almost black. Oh, I wish I was playing back then. Such a cool screen. Hey, you're playing now, and there will be a day where someone was wishing that they were playing during Dawntrail. It will come. I did not get why home was a meme until someone told me to swap the Shadowbringers title screen. Yeah. Home, riding home, dying hope. And then also most people had no idea. Like no one, so many people had, like Big Fat Tacos, had no idea what the actual lyrics were. Through like home, Heidi ho, or something. No more Tales of Lost. Being the full game and moving from simple free trial prelude to riding home was a genuinely overwhelming. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that the trial only has the prelude. Oh, that's cool. You can only watch it once, and if you go back and it changes back to current, right? Correct, Lean. Yeah. Yep. What if what I would love is if the title screen changed depending on what part of the game you're playing in. Oh, Rose, that's a great. That's super cool. I like that too. Yeah. Whatever your MSQ set is currently in plays that title screen. I love that. Stormblood is good. It's unfortunately just the least good. Yeah, Lane, I firmly agree. We've talked about it a bunch in like the MSQ streams we've done. I think Stormblood actively suffers the most from its structure in a way that none of the others do, in that it's Girabanya, it's 4 sections, and those sections are Girabanya, Othard, Girabanya, which breaks up Girabanya in a way, and also Least does not get enough time, and it does not get enough actual screen voice and character time to be developed for how important the narrative is relying on her and her evolution to be. And it's not that her character is weak, she just doesn't get enough. Free trial and Star Edition have Prelude. Okay. Danny, good to glad to have you. Term filter will help me ignore the DJ and venue spam even better. Will be a godsend for early expansion days. Yeah. The shout runners are going to find a way around the chat filtering. Yeah, I mean, everybody always finds a way, but it doesn't mean that decreasing the amount of bad does not mean that bad still happening. It is better to decrease it, even if it's not perfect, right? Stormblood might have needed to be the 2 expansions. The problem is I don't think Girabanya carries a whole expansion. Like let's just think about it for a second. Shadowbringers is the entire size of Eorzea as an expansion, right? It's as big or bigger in terms of geographical variance and places we go than Stormblood. Endwalker not only goes to Thavnair, so southern Ilsabard. We also go to northern Ilsabard when we go to Garlemald. We go into the past. We go into space. We go into the edge of the universe, right? And yet it still works cohesively. I don't think that if you break up Girabanya and Othard's war stories, you improve them. I think paralleling them is a good thing. I think paralleling them in the way they do and showing the why, not only why we fight, but the costs of it from 2 different standpoints and 2 different cultures working through it, and showing what Doma has gone under occupation and what Alamigo's gone through occupation, I think that juxtaposition is a good thing that would be cheapened by separating them. But the story that we get does not successfully execute on all the things it's trying to do in showing that juxtaposition and in some of the characters who are supposed to represent it. And it's far more successful in Oathard than it is in Girabania. And part of that is because Girabania, you get halfway through its story, then all of the momentum stops and you effectively restart in Doma. And while the first part in Girabania is it's lovely in terms of being like its own acts, right? Like everything goes up and then the loss and Ralgor's Reach and what have you. The character dynamics that have become important for the finale with Lys and the other Alamegans somewhat suffer from that stopping and starting. But I have strong feelings about this. I'm glad to talk about them, but I won't dismiss people out of hand. Also, I want to be clear, if anyone loves Stormblood and it's their favorite expansion, I'm only happy for you. Yeah. Alamigo should have been a city-state, though. I mean, Alamigo is a city-state. If you mean it should have been a city, like that we can go to as a city, like an A city and B city, yeah, it would have been nice if Alamigo could have been a city-state. But if you actually look at it in terms of size and the quarter that we get in the map of the locks, it is relatively, it fills the same relative space, but it's not literally a B city like Ralgor is correct. Yeah. It's a weird spot, to be fair. It might have been stretched too thin as 2, but it felt too rushed as 1. I think that is how it feels. I agree. I don't think it has to feel that way. I think if you do Shadowbringers poorly, it feels like all of the first is rushed, right? I think it being 1 is absolutely executable in a way that I think if you had stronger characters to link with for longer periods of time, and especially in Lys, who is supposed to be such a pivotal character and perspective, but effectively reintroducing her at the end of 3.x. So she's effectively a brand new character at 4.0, and then proffering her such relative little screen time because you're having to establish so many of the people of Girabania and Alamigo, and also people of Doma, and while giving her great scenes of juxtaposition with those characters. For instance, someone who's always been able to fight, but not having to be part of somewhere that's been oppressed, both when it comes to Doma and also her own people in Girabania. Like, there is stuff there that's really good. But yeah. Question: how much effort does it take to film coverage for the machinima bits for your videos of Elio talking? I assume the answer is too much. The answer is too much. The answer is a lot more than you think. And the answer is I'm a little bit too particular and care too much about quality, which makes churning out videos very hard. It takes a lot more effort than you think, and Ray knows, because Ray has helped me and does a lot of her own work on archives. You would be surprised what shots take more. And here's the thing about making like the machinima and stuff. It's not always that, oh, this shot took me 6 hours or whatever. It's that this shot took me 5 minutes, but there's 20 shots that all take me 5 minutes in this one section, right? So that's 100 minutes, right, just to get a tenth of the video down. It's not that any one shot's very, very hard or very long, but that time keeps adding up and adding up and adding up. Which is not even, it wouldn't be that big of a problem if it weren't for like severe struggles with depression and ADHD, which makes it like the time I can commit to focusing on it much shorter than I would like before the intrusive thoughts win. Where I found it kind of weird is that when you go to Doma, because it would help the Girabanian effort to open a second front, and then you open and then immediately close that front before you return. Well, so remember, so Lynn, bounce off this because maybe I'm misunderstanding your point, but we open a second front, which, like, for instance, think about the fact that Xenos comes to Doma because we're over there dealing stuff, which takes pressure off Girabania, right? By Doma rebelling, it makes Garlemald have to put more resources into going and quelling that, which gives Girabania pressure off of them and time to recoup. So our immediate rebellion there is good, and also that pressure means that they have to either split their forces or commit them. And if they commit them to Girabania, Doma is free to either attack, like they help with Alamigo, or free to, recoup in its own right. And if they commit to Doma, Girabania's got the pressure off of it, right? So like our strategy is actually quite sound, and if you look throughout history, forcing great large bodies and empires to commit energy everywhere is one of the ways that a lot of like guerrilla groups defeat them, right? Is that they stretch them too thin. Yeah. I wonder if Stormblood would have worked better if it had 2 protagonists and then the story swapped back and forth between plot lines. But that'd probably not be possible due to an MMO. I think having the Warrior of Light as a perspective is good. And I think in a way, if you look at, I would argue if in some really meaningful ways, if you look at Stormblood and how it's structured, it does. It has its primary character of Lys in Girabania in terms of like reflecting that perspective, and then in Doma, in Othard, I would say that the primary perspective of the secondary Othardian character is not a single character because it's split between Yugiri, Gosetsu, and Hien. And if you wanted to oversimplify, I would just say bring it down to Hien or bring it down to Gosetsu. But you know. Yeah. Lee drives me insane because I can never put my finger on why she doesn't work as a character. For me, she's not awful, but doesn't 100% click. She's not even bad. I just say it's not a par with 414 standards. 100 Grandmaster, and I think every time, and the 2 times I've replayed Stormblood now, Lys is not a bad character. Lys is not as excellent as some of the other characters are in the strength of their heights and characterization. She does not have particularly high highs. She just has good moments, and there are not nearly as many of them proffered to her as there are to any other character. Let me give you an example. If you only took Alphino in A Realm Reborn, and that's your 1.0 or 2.0 to 2.55, that's all you have, does not work nearly as well. If you take Urianger only up to, let's say, 2.0 to 4.0, for a lot of people, Urianger is like a meh character, right? Mr. Speaks in Cursive, whatever. It's only by giving him time to shine in something like Shadowbringers and an Endwalker that I think as many people have come around on him. So by that extension, Lys is only in 1 expansion, because when she's Yida, she's effectively a different character, I would argue. And then not even necessarily a huge character in the patch content other than 4.1, maybe 4.2. Not really, like just 4.1. So she gets far less time to shine and develop. And I think Lys could have been an excellent character if she had been around for the Scions more. I think leaving her in Alamigo makes way more sense for a character. She's just woefully underutilized. Yeah, underutilized is a great way to put it, Lynn. I would definitely agree. I kind of like some of the characters in 9. They're great, but didn't get as much character development as they deserve, and they come off a little flat. Freya, Amarantine, pretty. Yeah, I having just replayed 9 for the first time in like 20 years, I totally agree with that assessment. Yeah, Lys doesn't get a lot of time to cook as a character. Really doesn't. Leaf suffers the same problem as Stormblood in a way. No bad characters expansion, but compared to the others in 14, fallen short. Yeah, my perspective is I formally agree with that, and I think, having talked to a lot of people, that is the broad consensus. I don't actually know many people who are like Stormblood's a bad expansion, and all the people who I've talked to who have said it, when I'm like, are you saying it's a bad expansion, or are you saying it's lesser than its peers? And it's always the latter, right? I wasn't big on Eorzean. They got close to a body of water, and now he's my best friend. I will say, look, as someone on the spectrum and very good at trying to cover it up very strongly, and a lot of other Urianger's speaking cursive dispositions and what have you, I loved Urianger from the get-go, and then Shadowbringers happened, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is good shit. Well, honestly, actually no, 3.4 happened, and I'm like, this character is wonderful and can be wonderful, and this is proving it. And then 5.0 happened, and I'm like, Ishikawa, you beautiful monster. And then 6.0 happened, and I just die every time I see the scene with Urianger and Moonbreeda's mother. I just die. It destroys me inside. He's one of the most... Actually, I will say, it's even more beautiful than that, because that scene alone is not beautiful. His arc throughout the entirety of 6.0 is beautiful, and I'm sorry, we're going on diatribes. We're trying to keep busy until Dawntrail comes out, and I have a lot of things to say, and I have emotions, okay? Just let me get out of some system. I have not been able to play 14 because I've been sick for like 3 months, and I just need to talk about things, and okay. Urianger is beautiful because 6.0 is a culmination of his arc of his entire story and the battle against necessity and humanity and connecting with others and what that means. And throughout all of his arc, and you get this beautiful moment between him and the Warrior of Light on Mare Lamentorum, where not only does he show his struggle, but shows the ways in which he's grown, and then is the ultimate person to be able to teach that lesson to the Loporrits. Is the ultimate person to be able to communicate that lesson to the Loporrits, which is of such importance, and it's just so beautiful. And then to have that moment with Moonbreeda's parents, when they establish it so well in the beginning, and his discomfort, his uncertainty about meeting with them, and then that fear of his culpability in Moonbreeda's death, and not knowing how to handle it, or his sorrow, or his guilt, and to then to his mother, and then his mother, who not only just hugs him, but says that she cried as much for him as for Moonbreeda. It's just that level of empathy, that level of compassion, that level of... Here's the thing, Endwalker, and all of 14, but especially to me, Endwalker, maybe strongest of all, is for all the horror in it, and for all that maybe it feels almost superficial because of its directness. It's just the value of kindness. You know, it's the value of the little things. It's the value of connection. It's the value of compassion in the face of something that person did not have to grant it. Almost especially because someone did not have to grant it. Us offering our hand to Medion at the end of Endwalker is all the more resonant. Not Medion not deserving or not deserving is kind of like a almost a silly question, because she's such an effective, like, she's only in some ways an extension of the suffering she feels, and there isn't really a choice. But anyways, y'all don't need me to rant about this. I see that the second I start ranting, everyone stops typing. I did not get along with Eorzean till 5.0, and then suddenly he's my favorite Scion. Master, have you gone back and replayed? I will say that, like, especially if you've gotten to that point after 5.0, I think replaying one of the greatest tragedies about A Realm Reborn, and I've said this very often, the greatest tragedy about A Realm Reborn is it's much better on a second playthrough, arguably to me, than it is the first. Because it proper nouns you so hard, and there's so much being thrown at you. There's so much more things that you can appreciate so much more when you have contextualization of the world than you do the first time going through A Realm Reborn. I'm not saying the active, like, mechanics are necessarily more fun, though heavens knows they're a lot more fun these days with some of the things that they've gone back and changed and fixed. Like, dude, Castrum and all that is so much better now. It hits differently knowing what we know now. Yeah. But I will say also things like 3.4. If you haven't replayed the Heavensward patches, patch 3.4, after having played Shadowbringers, definitely hits different. I'll tell you what. Do you think they'll adjust where the souls of the blasphemies won't go to the Ethereal Sea? I think about it a lot. Yeah, so I do too, Lean. So it's hard because because I've been sick, I did not study as much of hardcore the lore. Obviously, I read all of it, but then read it multiple times for some of the things. Because there's some implications that the Aether destroyed by the blasphemies does actually get pulled into, in some way, does get, the Aether may be destroyed, but the residual energies are pulled either into Ultima Thule or into places like Elysium. The thing we know is that, as described, the Dynamis so destroys the Aether, interacts with and obliterates the Aether, that the soul of the individual is gone and cannot return to the Ethereal Sea. It's probably one of the cruelest things that could happen, in some ways. Like, the one kindness of this world, you know, being that there will be peace at Journey's End, being taken away. However, what we've seen from the residual emotions that linger and that we're be able to pull into places like Ultima Thule, right? The residual emotions of the Omicron, the Carolians, the other people, their existence in Ultima Thule implies that the energies can be pulled there, but it's hard because those places weren't necessarily destroyed by Dynamis, a la the Final Days. Those places seem to have destroyed themselves, and their Aether was accrued by Medion. But yeah. Headcanon, at some point before the fight with Xenos, my Warrior of Light gives Medion a hug. I mean, that's pretty reasonable headcanon. It's not that different than how that scene actually plays out. Someone give me a song. Someone give me a chill song from 14 to put on. Also a victim of lack of concept. Oh, what is it? Medion is a victim of a lack of peer review. Yeah, I love that scene with him. Do you think they will address the whole Maybe we can hit that. Medion also feel like a victim lashing out more than a malicious villain to me. Oh, I mean, Lynn, I don't think that's even... I mean, I'm sure someone might debate it. I would say that the text as written shows explicitly that Medion, as far as her conscious desire and will is capable of going, does not want to cause the result that happens. She fights the rejoining of the sisters and the becoming of the Endsinger as hard as she can until it's impossible, because effectively her ethereal makeup is fundamentally influenced by the energies of those around her based on the fact that she's an Enteleki and the sheer amount of dynamism she has. She's such an extreme empath, she hardly even seems to have any kind of choice, right? So it's hard, because on the one hand, the Endsinger is a perpetrator of villainous acts, but is in some ways more akin to a force of nature than really a person in the same way that we would consider us, you know, more an act of a god of nature rather than intelligent intention in some ways. But it is literal intelligence. It's weird, but I would definitely say Medion is far more victim, if not almost exclusively a victim. It doesn't mean that the Endsinger's not horrifying and evil, but evil in a capital E way rather than in a lowercase e way. Also, I would argue that the Endsinger isn't necessarily even evil because it's not a sadistic creature. In fact, it's actually the antithesis of sadism. It is the desire to reduce pain. It's a utilitarian, just to an extreme of the reduction of pain that nihilism, not like existentialist nihilism, but like you know, it's Amon brought full circle. The difference is Amon is actually a sadist as well, because he wants to watch people burn. Medion is a victim of the creator that should have consulted with others. Yeah. In somewhat of Hermes' defense, is Hermes didn't, like, we know from the Hermes story that, like, he didn't fully not consult with others. It's just that he should have consulted with others at certain points that he didn't. Okay. Ilmeg. Oh yeah, let's do Ilmeg. Ilmeg, that's a great. The only reason we don't get a hug character, also a victim of the a headcanon at some point that before the fight was I maintain the only reason we don't get to hug characters is because they have it count for the full spectrum between mini height Lala and max height Ro. Lynn, that's almost certainly true. Although to be fair, in a recent patch or somewhere there actually was hugs. Like there have been some examples of hugs lately, so they are willing to do it. Let's go to the Dawntrail special site too. But I'm enjoying talking to you guys. Also, it's very easy to, as many of the people who have been around here a while will tell you, it's very easy to get me to go on a rant, especially about things that I enjoy. So forgive me. What's the new? Okay, there's something new in story. What is it though? This is all the old stuff. Maybe it's in here. Let's see. Any interesting new media? It's the launch trailer. No, okay. It doesn't look like there's much. It doesn't look like there's anything particularly updated here. Yeah, this is just from the trailer. We could talk about theories at some point too, for sure. Okay. Also, I'm gonna pull up Ray Ray's thing because Ray Ray's been trying to get me to do that for a while. Let's. Okay. So Crepe, this is what you were mentioning too, right? This is the ARG. Tural welcomes you, Board of Tural. Wait, is that? Okay, who here has seen our flag? Our flag means death. It's Steve. You know what? Dawntrail theme. Actually, I just did Dawntrail music. Battle music preview. I don't want the dungeon. I want just the map. Ah. Oh well. The villain is trying to destroy or control things to end suffering. So common in RPGs these days. They want some studios to keep it fresh. Is amazing. I mean, to be fair, lady, it's not even these days. It's that as an idea and a theme has been around in Final Fantasy itself for decades, at least the 90s. Yeah, as a common theme, it's been around in JRPGs for forever. At least since the 90s. Have a good one, Lynn. See you in Tyrol. With the graphics update, they would make some of the NPCs more dynamic in AR zones because they basically just stand there. Yeah, that would be kind of nice. They had a handshake between the character and a Warrior of Light in the new patch. Yeah. I love the Rances chilling and talking about the game is fun. 100%. Will Wineport have higher poly grades? Yes. Well, actually, technically it already does. But it might have higher texture resolution. I'm so incredibly excited to see if it'll make in the graphical update. Yeah. Can we do Knowledge Never Sleeps afterwards? Yes, and I think we can. Is Lyra crafted in a lab to be the most depressed being to ever live? Even that wasn't Hermes' goal. She was crafted to be the most empathetic, which ironically makes her the most depressed. Has anybody here seen Our Flag Means Death? Am I the only one? Because if not, if you want to watch a show about the most... If you want to see the gayest romance story that it has to do with Blackbeard the pirate and the pirate gentleman, Steve, you should watch The Flag Means Death. It's amazing. It's just amazing. Okay, new merch. I love Tyrol. I love that the website even feels like a Tyrol talk. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Board updates, notes from today. Greetings from the new intern deputy director here. My first official blog post. I'm actually getting to be joining the board of Tyrolism. It's a new intern deputy director. It's been my dream job since childhood. I remember telling my father, "Daddy, someday I want to be the deputy director of Tyrolism." To which he sighed, the sigh of a father overcome with pride. Or so that's how my mother explained it later. Fathers are funny like that. Who wrote this on Laporet? Anyway, enough with looking into the past. The future is calling. Lots to do as the previous deputy director left plenty of unfinished work. And most of their belongings as well, strangely enough. And everyone has been busy looking for a misplaced tour map that Girja has been tirelessly working on while out in the jungles. It's been his life's work. No one has the heart to tell him that that we don't know where it is. So if he mentions anything, please just change the subject. Until then, bon voyage. Allons-y. Job. Elixir mixer. Are you an alchemist looking for your next big gig? Then we found the perfect position for you. After a few mishaps when combining certain materials that should not be combined, our famed elixir shop in Tuliolal is looking for a new mixologist. Must provide proof that you're never accidentally blown anything up. Viper blade sharpener. I can't believe they got... Okay. I need to watch this.
Greetings. As my first act as interim deputy director of Tyrolism, I'd like to welcome you to our beautiful continent. I'll be making updates on the day-to-day goings-on, so you don't miss out on such exciting announcements as deals for balloon tours and new and delicious food vendors.
We've got Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1 through 3. How did they get him to do... How did this come about?
Also, duck and cover warnings in case of monster attacks. Wait, is that real? Finally, at this time, we are unable to share any information on the disappearance of the previous deputy director. So, please stop contacting us, it says. Unless it's about our wonderful balloons, in which case, visit tourtyrol.com.
This is amazing. That's amazing. Oh my god. Baby mammal jaw. It's a baby hoobigo. My mom forgot me in the line at the famous Tyrol Bazaar, and all I got was this postcard. Get in, adventure, we're going raiding. That reminds me. Kozumauka, home to the Tyrol's spikiest waterfall. My other ride is a chocobo. I read that as my mother rides a chocobo, which... Well, moving on. Okay. Is this actually a chatbot? Okay, Ray asked me to put something in here. What can you tell me about Tyrol? Tyrol is home to a wide variety of cultures and creatures and adventurers. It includes areas such as Tuliolal, Urkopacha, Shalawani, Yakta El, and Redacted. Redacted? Redacted. Can you elaborate? Dang, here comes a bridge. Losing reception. You've been disconnected from Tural Talk due to technical difficulties. If you want to try again, consider asking different questions and ignore redacted. Tell me about Tural's locales. Tural is proud of the many cultures who call it home. For more information, please visit the Tural to meet you section of our website. No more. How else can I help you? What happened to the previous deputy director of Turalism? Huh? I know where everyone is, and the previous deputy director retired in secret to tend to his farm. Anything else I can help you with? That's all, I guess? Have a Turalific day! Oh my god. What should I do in Tural today? I recommend visiting the Things to Do section on our website. It has all sorts of helpful recommendations for travelers of every type. I'd like to know more. How else can I help you? What's the weather like today? Oh, are you a real person? Are you a real person? That's a silly question. My name's Tiat Gem. I also manage the tourtural.com and spokesperson of Tattles Tacos. That's Tattles Tacos. The bite that bites back. Why is it the bite that bites back? To make a very long story short, Tattle realized too late that the creature that was supposed to be a taco wasn't ready to be a taco yet, and it bit him. Is there more to that story? To make a very long story short, Tattle realized too late that the creature that was have a Turalific day. That's kind of amazing. Friggin' SCP fetish. I know that Tural Bizarre font. That made me want to rewatch Voltron. You can right click and save all the postcards as a PNG by the oh. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Loose alpacas. Travel stories from the other explorers. Fly to Tural in open skies. Okay. Cool. Let's get some more. I'm over here about to start playing Whirlin' and Rag is from Disco Elysium. Oh, you know what? People wanted to play To the Edge. Well, you know, I mean, if we want To the Edge, we basically just can do help this thing. For those of you who don't know, 'Neath Dark Waters and Stars Long Dead and Skies Unsundered are all the same song as To the Edge. If you listen closely. Click on the alpaca warning. Okay. Great. For all troubles. Alpacas have escaped their enclosure. No further action required. Just letting you know in case you like alpacas and want to pet one. Enjoy your stay in Tural. That's some infinite. That's some of you guys' energy. To also bring up some other questions to engage with people on. What are all y'all's favorite scenes from the story thus far? From 2.0 to 6.x. So I'm gonna pull up my baby. Show me my paladin job changes. Thank you. Okay, base potency increased. The additional effect of Grant's Goring Blade ready has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Oh, right, because now this is just a flight straight goes into Goring Blade, which, I mean, it already did, so it's not like it's a problem. That's a huge question to ask. Well, we've got time, Levi. Des, good to glad to have you. The amount of secrets on the site, I know, right, Voltaire? Now check the little paper behind the leaves and the alpaca warning. Oh, Jesus! There's even more? But you guys have time to come up with an answer. It's not like we have to rush to answer the question about your favorite scenes. I mean, it can also be scenes. Doctor! Well, that's interesting. It's Shalloani. So, like, that makes sense because this is Tural. So, like, if we think about it, this should be Shalloani. And then, like, over here would be Lozen Heta, and over here would be Solution 9. So I don't know why it's cut off like this. Was any... Because, like, if we... Here, like, let me pull up. Where did I save my maps? This should be Shades. But, so if we look at, like, see, Tuliolol's here. This is Shalloani. Shallow are where the cacti are. Like that guy is the Adobe sort of style things. Also, I'm hoping, because we saw these in a trailer, I'm hoping this is supposed to be Wallachui stuff, but we don't know. There's been no mention of the Wallachui, so they may, instead of being in Shallow they may be in Lozeniheta. But like, if we assume that this plots out, right, the fact that this is the great divide, the star to sea divide, right, and Tuliyolal's here, if there's another thing here, it would be geographically Lozeniheta, unless it like transitions over from showing us Jacques Tural areas to Yogg-Tural areas. In the Turali culture, health, and wellness part, you will not regret it. Okay, yeah, y'all went through this. Turali wealth and health. Fourth, Froth and Foam is up there for my favorites. It's a reminder that once upon a time Michelle was a little kitten who was so excited about magic and learning Loki and magical. Okay, let's see. The end of 2.5 leading into Heaven's Word. Yeah, the Bloody Banquet. Iceheart, yep. Stinian and Alfie hanging out together in Heaven's Word. It's the first time it really felt like an RPG party. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way, on the like the camp, the conversations around the campfire. Or the conversation that I go to is in the Churning Mists when Stinian, talks about how he still has his belief, though he can't deny like what he sees with his own eyes. You said Turali culture infinite? Yeah. Oh my god. Acupuncture with cactars? Wait. Guys, I don't think I can play the MSQ of Dawntrail because I'm going to be over meditating with the mob mullins. Most popular. Work stressing you out? Life got you a little down? Big fish escaped your line? You know what? Let's do this right.
Work stressing you out? Life got you a little down? A big fish escaped your line one too many times and you need a break? There's time to let your worries melt away with one of our experienced Moblin meditation maestros.
Oh man, dude! If there is not a barrel tender mount or something, like there's already a barrel tender minion, so I'm okay. I'm doing okay. But if there's not a barrel tender mount, I'm gonna be real sad. And I'm willing to wait if it's in at least the patch content. Mammaljaw, hailing from the lowest forest of Hydaelyn. Yep, we do that. Mammaljaw can be offered their services to travelers into the law, peddling their wares in the bustling bazaar and serving overseas tourists where we've gotten lost. That's also how we know the Hydaelyn dungeon was the subterranean below Cenotes one, because it's got all the Hobigo and Booty-Wan imagery. These fierce warriors can be often found sunning themselves after a long day of hunting. Like most people, they do not enjoy random tummy rubs, no matter how much. It seems like they want one, so we recommend respecting their space. Y'all gonna try. Moblins, not to be confused with goblins, with which they share a common ancestry. These merchants from Kozumaukas procure materials from the earth, and they are key players in Tural's local economy. If you're looking for beautiful metalwork, seek assistance from your local moblin. Calling your Kopacha home, these Pelu travel the continent on alpaca back and are renowned producers of tea, coffee, and mezcal. Pelu are known for their bird-like masks and short stature, so there's no need to comment on their height. They already know. Yeah, the Mammaljaw female just dripped out. Oh, they got the... Oh, guys, we're getting another... We're absolutely getting another, Eorzean cookbook. Are we gonna have to do another, cooking stream? Is that what's going on here? Advice from locals. Don't challenge Wukulmat to an arm wrestling contest. Anonymous one-armed Mammaljaw. Soup scene with Julius is pretty high up there for me. John, I totally agree. The Little Things scene with Julius is one of my favorite scenes in the game. Totally with you. Is there another side to the ticket? Doesn't seem like it. Keep the navigation menu at the top. Moblin seems chill. Moblin still seems chill. I just chose between the twins and Garlemald and I can't choose between the twins and Garlemald and Urianger with Moonbreed as parents. Yeah. Both really good. Meditating time. Still a 3.0 res for reasons provided. Oh, Lord, for you three. Oh, Des. Oh, Des. I love that the Charlian theme is flow. And I love that it's because flow being one of the fundamental musical themes works so well, but also because the ethereal sea being so close with the Ancient Scope, the fact that you can, it's the one place where you can hear Hydaelyn in the music is even more perfect in my mind. And not just immediately clocking us as a time traveler. Yeah, that is pretty good. Anyone figure the passcode? Oh, Voltaire, did I miss a passcode? Is there a passcode somewhere? Rise again. How can you not want to sing along with Flo? That's so beautiful. So fucking beautiful. It hurts. Discovery page. Things to do, taking the breathtaking sights. The dirigible tour. Oh, enter pass. Oh. Sure, spell it right. Okay, I was spelling it right. Doesn't look like it's password. Yep, I got nothing. Passcode box is now currently correct. Oh, so it can only error out. It's not actually real. That's the second time we've seen Gearjaw's name. It has it to be Gearjaw. The second most dangerous is interim technical director of Terrell. Team Gearjaw forever. You said inside the board, second question. Well, we do. We at the Board of Trial dedicated ensuring a once-in-a-lifetime experience for travelers far and wide. Whether you consider yourself an adventurer, food lover, crafter, gatherer, or just need to get away for a little while and lay low due to a bounty, it's our immense pleasure to serve each and every visitor who sets foot, claw, paw, and other appendage of choice on our beautiful continent. As our department serves both native Trollian expats from the east, we pride ourselves on our unique perspective, both as visitors to this beautiful land and those who call it home. We've made it a priority to seek out the best Tyrol has to offer, from food and accommodations to thrills and adventure. Want to take a dip in the ocean? We've scouted the most breathtaking views you'll ever want to see. Interested in charting a dirigible ride over the jungle? We know just who to talk to. Have you accidentally awoken some ancient beast from its slumber and ushered in a new era of terror as it wreaks havoc on any hapless souls who are unfortunate enough to find themselves in its path of destruction? We'll contact your loved ones to start getting your affairs in order. That's so good! Upon your return, ***, we guaranteed you'll feel rested, satisfied, invigorated, and unmaimed. Return not guaranteed. The Board of Terralism waives any legal, moral, existential, and financial responsibility in the event of loss of limb, wing, leg, torso, tail, head, or sanity. And eager to book your next trip, when the day comes, the Board of Terralism will be here to guide you with each step on your journey. Oh, someone had a fun time with this. I love feeling unmaimed. Hildebrand died. I have a feeling the Board of Terralism might be involved in the Hildebrand questline. That would be awesome. He sadly won't be coming back if the Hildebrand Tyrol talk thing they had. FAQ. I just arrived in Tuliolal. Where should I start? We recommend Bazaar to enjoy all the culinary and cultural staples Tyrol has to offer. Do you have any favorite foods to recommend? The short answer is tacos. The long answer is big fat tacos. You can't say that the devs don't at least know the memes of their game. I saw a guy wielding 2 blades and doing flips and stuff. Can I be that cool someday? That's a Viper, and you're certainly welcome to try. Maybe wait until you're at least level 95 before you attempt flips, though. A small mammal stole my "It's All I Can Taco" bout shirt at the bazaar. How do I get it back? The shirt belongs to the Nutkin now. We do not recommend trying to get it back. I've been approached by a candidate who offers to split any riches found in the fabled city of gold. What should I do? Please ignore them. Please, if not for your sake, then for the sake of the overworked mammal Jaw we have to send to find you after you get lost. His name is Gearjaw, and he's exhausted. Please think of poor Gearjaw. I really hope Gearjaw is an actual character that we meet, because they keep mentioning him. 2 blades are better than 1 Viper in lead speak. That's amazing. They definitely look into memes, yeah. I'm so jealous of people who put this together. It seems like such a fun little project, right? Yeah, I don't see anyone that has really breached or released a code for the ARG yet. I wonder, Lane, if it can't even be breached until Dawntrail actually launches. But I wouldn't be surprised if in playing Dawntrail we don't have an answer. What if Netkins are actually Solution 9 drones that keep them appraised of the outside world? Levi, I feel like you're like really hitting hard at that whole birds aren't actually real and it's just the, what is it, FBI or CIA? They're actually FBI or CIA drones. That is a real conspiracy theory if you think I'm just making that up. It won't be insanely cool if you'll be able to get the code in game. Rain, I think that's what's gonna happen. I bet you in the story you're gonna find a password at some point for Solution 9 or the other gate thing going on. Mice are the most intelligent life form, though. Yesterday I thought all the raw merch is sold out. I do know Gearjaw, but man, I want to meet him already. I do not know Gearjaw, but I want to meet him already. Me too. Okay, what are the changes? Okay, it's just same Riot Blade, Fast Blade. Fighter Flight now it's not even, unless the Goring Blade Ready can be used at any time. I mean, the only change that would really Firefly would do with that is make Goring Blade now. You can't accidentally use it off, out of sync, and also maybe want to use it first before using Requiescat. Total Eclipse. No changes. Goring Blade. Now she has a recast timer with other actions. Execution. So it's, yeah, okay. Execution now requires the effective Goring Blade Ready. Recast time has been reduced from 60 to. But I'm assuming it's only in the fight or flight window, right? Yeah, so it's effectively the same. Royal Authority. Combo bonus grants 3 stacks of Sword Oath. Has been changed to grants of Tome Ready. Intervention. Oh, it's the additional effects increasing damage reduction by an additional 10% is now affected by Guardian stats. Oh! Oh, that's interesting. Oh. Okay, I got it. Sorry guys, I'm a paladin main. I gotta read my shit. Yeah, so you're just now part of the reduce damage. Well, let's wait. That's weird. Just not say that because if I'm not mistaken, this Sentinel becomes a Guardian, right? Dude, it doesn't really denote that. Maybe let me look at traits. Should be 92, right? Yeah, upgrade Sentinel to Guardian. Okay. Fast Blade. None of this does anything for me. For success after completing combo with Roach. Increase the potency of Fast Blades. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Increase the potency of Fast Blade is just potency. Upgrade Resquiat to Imperator. Blade of Honor, ready upon landing. Blade of Valor. Imperator changes to Blade of Honor while under the effect. A Blade of Honor ready. Yeah, so it's just your 1, 2, 3, then final. Rampart increases HP recovery via healing actions on self. Well, that's particularly good for a paladin. I mean, I guess it's probably decent enough for warrior and stuff for your sustain, but with clemency and stuff. Fuck, it's gonna make me cry, but I'm Dude, I remember when I first got here, probably like what, a year or more now, and like I just started balling on the stream. It's beautiful. Goma Castle music is fun. Yeah, we could definitely do that next. This might no longer get to listen to people struggling to pronounce Requiescat. What? I didn't realize that was a common thing. Is it? I mean, like, I'm not saying it's not a weird word, so I'm not like, I guess I'm not surprised, but I don't know that many other Paladin players, I guess. Can Square do something with flamethrowers, please? Doesn't Machinist? Am I crazy? Doesn't Machinist have something with a flamethrower? Oh, what did they say? What if Neckins are actually solution? Oh yeah, okay. Would it be instantly cool if we were able to get the code? I do not know. Honestly, that's a fun theory. I'm on board. Why not? Can Gware do something with a flamethrower? Why not? It's not a chill song. Oh my god, this music I have playing in my house. I love it so much. Yeah, the Elysian music. The song is Endwalker in my mind. Yeah. Yeah. Footfalls and Flow really define Endwalker so much to me, and especially this is so perfect for its finale. Omicron Tribe Quest really tugged at my heartstrings. Yeah. Is very beautiful, because the thing that's so important about one of the things that is all our understanding about Ultima Thule is that this is a grave of the sorrows, but also ultimately of all the people we know, but we prove that there are also the hopes. It's not the emotions of all the people brought there is not only just despair. The Elpis flower field proves that, and so the Omicron Tribal Quest or Allied Society Quest so beautifully shows it, furthers that point, right? The fact that Elysium can exist, that hope can form, that a world that even in a place so devoid of hope, a place so the epitome of lightlessness, even there is at least the desire for something better, nothing else. Yeah, I wish the version played in the dead ends. Ultimate. Yeah, like after you finished it, instead of the close in the distance version that we have now. I kind of like that it's Elysium specific, because Elysium is supposed to, like, we've brought light to Ultimate Thule, but Elysium is supposed to be a distinct entity within it, right? And this is the place of it becomes the place of healing. But yeah, I know a lot of people are mixed on Close and Distance, especially because it's a lyrical song. But for me, especially as the final zone of like what is effectively Final Fantasy XIV's story, in so much that like 2.0 through 6.0 is kind of like a RPG onto itself, like with a beginning, middle, and end. And now we're gonna get a second arc that I feel like an RPG. Like, to me, Final Fantasy XIV 2 is just 6.x to probably whatever the final expansion is. Like, that's what Final Fantasy XIV 2 is, in a way. At least that's my mindset. Still better than remembering every single Sam action and differentiate different Hisatsus. Yeah. Yes, that's true. The Omicron questline feels weirdly important to Endwalker thematically. I mean, is it weirdly important? Because I feel like, I definitely agree that it's incredibly important, but I think, like, that's exactly why it is. And I would argue that, like, the Loprit and the Archosodra are both of the Loprit in some ways is just as important thematically, if you think about it. It's what do you do now that our path is gone, right? And the Archosodra is people being able to unite together. And then Shadowbringers ones is interesting because it is, I think, also very much that in terms of the themes as well. Yeah, really important for something locked behind a weekly grind. I mean, maybe, but I don't think there's nothing that Omicron does that is necessary for Endwalker to tell its story. It only reinforces what it already told in beautiful ways. So making it optional to me is far more appropriate. Like, if you want to say it shouldn't have been, don't put something like that behind Daily and make it like the Omega quest, right? Or maybe like don't make tribal allied societies daily, or like, you know. But I do think that like its placement in its optionality is actually, I think, probably is appropriate for the way it buttresses the theme rather than being necessary to tell it. That's just my thought. They did a great job with the Allied Society quest. And if I correct anything that any of you are saying, it's not so much a correction of you, it's that if I need to get it in my head to say it as that. So, the Allied Society quest in Endwalker felt like it was really expanded on an MSQ concept, yeah. Or if it between Ixicol, Juricol, and other coals, yeah, for Sage. Okay. Yeah, Paladin doesn't have, like, anything exciting, which honestly is fine, because Paladin already felt really good, so the changes are mostly just... What's nice about this healing thing on Rampart is it now means that, like, choosing it, if I know I'm going to go into, like, tossing myself a Clem, makes more sense to throw that on, instead of throwing on... not wasting, but using my... What is it now? Sentinel's what called? Guardian? Yeah, Guardian. Also, frickin' Erecta Magic. I get a frickin' barrier. 1,000 potency. Holy moly. Okay, so Requiescat becomes Imperator, deals unexpected damage to target all enemies, additional 3. Grants force active Requiescat during third duration. Requiescat effects. I mean, it's really, it's just Requiescat. Blade of Honor, target all enemies before the first enemy. And then this is just the fourth part in your, yeah. There's no... Perform actions in certain orders increases potency and applies combo. Yeah, this is just my 1, 2, 4 instead of the 1, 2, 3, right? Because as a paladin, you have 1, 2, 4, but you also have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Vast Blade, Riot Blade. Yeah, and then you got Rage of Halone, but the Rage of Halone becomes, what does it become? What is its name at higher levels? Atonement. Okay. Flips. Yeah. Feedier, Blade of Faith, Blade of Truth, Blade of Valor, and now Blade of Valor basically goes into actually, Blade of Valor just becomes Blade of Honor. Both gauge, simple mode, yeah. Oh, you know what I do want to see, though? I want to see the simplified mode of Viper and Ictomancer's gauges. I'm a good enough player to understand things. I'm not the best player to be explaining a lot of this to people. If people have questions and when we want to talk about it or look through it, hell yeah, but... like, I've leveled every job to 90 once, and then I'm doing it again on a separate character. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You still get a simplified, but as 2, yeah. Okay, and then how does magic do? Oh, it's just a little simple. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's nice. That's really nice. Okay, let's pop that down. Okay, we have obviously got this. Okay, I'm gonna go get water real quick. What I would love is for everyone here to either, if you have a lore-based question, story-based question, or like 14-based question in general, or I mean, Eorzean Archives-based question as well, go ahead and pop those. Ray, if you've got some of those saved up, pop them. Or so we can talk about that stuff. And also, if we want to start talking about Dawntrail information, we can go over that. I also could go grab my Encyclopedia Eorzea volumes 1 through 3 if we want to talk about any of the lore of them. But I'm guessing people are more interested in like Tyrell stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna go get a glass of water, and then I will be right back. Yeah, come in. Oh yeah. Hey guys. Guess who's here? It's the boy. Oh, okay. I got water. We're good to go. Let's see. Did any of you get any questions? Okay, Ray DM'd me. I think the real problem is that the Gathering Quest, a lot of people don't think. Yeah. Yeah. I really like 14. The fact that 14 promotes you to try every aspect of its content rather than just saying, like, you can absolutely play only the single slice you like, but if you're story oriented, you really shouldn't be opposed to like trying stuff. If you're really only combat oriented, then like you don't need to do it. It's not like power's tied to it. So like, I'm personally a fan of the fact of 14's very holistic mindset towards its content. You know. I wonder if we see Solution 9 robot-looking people, the Warrior Light will be like, these look kind of like Corellians, what the fuck? I mean, it'd be very easy to headcanon that, but to be fair, they'll probably not mention that. Although, I mean, technically the Scions were there, so there's no reason that the Scions couldn't mention that. But if anything, I wouldn't be certain. I would. There have been other points where people haven't mentioned things that will be other parallels. So now we'll be ready to get Omni 100. Gosh, hope the reward for such milestone is cool. Was there? What was the reward for Omni 90? Because obviously 80 was Amuro. 10 levels is better than 90. It's true. True, Nori. Everybody's loving the good boy. I had similar question to this in the past, and I'd love to hear from the rest of chat in this, but what weapons do you guys want to see in the game? Not what jobs, just what weapons. Yeah. Whip. Ray wants the whip. Healing hammers. You gotta explain that one to me, Ray. It's like a giant hypodermic needle, and you just like smash it like maces. To be fair, we technically have maces in like lore and stuff. Like Kryle's weapon was a mace before being Pictomancer. Quarterstaff. Crossbow. To be fair, we all do, as machinists do have crossbows already. Oh, you're sick. I'm sorry. I hope you get better. Good to see. Glad to have you. I've gone quiet. How have I gone quiet? I'm like, I'm right up on, unless you meant I was quiet earlier when I was away from the mic because I was with Deadpool. Do you think there might actually be a big swerve away from 9 stuff towards some other FF game? I think they're gonna do what they've done with like Shadowbringers and Endwalker and Dawntrail. Or I think Dawntrail's gonna be like Shadowbringers and Endwalkers. 4 is the primary core inspirer, the same way that 3 is the primary inspirer of Shadowbringers. I mean, literally, you know, Eternal Winds and whatnot. I'm quiet now. How's that? I keep going quiet when I turn my head away from the mic. It's give me a second. Anyone know how to check if some sort of interface is affecting my volume beyond OBS? Because on OBS, I literally am maxed out, and I can even literally see on my interface here. Well, you can't really see it, but I can see that I'm approaching peaking, and yet I'm so quiet for you guys. That's weird. That shouldn't be, because I have it almost blasting up, and I've had it much lower than this and been fine. Real tech, increase volume on mic. Let's just see what happens. Let's see. I feel like I must have messed with the setting or something. System under sound. Okay, I'm gonna try talking. How loud am I now? Is it louder? I won't talk too loud in case they just bumped it up a lot. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Much better? Okay. Yeah, looks like it was alpha. Let me know if it's too loud at any point. Okay. Testing. It's picking up another. Oh, I wonder if that's. I bet you. Is the other sound better now? Because I think the problem was I had my gain up too high, so it was probably catching things from over beyond my my air conditioner unit and stuff. Yeah, I have an AC fan on because it's hot out here. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just turned down the gain, fixed it. Okay, cool. We're good. Back at it. Let me read all you guys. You're talking about weapons. Crossbow. Do you think there might actually be a big swerve away from the 9 stuff towards some other FF games? Head plumes. Wait, how are head plumes a weapon? Are you like just are you like? I mean, you play a Lalafell, so I guess we could just toss you, fire you, right? Omni 90 was a little headpiece or something. Oh, head plume was the reward, not a weapon. My bad, Infinite. My bad. Maces. Yoshi just recently said the whips would be a problem. Did he say it from a cultural perspective, or I'm pretty sure he probably just said from a practical one, just because like it would be, yeah. Omni 90 is really weirdly weird undieable head plumes. Yeah, the Amuro mount. I wish in some ways they would do more with like the Amuro mount. Now let's pull back up. This. Which view of the whips will be a problem. Giant syringe is still the only weapon I want for healer at this point. Whips would probably be cool, but probably a huge main anime, I guess. I mean, they definitely would be for. You probably could use inverse kinematics to make it work, though. But probably wouldn't look that good though. Maybe if you just I feel like right now the only like job archetype. I guess it's not really it's a job, not a weapon. It's like the only weapon like I jokingly want is Blitzball, but I don't even want Blitzball as a weapon. I just wanted Blitzball as a minigame. And and Yoshi has spoken, but I will not give up my hope. Look, the man said that we would never, ever get another race, and then literally at FanFest JP was like, well, maybe if you guys want one really bad. And just, motherfucker. Rune Knight would be a cool tank. I don't know what that what his weapon is. Like Sword Shield, maybe? Like maybe also like the Elden Ring Sword Shield, you know, of Dueling Shield or something. What about Warfan? Oh, that's interesting. I mean, definitely it could be. Yeah. Red 13 kind of uses head plumes as a weapon. Yeah. The Omni 90 reward was underwhelming. Yeah, Nure, I don't wonder if they won't keep them underwhelming because they kind of don't. They like do this thing where they like create something to give incentives, and then they're like, oh, maybe people are really mad that they, because like a lot of people want the armor amount, but they don't want to level all the jobs, right? Let Lala's run. This would be a problem to get them to move right. It would be a problem to create them. That's true. Lala fell Yeeter for new range DPS. So no Frem Rose with whips. They didn't say that. Des Yeeter for new range. I think for our whip we need to do something like a vanilla caster. Like Vanille's caster rod. Oh! Yeah, that would be cool. The kind of like yo-yo-y thingy Vanille FF13 weapon. For those of you who don't know, it's like this, but it also like goes out, like stretches out, like it, like they're like the arms are like tied to like are like a string. Yeah, no, I think that would be a really awesome solution. I think that'd be a great weapon. As a Lala player myself, I support the idea. Tossing me the speed of sound where I can smash things with my axe. Look, I'll point out that since A Realm Reborn, we have cutscenes where Lalafells fire themselves as torpedoes as weapons. What is it, the Goldsmith quest in A Realm Reborn? They're gone, Mammal John. I think Paladins should get a raise. A raise to what, Craig? You should never get anything done too many people. I think they get enough pay already. Reading that just made me think of underpaid Paladin. Wait, what are you guys? Oh, a raise! Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's confused. Like, being able to bring them back to life. I definitely thought underpaid paladins as well. That's exactly where my head went. I was like, Nani? Nani sore? This is why I'm asking about weapons with things like Viper. I don't think we can really predict jobs anymore, but weapons, I think we can. I think we could still predict jobs. No, actually, I see your, no, I take your point. I do, I agree that I don't think overly predicting jobs is likely, but predicting weapons is definitely. I mean, look, Ray made a video about, joking about Realm's paintbrush being a weapon, and then we got Picto, so Ray's got a good track record. Double-handed shields are silly, but very cool. I mean, yes, but when has Final Fantasy ever been afraid of silly? Like, I would argue, like, I would point out that, look, Pictomancer's going into battle with a paintbrush and a palette. You know, is a double-handed shield any more silly? All the blue mages mauling here over the shadow. Yeah, definitely Nevik. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. And at least they got the Morble, though, right? Also, orbs spawned. You gotta give me a little something. Like, I was gonna say, like, put the orbs on, like, a chain, or, like, on a chain or something, but now I'm just arguing for anal beads as a weapon. I wonder if the best master might, something like a Vanille's weapon, or actually, Beastmaster, really would have worked well for a Beastmaster as well. You know, you're right, actually, the Vanille's weapon for Beastmaster would be kind of interesting. That would make a lot of sense. Because you can also use, like, a capturing device and stuff. Vanille's weapon would work well for... Yeah. I forget that, like, there's, like, no shots other than in battle with her. Or, like, little arm thingy doodah. Yeah, that would make sense. And for those of you who want a crossbow, it's not really a crossbow, but it's... But if you did something like that and it was fireable... Although, really, hers is just more like a bladed Tonfa, I guess. She's really just the Tifa successor. Did you say beads? Look, okay, hear me out. If you had a whip and you had a bunch of orbs on them, right? If you had like a line, like a giant piece of string orbs on them, that's just a giant set of anal bead, right? Is there a job that uses a bell as a spell focus or something like that? So yes, Rose, kind of. In lore, geomancers do. So like if you see especially in not as much in 14. In 14, there's the kind of the geomantic weapon is kind of like a different sort of totemic thing, but very well could be bells are also correlated to like dome and geomancy. But in like 11 and in other Final Fantasy games, bells are I wouldn't say common, but are definitely associated with them. Bells weapon. Let's pull that up. Like, I theorized that if we ever got Geomancer as a job, we would probably get a bell. But honestly, this day, with how, like, Viper and Pictomancer are kind of left field picks, and I think that they want to make things interesting, I think anything I would ever come up with would be way too conservative. Like, that's, like, a Green Mage, Geomancer, all the things I come up with are too safe. They're way too safe. So I don't think I'm ever going to be right on my guesses for the jobs that come out. Although I would stand by my rationale for why I argue for them. But yeah, so Final Fantasy 3, you have them. Geomancers have them. Final Fantasy 5, Geomancers have them. Final Fantasy 11, Geomancers have them. Then also the Tactics games, I guess, as well. So, if we ever got a Geomancer class, bells would be my guess for what we would get. Too safe, unlike, let's say, God damn it, Infinite. For those of you who don't know, I have long argued against Necromancer ever being a job to make sense. Because necromancy in Final Fantasy XIV is explicitly evil. The closest that you could get is like Reaper is different because of Void Sent Pacts being there. Like even that like kind of pushes the boundary. The only thing that you could like the problem with necromancy as it's portrayed is that you can't raise the dead in 14 and not have it be an evil act because you're either desecrating a corpse or pulling a soul from its rest. Now, could you make a job that kind of uses that like channels the spirit of ancestors or something for powers? Sure. And to be fair, it seems like Viper's a little bit like if we look at Viper, It even kind of goes towards that. Among the myriad beasts of Tural, a select few awakened to preternatural powers, becoming what are known as Tural's Vidral. To overcome the threat of these almighty beings, hunters studied one of nature's deadliest predators, one capable of overcoming foes greater even than themselves, the Viper. They are swift and agile, with dual blades like fangs to bite or combine into a single weapon. They weave about the battlefield. Named for the serpent that inspired their fighting style, the Vipers of Tural remain steadfast in their duty to defend the people. I guess it doesn't really talk about it much here, but there was another description of them that kind of did that, like kind of talked about Vipomancer. Say Melly about Necro. Thank you, Rose. I'm not crazy. Okay, get some rest, Penny. You don't take into account the fact that they have to sell these jobs on a period. Oh, I take it into account. I just don't value it. Well, okay. One, I do take it into account, and I would point out that every time we've had conversations into the past, I've said, hey, you can't just pitch me something that doesn't have an identity, right? When I talk about having an identity, a visual identity is part of having an identity. So I do take that into account. But I also point out that Geomancer having a visual identity is absolutely something you could, like, there is so much you could do with that. Or with like a, yeah, so like, I do think I take that into account. I just don't, yeah. Every time I look at this poster, it looks like Koana is holding a giant sword. It does, kind of because of Ghoul Jaja. So it would be less necromancy. If action names for awakening actions is a dwarf, its action names for awakening actions is a dead ringer. Yeah. I still dearly, dearly hope that the snake that inspired the Viper turns out to be Scree. Yeah, it turns out to be the Ronkin, Serpent of Ronkin. Plushie Mancy. That's your dream job, Ray Ray. I wonder if they'll ever do WoW Druid thing with a job that transforms itself into different animals, or if they think that's just too similar to WoW Druid. So when I argued for Green Mage before Dawntrail, like the Dawntrail jobs were assigned, that sort of rationale was what I was using, Master, because I with Green Mage and Geomancer, using elements of sort of the Druid and Shaman of WoW would make a lot of sense. But I don't think you would ever see animal transformation. I think what you would see is channeling. The same way the Viper, right? I think it is showing that. There's a difference between having an identity and having an identity that's easy to sell. Not trying to smash on Geomancer. I'd like Geomancer, it's just not flashy. I would agree with you if you mean that Geomancer as the current incarnations exist isn't flashy enough. I would argue that I think you could absolutely make Geomancer flashy as much as you can make Pictomancer flashy. You think about it being its elemental associations. You think about the way in which you could give it some of its like visual identity, like its flowing outfits from not just 14 and stuff, but also from 11 and prior examples, and giving it some of the capabilities, like being able to like create a giant rend in the earth, a torrent of flame. Like all the elemental associations, like tidal wave, basically Avatar fantasy. People have the fantasy of wanting to be the Avatar, right? Like you can I think you can absolutely take the 3, 5, 11 version of Geomancer and the 14 lore around Geomancer and make it a job that would be flashy enough to sell to people. Personal feeling. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Look, if there was gonna be a time, I was gonna be now. Okay, see, that sells me on Geomancer. See? Avatar Geomancer. See? I'm just saying. Like, literally, if you play the version from, like, 3 and especially 5, like, that's just all you're doing is you're doing crazy effect shit like that. I want Geo as limited show. Channeling magic through plushies. Ray, you just want to be Lulu from Final Fantasy X, don't you? Puppeteer would be an out there choice, but an interesting one. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, Puppet Master people want, but, like, I'm trying to think what Puppet Master does that, like, Beast Tamer doesn't do for a limited job, and as a primary job, what it succeeds at. Because, ostensibly, if you're doing that, you're either the back line, it's the front line, but it can't be, it's not like a pet class, because 14 doesn't work like that. So it doesn't really work as a tank, because you have to be melee as a tank. I mean, it kind of works, I guess it kind of works as a tank. It could be kind of interesting as a tank, but like, it couldn't be about like selecting a whole bunch of different puppets. Or maybe it could be about like swapping different puppets, and there's something there, but Give me swashbuckler or give me tech. Look, Corsair. Look, we all thought Corsair was we all thought Viper was Corsair. I mean, we didn't all think it, but Druid would be fun, but I feel like the rotation would just feel like Summoner, like moving through the different animals you change to advocate that's different conceptually. Aubrey, I agree. I think that like you don't, it doesn't with how 14's made. What is the difference between a Druid and a Summoner in an interesting way, you know? And maybe there is something, I just don't see it. Geomancer could have the same weapon as Ass to begin DPS and have the same treatment as Summoner Skull. I don't think you would make it. I think, well, because they don't want to do any. They don't want to have classes attached to it anymore. I mean, it would make a lot of sense. It would make just as much sense to argue for Conjury as it would for Thaumaturgy. But if they treat it as an advanced class, I don't. Also, the thing is that Geomancy is not identical to Astrologian. So, for instance, Geomancers don't use Astrolabes. The difference is that Geomancy and Astrologian are the same practice in that they draw their energy from the star. The difference is that Asts draw it from the sky, like the stars in the sky. Geomancers draw it from the stars. So while the fundamental principle is the same, it's like the fundamental principle between Thaumaturgy and Conjury is effectively the same. But we don't treat those as identical things, you know? So like, I think if you were gonna make Geomancer, you just give it the bell. Like there are already examples of geomantic weapons in the game, but I think especially with how the bell hasn't been used, because like, can you imagine like, there's so many historical bells, like so many cool different historical bells and designs and things you could do with bells, and especially as like casting focus and mediums. I think, yeah. Boomerangs are fun, but hear me out. Yo-yos. Honestly, boomerangs, how different are boomerangs from chakrams, really? So my thing is like, yo-yo is at least to me in some ways more interesting. But that also goes back to the Vanille staff we were talking about, right? That the Vanille staff is, God, I wish I could play 14 while we talked. Vanille staff has almost like that yo-yo. It kind of has the benefit of the yo-yo, the whip. Yeah. The answer is basically boomerangs, though. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about boomerang for a weapon. Yeah, I think the thing is like Hope's boomerang is just is effectively just a chakram, really, in terms of practical effect. I really want a trance class, basically a Terra Vincent. Help pitch that to me, Levi. I'm having a hard time imagining it. Boomerang for 8.0 Mericidia. No, give me a Blitzball for Mericidia. I beseech you. No, I think we would get a boomerang. We get boomerang skins for Dancer before we ever got as a primary weapon. Oh yeah, combat yo-yo would work too. Yeah. You want a Sango boomerang dead girlfriend? Yeah. Okay. I could get behind a Sango boomerang. For those who don't know, that would be enough. You're basically Dark Knight Dancer at that point. This boomerang is huge. And I haven't read or watched any Yasha. Should be called Yo-Yo. Okay, let me pull up Ray-Ray's got a question. Sorry, Ray, I just saw the Dawntrail bingo. Okay, let me pull that up. Dawntrail bingo. Viper no Viping quest. I mean, that's a given, right? Raha joins us because we think something is Allagan. I wonder if it's because something's Allagan or more likely purely it's antiquity and age and history that may be correlated. I'd be curious if it actually is Allagan specific and not just antiquity being the relevant thing because of his knowledge of ancient histories and cultures and people correlated to them. But I mean, it would make sense. Like if it's Allagan specific, it make tons of sense. Second Calamity, lightning is important. I mean, I've been saying that for literally years at this point. Planet exploration thing ties back to Studium delivery quests. I guess that would make sense. Plot shift at level 3590. That's a given, right? Like that's a freebie. That's more of a free space than free space. A Realm Reborn quest? I'm assuming they don't mean like literally like an ARR quest. They mean something else. Wukulmat does something silly. Space, beach episode. Depends on what you mean by beach episode. He still almost dies again. Power of friendship. Okay, I want to point out that people throw around power of friendship, I think, a little too loosely. Because I get annoyed at power of friendship for sure too, but I do think that there's a meaningful difference, at least in execution, between the ties that bind being important and power of friendship. And 14's a great example of this actually showing off. If you think about the ending of A Realm Reborn and how we defeat La Habrea, that is power of friendship. That is a perfect example of the bullshit. But I think that's very different to Endwalker, which Endwalker is not... I mean, it's power of friendship if you determine power of friendship being an emphasis on connections being relevant to our humanity and thus a tool for victory. But I think at that level of broadness, you also then end up basically having to roll your eyes at anything that prizes unity, connection, humanity, sincerity, vulnerability. Like, I do think 14's a perfect case study in bad power of friendship and good power of friendship, in my mind. So it depends on what they mean by power of friendship. Because if they mean it that broadly, I mean, the answer is no question it'll be in there because it's like basically part of the fundamental themes that the game has done in every expansion. Viper no viping. Dark plus dancer headbanging to rock music. Yeah. If we don't get a Realm Reborn, all right. Oh! A Realm Reborn. I just got it. I just got the joke. We don't even need to wait for launch to cross off Wukumata. Something silly. That should be a free space. Yeah. Hear me out. Solution 9 is to feature people from the Doomed timeline that went back in time not to get Zodiarched. I think that's interesting. I don't think that's what they're going to do, but that would be really interesting. And look, 14 has gone wilder. So when I say I don't think that's what they're going to do, that's all gut. It's like they absolutely could do that. But my suspicion is that Solution 9's much older. Browsing wikis and the mascot job in X2. I want that in Final Fantasy 14. When you say the mascot job, you mean the Moogle outfit Yuna wears? Yuna Moogle outfit. Final Fantasy X-2 is a wild game, man. I will forever describe Final Fantasy X. 10 is my favorite Final Fantasy. I don't compare 14 to the single player ones because it's an MMO, and I just don't think that's a direct comparison's weird. So of the single player Final Fantasies, 10 is my favorite, no question. I play it once like every 5 years, and every time I'm like, oh god, is it gonna have aged poorly in some way? And it's like, nope. All the reasons I love it are still there, and 10's my favorite by far, and I would go to bat for it being the best one. But 10-2 is if someone really liked 10 and then decided to write fan fiction about 10 and what happened after 10. That is what 10-2 is. And it's really enjoyable if you have that mindset, and it's really off-putting if you don't. Give me this. I will also say all so the dress sphere system from 10-2 is really cool as a mechanic. FF and 2 jobs. Are they called jobs or are they called classes in 10-2? I think they're jobs, right? It's the dress spheres. Yeah, there's Gunner, Thief, which, I mean, Thief we already have. Thief literally is Rogue and Ninja. Warrior, we already have. Songstress. Songstress really has in some ways been meaningfully pulled into, like, what Dancer is. I don't think we'd ever get Songstress just because, like, I mean, maybe we would, but I just like Songstress to me like has already been pulled into the identity of like kind of what Dancer's supposed to represent, even though they often are distinct things. Gun Mage, Alchemist. I really would love Chemist as a job in 14 as a ranged DPS. I'd be so there for. Lady Luck, Berserker, Trainer, Mascot. Oh right, I forgot Mascot actually is a dress sphere that you can get. I just don't think I ever got it. Oh, I totally forget. Oh. That's really funny. But yeah. I want a music-based healer class. That would be rad, Lean. I will not deny you that. Alchemist in 10-2 is my favorite costume. Yeah, actually, I forget what Alchemist. It's not necessarily my favorite, but I really like the white mage outfits for 10-2. Oh, right. See, I think Alchemist should be. I think they absolutely need to make a chemist job. And if you don't know, chemist is a long-standing Final Fantasy class or job. It's been in 5, Tactics, Heroes of Light, Dissidia. I guess I say long-standing, but it's really only 5 in Tactics are like the 2 big places. But they are like, I think Chemist as range DPS would be, and like your mechanics are all about mixing your like different potions, almost a little bit like Mudras and stuff, and like tossing out for different effects. I think that'd be rad as hell. And if you look at like armors and gears like that, like I think there's a lot of identity to be had there. I think Chemist is doable, but I think you'd have to give it a weird weapon. Yeah. I don't know what the weapon would be. I don't know if it would just be literally like the same way that if it would be like your like belt pouches, like your mixing set would be the weapon itself. I don't think that'd be really kind of hard to do in a lot of ways. I don't know how you do it. I don't have a good weapon pitch off the top of my head, but I'd love that idea. Those outfits are fierce. Oh my god, I need to play 10-10 too good. Okay, I will die on this hill. 10 has the best single-player Final Fantasy story. It is way ahead of its time with its voice acting. And honestly, the only places that the voice acting is slightly stilted, it's more to do with the fact that it was a time before retiming. Or a time before, like, they could, like, did retiming of lip flaps and stuff. So they're still having to basically fit all the dialogue within that. But that doesn't even matter that much. The character stories in 10 are phenomenal. And the arcs of all the characters and the tragedies of all the characters are great. And Auron is just one of the best Final Fantasy characters, period. Like, Auron is the best. I just laughing intensifies. Okay, I'm doing the... Okay. So, I appreciate that the Titus laughing meme is hilarious, and I get why it exists, because it seems like bad voice acting. The problem is, the scene that is from is a scene of someone forcing themselves to fake laugh while everyone looks on like he's gone insane, because he's trying to cheer someone up who he doesn't understand why they're sad, because he doesn't have the full context of their situation, but manages to, within that same scene, cheer them up by basically being a lunatic, and then they're actually laughing with them sincerely. And it's beautiful, and it's incredibly beautiful when you understand the context of that scene later on, and why many of the characters are feeling the way they are. I'm so mad, not really, but like I'm so mad that scene gets taken out of context, because it's arguably one of the more beautiful scenes, that if you devoid it of its context, it just seems bad. But it's like, it's literally, it's not just, oh, it's intentionally bad. It's like, no, this is actually a good, this is a scene that is an example of good acting. Not because like it's, oh, they wanted to be campy. It's not campy. It's just, this probably does not seem like I've gotten over it, but I got over the internet taking out of context a long time ago. Mostly because I think most of this day, people either have played 10 and agree with me, or haven't played 10 and they're like, Yeah, unfortunate. I hate when stuff like that happens in media. I love. But no, it doesn't upset me much. I would just say that, like, I replay Final Fantasy X about once every 5 years, and I recently replayed it when I was on the cruise with my partner. Or she was playing it. And what's impressive to me about 10 every time is every time I come back to Final Fantasy X, I'm 5 years older, I'm at a different point in my life, I'm like, okay, I can take off my nostalgia goggles and really like look at this for the most part and like feel like, does it still speak to me? And every time it speaks to me, and sometimes it speaks to me in a very different way, but it is genuinely beautiful. I think a genuinely beautiful story, and I think it's the most cohesive Final Fantasy that they've made of recent ones, where it's actually tells its beginning, middle, end, and like ends. Like 10-2 just doesn't need to exist at all. Like, just frankly, it's wonderful fan fiction if you enjoy that. and it's and mechanically it's interesting, and but it's not. Yeah, it's like the citizen clapping game, which nobody ever uses correctly, and it just comes across as ironic if you know. Yeah, perfect example, Ray. I think 10 has some rough voice acting, and at times the laugh scene is not an example of it. You know what's interesting is that, like, having there is very little rough voice acting amongst the main cast, and the only places I have found it on this recent replay is purely from the timing. And I can tell it's from the, like, needing to fit you know, a certain amount of information quick. Also, like, an example of this, like, you know how for any of you played 10, a lot of times the characters will say, you know, at the end of sentences, and it's because it's trying to match lip flaps for, like, the Japanese of, like, dane or dayo, or and it's interesting because we've, like, moved past that now, but it was, like, there's a lot of really interesting stuff, yeah. Anyways, let me just catch up on you guys. Vesphere might be a best battle system in all of Final Fantasy. It's definitely one of the most interesting, for sure, Levi, and it's definitely one of the most, like, swingy in terms of, like, learning it. The shit you can do if you learn it is really cool. And it definitely is interesting the way in which the dress sphere is almost like a predecessor to the paradigm system in, like, 13. Waka has always aged poorly. Has he? I need the Mandragora costume. I remember people being very mad at 10-2 back in the day, and then people started liking it at some point. I think the thing is, if you want to have a fun time and you treat 10-2 as fanfiction rather than treating it as a sequel to 10, it's a fun time. I think if you treat it as a direct sequel to 10, it feels wildly dissonant. Something like 14, but I'd be afraid of it stepping on Dancer and Bard's toes. Yeah, that's the difficulty, Rose, right? Is that Songstress, like, what does Songstress do that Bard doesn't both in lore and style, and Dancer in lore and style do? I just don't know at this point. Question, was anyone able to read the note card in the reverse in main website of Tirali's and scroll the message board and set the flowers? If you're talking about the one I think you're talking about, we were able to look at it by opening up in the PNG. And it was just half of it showing Shalloani. Where was it? It was in the alpaca warning, right? Did you mean, if you meant this one, that's what it looked like. It was Nancy during the website crazy yesterday. That's the one first thing I noticed. I really think that Sage started out as chemists, and as they kept having problems figuring out how to make that work, it turned into Sage. That's an intuition part, but that's all intuition on my part. I could buy it. If I was told it, I believe it. For sure, Levi. I will die on the hill that Titus laughing scene dies being unironically fantastic. I don't think you have to die on that hill because I think it's pretty distinctly provable. And to argue otherwise, in my mind, is weird because it's good now. And then if you think about the context of it's 23 years old or 22 years old, it kind of even elevates it further. Is Lulu's story really that good? And I love Lulu, but, like, Lulu and Kamari are iffy. Iffy in what way? I do appreciate the thought with context. You are right, but it doesn't matter that you're right. It's meant to sound fake because it is a fake laugh. He's forcing himself to laugh during Theta Fear. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it because if you care to play 10, I don't want to spoil it for you. But it is someone who is uninformed about the nature of the mission that he is going on, while everybody else is aware of the nature of this mission and what it entails and what it will result in. And his unwillingness to accept the status quo is demonstrated for his character as both his strength and weakness, as attempts to cheer up one of the characters who is done in this way, and it's successful, and it's only successful because he's silly, because he's the person he is. And, like, what I love about Titus's story so goddamn much, and I know it's technically Titus, but Titus's story so goddamn much, is because his biggest strength and weakness as a character is his unwillingness to accept the status quo as is, and to an extent his petulance. And this, like, Final Fantasy X is such a beautiful story of both growing, of, like, accepting and not accepting things as they are, but also accepting things as it's accepting what you can't change. It's beautiful. Oh, it's so good. I think Fantasy has some rough ways. Story-wise, my favorite is 9, but 10 was always very cool. You know, it's funny. I feel so bad. I replayed 9 for the first time in 20 years, and arguably in some ways played it for the first time because I was so young the first time I played it. And, like, 9 didn't do that much for me, and I feel bad. Like, I feel bad because I feel like it should, because there's a lot going on, but it's just the characters never really clicked for me. There's a lot of cool ideas. It's very pretty. Combat, and I don't know if I'm just more jaded lately. I feel like I'm more jaded lately, and maybe that's the problem. So I just didn't give it as much of a chance. But they should make a Canadian localization where they end sentence with "eh." Yeah. I think the way text 10.2 portrays a post-religion dominated society is super interesting. I totally agree, Levi. I think that's one of the things that 10.2 absolutely engages with a slight spoilers, but no surprise, post-Inspira in really interesting ways. I do think it's interesting that the lengths to which they go for that story. And then Wills decides to throw all that in the garbage. If I can ask you, beseech all of you one thing. Never ever listen to the Final Fantasy X audio drama Wills. I have never seen something so utterly and completely misunderstood in source text. And I'm defending 10.2. Like, I agree, it's pretty fanficky, but I think it has some actual bonuses in the story too. I totally agree. I don't mean to dismiss 10.2 as being valueless because of the fanficky stuff. I just mean that I enjoy 10.2 a lot more with that mindset of someone writing a really interesting fan fiction of 10. It makes me enjoy 10.2 a lot more and let go of a need to see it as a direct sequel, or as an official sequel, I should say. There's 2 torn postcards pieces and now 2 notes. Okay, so we found this one. Where's the other one? I think you played it 10 in its original release. It's time to go to a doctor. If you played Final Fantasy X in its original release, it's time to go to a doctor for check. Well, I did. I did play 10. It was my first game I ever owned for play, or not the first game, but it was one of the first games I owned for PS2. It's on the postcard page. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is just the same image. I'll wait till I see more of your stuff. Okay, now go back to for the third one. If you played Final, there are 3 notes and 2 pieces of a larger term postcard. Okay, where's the other? There's just the second piece. Mari basically has a very small story that doesn't pay off till you climb the mountain. Oh, it's iffy in terms of not. Yes, Kamari could have more. I do think that there's a lot of lovely stuff done with Kamari's laconicness and characterization before it without having to be overt. But you're right that his story is a bit light. I don't know how much more it needs to be fulfilling. But you don't necessarily get any more after God Gazette anyways. So yeah, I don't think that's I think that's something I would want more. Yeah. While Lulu is a good supporting character, I truly don't think she has any kind of real arc as the game goes on, because she's already rather just. You're right that she doesn't have an arc. But I also kind of appreciate that she's an adult in the room in the same way that Auron is. Like, arguably, Auron doesn't have an arc either, right? But, like, her and Auron are kind of, like, the adult in the rooms while everybody else are having, the children are all having their arc. And some of them aren't literally children. Wakka's not exactly a child. But you get what I'm saying? Like, they're already grown. They're already who they are. And I think that's kind of interesting. But maybe that's just me overly defending. Given the way it debuffs people, and more so, Viper is kind of a tightish job as well. Sure! Dude, I will say, if there's one weapon in all Final Fantasy I want in this game, it's Brotherhood. Brotherhood's my favorite, like, fantasy sword. 9.0 is okay, 6 though. 6 is good. Yeah, 6 is very good. I love a lot of elements of 9, but I can't love it like a lot of other people do. That's where I'm at. Like, I appreciate a lot of 9, but I didn't fall in love with his characters or story. Are you looking forward to the 9 references in Dawntrail? I am. Or do you think there's an elevated amount of references to 9? I think there will be, Lane. I think there'll be quite a few references to 9. I think everything we've seen already has shown us there's a lot of 9. There's going to be a lot of 9 in there. What I'm fascinated to see is how much 5 is in there. Because there's already been bits and bobs of 5 spread out along everything. But especially with Kryl and maybe Galif's, some more about Galif. I'm curious how much 5 will be in the game for sure. Now, to be fair, a lot of 5 has already been spent in places like Ronka and what have you. It felt like the writers forgot about Amarant Cole the moment he. My brain's breaking. Oh, right. I don't know why I could only think of him as Mr. Dreadlocks. Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's telling that I played this not 4 months ago and I couldn't remember his name. Left click on postcards. Ah, there we go. Okay, let's save these and put them together in Photoshop. Oh, we're probably gonna need to make it bigger. Oh, that's fine. Start here. I hate that they lock this like this. Ratio, here we go. We'll start there, see how that goes. Okay, so I was right. The other side of it was okay. So now we just need to find. This is so brilliant that they did this with patch content so that people have something to do. I adore 9 so much. And Aubrey, actually, I wanted to talk to Neri about this, but I haven't had a chance because we just haven't been able to meet up. Neri's been doing stuff. Aubrey, can you tell me, to use you who are 9 fans, please tell me all about why you love 9. Please help me. Even if I don't feel more love for it, knowing all of the reasons you love it makes me appreciate it more. So I would love to hear about those. Are you looking for 4 to 9 version? Yeah. If you like writers for, I actually want to do a YouTube video called "I Want to Love Final Fantasy IX." Yeah, do it. Also, the best character is Beatrix, and she doesn't join you. But Beatrix's turn is kind of weird. Cause like, all of her characterization before her turn is bordering on sociopathic. And then it just kind of flips. I don't know. Again, anything I say that sounds like I'm dooming on it, definitely give me your counterpoints. Would love to hear. I never planned to, Elliot. I never planned to do what, Sarah? I should listen to it after I played 10-2. Gotcha. Oh, the wills. Yeah. I mean, look, Crepe, you might like it because you're a troll. Shuyin alone makes it fanficky as hell. Yeah. Well, okay. Yes, I also appreciate the idea of, can't talk about it because of so many spoilers, there being a real world person that served as inspiration for dream of other person is kind of a nice idea. But yeah. Also, 1,000 words and all of that is very like early 2000s as hell. It's like early 2000s J-pop as hell. In fact, there's currently known bug on patch notes page about Viper hitting the buff limit allowed by the game. Holy shit. If I'm running into a rage listening to the drama CD. Yeah, Voltaire, for those of you who don't know, I cannot emphasize just how much Final Fantasy X Wills is basically an auto drama created by someone who decided to shit on... Oh, we got through a full hour. What's a good one? Give me a song, guys. Dancing Mad. I've learned to love Dancing Mad thanks to having cleared Omega Savage. Oh, you know what? Let's put on Wandering Flame. Okay. Everyone should play the game how they want. I will personally put out a thought. If you play the Final Fantasy X, now most people, the way people are going to play it is the remaster, which has some issues. One of the beautiful things though about it that it has is that it lets you use the original soundtrack or the remastered soundtrack. And the remastered soundtrack is like a full reorchestration, and it's very different. It's kind of like a remix almost. I would personally say, I obviously have a personal attachment, so like, that it might be worth playing the original, using the original audio rather than the remastered one. Not because the remastered one's bad. It's actually really good. It's just so different. But yeah. Second postcard behind the postcard on the postcard site. We got that one. I'm looking forward to the 9 remaster that's in the books. I really hope the 9 remaster happens because my problem is the Final Fantasy that needs to remaster the most, and I will die on this hill, is 8. Because 8 has really good ideas and a really interesting story, but it is so hampered by its execution on a number of levels and technical limitations. 8 needed it in some ways. I wouldn't say 8 needs it more than 7, but 8 needed it as much as 7. Click on every postcard to love you. I think the problem is that 9 is the worst pacing of maybe any Final Fantasy game, save for possibly 13. It has amazing elements, but it's so spread out that I think a lot of them fall apart. I actually, my gut reaction is to agree with that, from my experience. To some extent, Lulu feels like she's had her arc in the past already. Yeah, Master, yeah. Auron is just a sad little man, but he's more than that. He's such a fucking badass. He's someone who like has already seen it and he's already been through it, but he's not. He's like someone who is in a sense jaded, but is also an idealist. Like he is simultaneously an idealist and jaded. He's not a cynic just because he's jaded. And it's a wonderful, and he's just a fucking battle. Look, Auron FX. Auron, look, he's wandering Dark Knight samurai monk. Like, what more do you need? He carries a jug of sake with him that he uses to purify his blade and slash enemies. Like, oh god, Auron's so good, and the vocal performance for him is so good. Sorry, I could rant about 10 for a long time. Oh, Aubrey, I'd be curious what you say about why you like 9th pacing then, because I feel like that was one of my problems, but maybe it's also because I've played so many Final Fantasies. Man, one day I'd love to just sit down and talk X with you, but that feels a little parasocial of me. I mean, the reason that the Discord exists is to talk about shit, right? Like, I haven't been on the Discord lately because I've been sick, but my health on a number of levels has been not great, so I've just needed to take time away from stuff. But no, the reason the Discord exists is to talk about 14 and 10 and video games and stuff. I'm just so confused about why Heritage Found looks exactly like Alexandria. It does, doesn't it? Like, what the hell are they gonna do with that? I can't wait. I'm very fascinated to see what happens with that and how much the creation of Solution 9 happened before or after its abandonment. His name in Japanese was Salamander, but they had to change it for the US because that wouldn't fit the character limits. Oh. Taco Detective. Man, all the 9 stuff is just over my head since I never played. I feel like the odd one out seeing people get excited about it. I mean, Rose, that's just a valid, and what I will say, and sometimes it's nice is if you don't know the references, is that then a 14 feels, it's fresh on its own, right? Like, because the thing is that when a fundamental part to me of Final Fantasy is absolutely a harkening back to prior elements. Like, what makes a Final Fantasy to me is like 100 different elements, of which you need to pick at least 50, so that all Final Fantasies may not have all the same elements, but they all share like a bucket that they all take from. And with the references and reinterpretations from prior ones, sometimes by dint of playing 4 and knowing the 4 fiends, you can't help but compare and contrast, right? But if you haven't played 4, the 4 fiends as Voidsen in 14 are much more in some ways more like you don't have that baggage. Mount Ordeals, that's where Ricante is. But also, if you want to ask questions about 9, if anybody wants to ask questions about 9 or prior Final Fantasy, we can talk about it now. I was actually trying to replay 9 before Dawntrail, I just couldn't get through it. I love it, but God, sometimes I fails AR. ARR slow, honestly, but actually is an interesting way to put it. Like, Beatrix, isn't it? Yeah. Notes are discovery behind the advice from locals, updates. Okay, discovery, let's discovery. Notes are discovery. Advice. Ah, here we go. Note to self. Is my racing heart from the caffeine or finally procuring my dream? Pelu Pelu tea is stronger than expected. Gian, good to glad to have you. Hey, watching through your MSQ replays. Awesome. I hope you're enjoying them. Hope you have a good one. You too, man. I don't know if you're still around, but that is very kind. I always wonder if is anyone actually watching our MSQ replays like after the fact. That's actually good to know. Yeah, and Orin is one of my favorite characters in video games, and not because he's cool. He is cool as shit. Don't get me wrong, but like, there's something about his character I just find incredibly compelling. The jaded idealist is such a fascinating character. Titus when he goes to the beach. Steiner leading the question is nationalism is duty is great. Yes, the Steiner change is good. Yep. Garnet and Zidane separately, they are two of my favorite FF characters. Oh, interesting. I just love the whole story. Any particular reason, Sarah? And maybe it's just because I feel like what's done between them is done better in some other places. But I'd be curious to know, yeah. I knew the moment I said that about Shuya and you were going to answer with exactly that. Yeah. I love 9 for the storybook atmosphere. Definitely has that and does it in a way that almost none of the music, graphics, and pre-rendered backgrounds. All beautiful things. I love the look of the pre-rendered backgrounds. They have a really unique visual style. That like 9 is like the real zenith of them in a real meaningful way for sure. PS1 graphics I have a really hard time with, but I definitely appreciate them. Music, it does have good music. I didn't find it as memorable, but I also only listened to the game once, whereas I give the other games a lot more, time. But none of the music like gripped me. But that's so taste, Dylan, the characters feels very believable. Kuja's hips. The pacing felt great. It just feels magical. I'll definitely give you it feels magical. And it definitely has a particular feeling. And I think if its pacing is what you like, I can understand that, because I don't feel like its pacing is just bad. I just think it's particular in a way that that feels meandering at times. I don't know. Have you played Bravely Default? I have. Its jobs are so good. So it's funny, I played Bravely Default at a time where I had played a lot of other games like it, and just like it's not that its jobs aren't good, it's just that its gameplay was so there wasn't enough that was different, and I had reached like JRPG saturation at that point. Because in general, I don't like turn-based games very much, and even ATB games I can enjoy, but like my favorite combat in Final Fantasy. What are my favorite combats? I mean, ignoring 14. I really love 16's combat. 10 is the best turn-based system Final Fantasy has done, in my opinion, because it has the prioritization system, which makes it a lot more interesting. And when I say turn-based, I mean non-ATB 100% turn-based. I do really like 13's paradigm system. I think 13 kind of drops the ball at a lot of ways, but I think like 13.2 is a much better version of it. And in some ways, Lightning Returns also. I fucking hate Lightning. God, I hate Lightning Returns so goddamn much. That's a whole another diatribe. I get why people may not like it as much as it's totally fine and valid. It just feels very sucked into the world. I'm glad you love it. I would much rather any game I don't like has a lot of enjoyers than like a whole bunch of people. I never feel bad when people like something I don't like. I only tend to really feel like kind of sad and bad when I like something and a lot of people hate it. Even then, I don't always take that on. Personally, Zidane's character arc was fascinating. It goes through so many ups and downs. He is in so many interesting and unique ways. Plus the world building, it's one of the best. Yeah, it's interesting. I think for me, I don't know why, but I had a hard time connecting it with Zidane's emotions. I don't know why. Maybe a FF9 remake would really go a long way towards making me enjoy it more. It may have been writing, lack of voice acting. It could have any number of things. I do think 9, it's not like I think 9's bad or 9's devoid of value. It's just I didn't connect, I didn't have that extra, Which version has the better version of Xanarkin? Oh, I'm sorry, Levi, what was that in question to? Crazy to me that successfully had Zidane and Dagger's relationship go from being kind of an annoying flirt to an actual genuine deep love for each other. Like, that's hard to do, in my opinion. Yeah. I do think they do that. I think maybe expectations for the height of the more loving part are maybe, yeah. I think it's there. I think for me, maybe I just didn't land as hard, but I don't know. Maybe yeah. I almost hate when they do the OST choice thing because I get choice paralysis. I feel like I need to experience the original version, but I'm curious about the new version. What I would say, Master, is personally, I am of the mind, not just that I like the original one more, but the newer one is like has more layers and it's complicated. You know, here's a great example. Here's a great example. I think this is a preeminent Elucidate Island. So this is probably my favorite Final Fantasy X song, and it's also one of my favorite Final Fantasy songs. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. I'm gonna get to the main part of it, and then I'll play. This is the original version, and then I'll play the remake version. This is just one of the best Final Fantasy vibe songs ever. I'm so gonna get dinged by the YouTube flag system, and I don't even care. Welcome back, lady. We only need about a minute. So anyways, simple, really vibe, chill. I really love I want to preface, I really love the remastered version. But, and I think it actually might be the most, in some ways, like my favorite song off of the remaster, but it adds extra that isn't necessary. And so my argument is that if you play the original, it works perfectly. And then listening to the remaster version either on its own, or if you ever replay the game or in zones or whatever, like going back to all the zones and re-listening to it, I think is actually a more pleasurable experience to contrast them than afterwards. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that is exactly how it makes me feel too, Matt. Yeah, it's beautiful. So I want to be very clear. The B-Side remaster song, in my opinion, is ironically in some ways the most. It's the most, in some ways, it's the song that's changed the most in ways that I don't think are good, but it's also by far the best remaster because it's a fucking excellent, right? So it's weird because the simplicity of B-Side's original one is, I think, actually a benefit, whereas the remaster is so grand that it's, yeah. And so I think the remastered version of the OST is phenomenal. I don't think there's any problem with playing it, even your first time that way. I would just say that, like, if you care for an old hat's perspective, playing with the original and then either listening to the remake, there's so much value to listening to the remaster afterwards because of, like, hearing the ways they elevated it. It's almost more interesting. Yeah. Do you prefer a version of summoning a 3.9? So it depends, right? Because like, I think it's a system by system case for sure. If you ask me, 10's by far I much prefer. I love like summoning the Aeons, and I love like fighting with them and them having their own benefits and stuff, and them having like an identity beyond one attack. So I would say I prefer 10s, but you can't apply 10s to everything willy-nilly. Like in some way, my favorite version of that Aeons and summons have ever been used is 16, right? So I think context would be my rallying cry as per usual, but I also like specifically think that I would say 10 if I had to pick one. Okay. Sorry, there's so many good questions here. To be fair, I've not played many FFFs. I've finished 15, 14, and 9, so I'm probably not the best judge. That's fine. I mean, you only need to play one to have your opinion on it. If anything, just because into Final Fantasy lowers in an estimation when compared and contrasted by all the others, I don't think that's a knock against it. Like, an example being that, like, in some ways, playing 4, if you play, like, 1 through 6, for instance, like 4 lowers in estimation if you've played 6, because 6 is basically 4, but better in a lot of ways, you know? 5 is in a lot of ways 3, but better. I understand how to play FF8 without breaking it. Did they think I was going to just junction 99 tenths on everyone? Yeah, that's the thing. 8 is poor execution in just so many ways. 8 is poor execution. And but it's got interesting ideas. And I really would love to see someone take a crack at 8 that remakes it. 7, 8, and 9 to a lesser extent. I think 9 would really benefit from a remake. I don't think it needs it. 8 needs it. 5 is like 9, where like 5 does not need a remake, but a 3D, I would fucking adore a 5 remake. And 6 too. Like, 10 doesn't need one. Like, dude, I love Final Fantasy X. I would be kind of sad if they announced they were going to remake 10, not because like, oh, I'm a purist or something, but just because no, put that towards 8 or 9 or just anything else. Like 10 holds up, and it does show age in places. Don't get me wrong, but not in a way that really inhibits what it's doing. He looks like the coolest uncle that ever exists. Yeah, Auron is the coolest uncle that could ever exist in a lot of ways. It was my favorite game in the series until I replayed it and realized it plays the worst of any of the other series. It's such a fantastic story, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, 8 has so much value to bring to the table. It's sad that it's undermined by its many problems. I gotta be honest with this day, I don't entirely get how the undead works in Final Fantasy X. Okay. I can make this work. So, there's a place called the Far Plane. The Far Plane are where pyreflies go. Pyreflies are effectively what everything is made up of. Pyreflies are aether of living beings, effectively. When beings die, pyreflies, which make up effectively the coalescent soul, memory, whatever have you, either stay in the world because of the resentment and negative feelings and desire to not be dead, or they could be sent to the Far Plane. So when you die, you don't immediately necessarily die. Like, you become not living and semi-corporeal, but unless you are sent by a summoner to the Far Plane, to the ethereal sea, you know, you can still remain you can forcibly keep yourself on the earth because you do not want to go. And for some people that manifests in like full corporeality. For some people that manifests in their bodies are dead, but like the pyreflies, their parts of themselves still can't move on. 8 pyreflies and beings that stay in the corporeal world eventually become fiends, because their hatred and negativity and animosity corrupts and changes them over time. It's very Shinto. 10 is very, very Shinto, and Buddhist. Surprise, surprise. Final Fantasy has a lot of Shinto and Buddhist themes. And so that's why summoners are important to be sent. So like, that's why when you kill a fiend, pyreflies, you know, when the fiend dies, the pyreflies are effectively sent on, right? Does that answer your question somewhat? Oh. My chat's not updating. There we go. I need to give Type Zeros another playthrough. I don't think I fully appreciate the first time. Color me a hater, but that's maybe because Type Zero isn't very good. Type Zero has a wonderful conceit, and then is... What Type Zero is a perfect encapsulation to me of what I don't like about shonen in a lot of ways. And when JRPGs are just being a JRPG. I don't know how else to explain. Like, yeah, I don't like Type Zeros I don't like Type Zero very much. I also don't like Type Zero because it's like, what if we created a whole bunch of characters because it's a cool idea to name them all after cards, rather like face cards, rather than having a group of like 4 to 6 people that we really dive into. So yeah, color me a hater of Type Zeros. Also, okay. Everyone who wants to play Final Fantasy X, cover your ears for 20 seconds. I promise it'll be 20 seconds and I will say when to do it. Because I'm about to like say something for people who have played 10 that I love as a fan theory and is phenomenal. Okay, starting now. The idea that Titus is the water Aeon, that he is the representation not of literally of Leviathan, but the fact that there's no water Aeon, but you think about his associations with water throughout the entire game, and all that, and what he is by nature, in being summoned as a faith by the faith. Good. Just say it. I love that shit. Okay, I'm gonna count to like 5 to let people to come back in. Okay. Wasn't Type Zero a 13 game? No, it was a Crystal Nova Fabulosis, whatever the fucking... When they went to make 13, they said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to make a whole series of Final Fantasy games where they all have the same starting mythos, but then can interpret it any way they want. 15 was one of those, because it originally was Versus 13, but 15, Type 0, 13, I think those are the only 3 that are Fabula Crows and blah, 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 blah. Here. Final Fantasy, Fabula... So yeah, what were all the games that were considered? 13, Type 0, 13-2, Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy Agito, Final Fantasy 15, and Final Fantasy Awakening. All of those have the same, essentially, like, inspirational lore, but then interpret them different. Fabula Nova Chrysalis, yeah. I can never remember how to say it. So, Type 0 is not a 13 game, but it shares the same fundamental, like... It'd be like if you said, like, okay, I'm going to make a whole history and like, thing up at... But I'm also going to start with Eru Iluvatar, the Ainur, and the Maya, you know, from, like, Tolkien's work. One of my favorite Final Fantasy songs ever from Crystal Chronicles, Sounds of Wind, So Beautiful I Can't Deal. It's very good. It's kind of how I feel about some of the 7 remake music. Elio, do you prefer 10 version or something? Talk about that. Did I miss anything? Oh, which version of the 10 OT has a better version of 2 Xanarkin? Oh, I mean, I don't know that there's any song in the remake OST. You know what? Let's put on the FF9 music since we're... Hey, FF9 fans, what's the FF9 song should we put on for background music in case it becomes a musical motif in Dawntrail at all? I don't think there's a version of any song in the remake soundtrack that I prefer to the original. I think there's one, but I can't remember which one it is. So if you ask me, I'm always going to prefer probably the original, probably just because I'm nostalgia or whatever. But part of it is because I really appreciate the simplicity of the original, and the new one's really busy. A good example of this and something very different is the Demon Souls version of Made in Astraea versus the Demon Souls remake version of Made in Astraea, is that the beauty of that theme in the original is it's this quiet march that's just, it's soft and gentle, but it's not complicated, but it's just this march towards a confrontation that cannot be stopped. Whereas the remake makes a Bloodborne, like this huge orchestral, like crazy choir theme that's like big, but it's like the tragedy is small. The tragedy is small. Richard, good to go happening. problem with 8 is I don't think enough of the people who worked on it actually have really definitive takes on it. You listen to interviews about 8 with guys now, and it's like, I don't know what we were doing something. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that 8 hasn't gotten the same love 7 has, according to the creators, is that like 7 had a group of creators like Nomura and stuff who wanted to do shit with it, and the 8 guys were like happy to move on. FF6, they said it would take 20 years to remake. Yeah. Well, I do get why did it to 7, giving most influential beloved game in the series. The remake treatment feels like a waste when so many games are so flawed. Here's what I will say in defense of 7's remakes. I have plenty of my own thoughts. 7 benefits incredibly from the remake in that the narrative it attempts to tell and the complexity and the level of emotionality in it is deeply hindered, harmed, and underserved by the technical limitations of the PlayStation 1. The pre-rendered backgrounds are beautiful, but the pantomime characters actively, to me, do underserve and do damage to the emotions and the seriousness with which the story should be taken. Just my thought. 6, I for one would love just a 2D HD remake, Octopath Trail. Yeah. I think you could get away with that for 6. You don't need to like do the whole bang caboodle like a 7. For the way they would want to do it, I think it would be so long. It's like how big of the world is of 6. Yeah. I'm so excited to play Type 0 in the 13s. 13.2 is unironically amazing. I personally think. 13.2 is unironically 13.2's one flaw is that it ends on a cliffhanger, and the resolution to that cliffhanger is my probably most hated Final Fantasy game. Narratively. I love the water road. Wasn't Type 0? Yeah, gosh, I never thought about that, Elio. Yeah, Sarah. Yeah, about Titus. Yeah. FF15 was a 13 game. Well, FF15 was a Fabula Nova Crystallis game, and originally was a Versus 13 game, but broke off from that. It was Versus 13, but yeah. Are any of the 13 games post-actual 13 good? I can get through the first one. The first one has enormous pacing problems, but is actually good. 13.2 is unironically phenomenal. And basically just everything good about 13 done better and done right without the bad parts. The only problem with 13.2 is it is a direct sequel in a meaningful way. So like not knowing the story of 13 can kind of hamper it. But like 13.2 is unironically really good Final Fantasy. It was one of the better ones. Would you be pro or anti-14 beginning to explore content from other Square games like Saga, Chrono Trigger, Cross, Suit? That's tough. I think I would rather them be inspired. To be honest, like if they take Chrono Trigger elements, and fuck hell knows I love horror. If they take Parasite Eve elements and use them as inspiration to an even greater abstracted degree than they currently do with like other Final Fantasy references, I'm not opposed. I don't really want I definitely don't want what with Nier, right? But like also I don't like the crossovers. I'm fine with most of the crossovers because they're effectively non-canon and they're for fun, and people enjoy them and they're fun, right? But they break the immersion. They break my verisimilitude, even the appropriate word there, but like of the game world, for me. And just seeing Chrono in the game wholesale, I'm just not interested in. It just doesn't. I love Chrono Trigger, and I would love to see explorations of take the story, right, of Chrono Trigger with some of its time hopping and stuff, and tell that story in 14 in a way, like an interpreted version of that in a way. And I'm totally interested in that. But I don't want like a bunch of Chrono Trigger references, if that makes sense. But it's the same way that I don't need a bunch of 10 references. Don't get me wrong, I fucking loved the use of Anima in 10 in Endwalker. Thrilled. And the Maga Sisters, thrilled with that. I mean, technically they're from 4 originally, but you get what I mean. But the version of 10 inspiration that I want would be a reflection that has a relationship with a being like Sin. Like, I don't need it to be Sin. I don't need it to be Spira. I don't need those things. I just need the elements, the thematic and shape. You know. I would love a reflection that has Guados. I mean, that's, to be fair, like, if there are Guados, we find Guados out there or in Mara City or somewhere, I'm down for that. I think that's absolutely a race that I would love to be added. Welcome back, Bramble. I know that was probably a while ago. Elio, the other 2 notes, homepage, behind message, thank you. Let's get that going. Homepage, behind Message from the board. Ah, here it is. Important pack for today in the field. Hiking boots, so much terrain, so little time. Paintbrushes, expecting Pictomancer to need additional brushes. Sunnies. Sunnies? Just looks like sunnies. Look cool and protect your eyes. Win-win. I'm assuming that means sunglasses. I've never heard the term sunnies. Also, is anybody noticing if there's like a front to this? Like, you can see writing on the back here. Makes me wonder if I can like save this and then flip it. Oop, that's a movie. I'm pack for every hiking better team. Ah. I don't think I'm gonna get much out of that. God, you guys are going wild. An update on the right side of the first image. Okay. Updates. Update. Right side, first image. Here we go. Today's tasks. Find misplaced maps pieces before Eorzean finds out. Get uniform dry cleaned and mend previous ones. Has red stains and tears. Taco Tuesday. Oh my god, literally they have a Taco Tuesday. With board of Eorzean staff. Clean desk. Very messy. Missing map pieces, so that might be relevant. Okay. Wait, what was part 2 of the Trolleyum ticket? So far, this is part 2. These are the 2 parts that we have. So you can see it's the Stardust Rend, which I wonder if we're going down in there at some point or something. That Stardust Rend is so fascinating to me. The Rend in the Stardust Sea. That car looks like it carved the continent in twain. Or if maybe it's a relic of like the Second Umbral Calamity or something. So we've got Jacques Tarral up here, and then Tuliolal, and then should be Jacques Tarral down here. So if we see everything we're gonna see, like we don't see Solution 9 and Heritage Found up there, other than that vague purple, but there's Shaloani there, and then we should see Urkopacha here, and then Kozumauka here, Yaktael down there. Final Fantasy Type 0 was originally titled Final Fantasy Agito 13, envisioned as a game for mobile devices. Then it came out on PSP. And it feels like it. Wait, where was the part 2 of the Troll ticket? The song I remember the most from FF9, You're Not Alone. Don't know if that's most representative. I will take it. Not Alone, FF9. I gotta start marking where I am in these messages. Dark Messenger, Melodies of Life. Okay, there's so many choices. Okay, I've got them listed, Aubrey. True Gem of F9, Tetramaster. Triple Triad's just better. Just kidding, Triple Triad was better. It was lame. Like, here's the thing. In a sense, Tetramaster could have more complicated things, but it wasn't better. I mean, 14's version of Triple Triad is the best version of the card game they put in. Hello, everyone. I love how weird the Gargan Rune ticket. Vamo a la Flamenco, baby. Have they already used that in 14? They did. Oh, right. They could do for Dancer. That's what it is. They use it in Dancer. It's in the. They do in the when they originally show off Dancer when you first unlock it. They had the draw system and it was frustrating the grind abilities when they were tied to stats by quantity. Hard disagree. I like the 7 remake, but different reasons. Are you hard disagreeing to my technical limitations for 7? 13.2 is great, yeah. The only problem with 13.2 is that's the only problem with 13.2. Yeah, the cliffhanger is the only problem. It's literally the only problem as far as I have with 13.2. Board the Hildegard is a banger. Okay, we can pop that up. I can't wait to get Falseed. Chocobolina, yeah. I did like the Hydaelyn designs for 13. Yeah. The summons, the Hydaelyns are good in. I definitely think them doing the like magical sci-fi aesthetic, because like the thing is, Final Fantasy has always, from its beginning, existed on a spectrum of fantasy to science fiction. It has always never just been fantasy. It's never just been science fiction. It's always been somewhere on that spectrum. And each game you can plot out as to where it is on that spectrum. And 13 goes one of the hardest into the more sci-fi side, but it's still got so much. It's still magical. And I think the Hydaelyn representations that they have are lovely. Okay, let's see. What was the Dark Messengers, Melodies of Life? Let's do... Or actually, what was... Aboard the Hildegard. I keep having this amazing idea of going to an FF6 style opera house and fighting a 14 version of Eve from Parasite Eve. I'd be down. I don't want crossovers like the Omega raids, but I want to like see a 14 take on Lavos. See, I'm 100% with you on that. I want to see a 14 take on Lavos the same way I want to see a 14 take on Sin. I just don't want it to be Lavos. I don't mind Omegas as much because I kind of like the idea that they're myths and stories brought to life. I'm more accepting of the presentation with which they use to establish what Omega is testing and creating. We still need Sin and the Guado. What about Chrono Trigger event? I'll take events are fine. I will never bitch about events anymore because events being not canon means that they can do whatever they want and they're fun and people will have a good time. And so I'm not really. I can take or leave almost every event. Really, other than the rewards, I like having more mounts. Like I like having a Toro mount, but I'm not pining for any really. We need to ride the Shupa. Yeah, I'm a little sad. For those who don't know, the Pelu actually come from Final Fantasy X too as well, kind of with Tobli. But I'm really sad there aren't any Shupuff in Tural, or at least not that we've any seen. I'm really sad. I really hope they bring Shupuffs in Mara City or somewhere. It'd be very sad if there were no Shupuffs. I think 14 needs to keep blending elements from other Final Fantasy. I think they always need to be utilized in new ways like Hades or Knights of the Round. I love 14 is to me the perfect place to reinterpret and synthesize, and is great because in some ways it's almost a perfect person's first Final Fantasy for being able to kind of have a touchstone for all the things. I do not have any problem and actively enjoy the which 14 synthesizes past elements from every game into one holistic thing and recontextualize them. I'm a proponent for that. But when you start to get out, because Final Fantasy has always kind of been that, but it's when you break out of Final Fantasy and like bring in just other things that I get more iffy. I think it's a necessary part of what 14 is. I think it needs its own things to look like, too, like Thalia. I think that balance is super important. Yeah, but that means that they might need to spread out into more esoteric titles. I think it's important that they take from other Final Fantasy titles. I don't think it's important that they take from other titles. I remember California selling these postcards when I visited. It was really hot. The sites were fun. Oh, that's cool. I see. Well, no one's found the third one of these yet, right? Cheers there. You haven't played Queen's Blade yet. Queen's Blade is really good. Okay. I don't know Queen. I don't remember which one. Also, this sounds like a frickin' This sounds like a ship theme. I don't see it, but also, you know what I want? FF Overworld theme. I loved how they used this in the 6.x series. I think dancers would be popular in Tyrol. Definitely. Oh, I disagree so hard with your assertion the pantomime characters don't carry the emotional weight. I'm not kidding. I love Halsey. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I'm going to be honest. All the people who love Final Fantasy VII who grew up with it tend to tell me that, like, no, the pantomiming is fine. And every single person I've ever talked to that got into it later, well, I shouldn't say every, I'm sure there are. And I don't mean to be dismissive, because I don't think it's just simple as nostalgia, but just, like, I can tell you for me personally, and the vast majority of people I know, they bounce incredibly hard off of 7 because of that. Like, I don't know a lot of people who came to 7 in late teens or adult year who didn't play it within 4 to 5 years of it being out, who didn't bounce off of it because of that. And for me, I would just say I actively think the pantomime hampers it. If it's fine for you, that's fine. But I would say that, like, I don't think the pantomime accentuates it. I don't think it really benefits it, and does a lot to make it unclear necessarily what's going on in the action of the scene or the emotions of the scene. Hecaton Kairi, Unisummons never treated her as nice as Vanille does. Yeah. The Hecaton Kairi, for people who don't know FFX2, which also, Hecaton Kairi, obviously those are in 14. Ultimate Spheres. I love it because it's supposed to be, or actually I think it's Pains that's Hecaton Kairi. The many arms, obviously. Okay. People bounce off it. I don't think that 7's graphics don't. I disagree. I'm actually I'm gonna stand my ground on this one. I don't think it has anything to do. For me, it's not. I love plenty of PS1 games. Like, I love the PS1 art style. It's not that. I adore pre-rendered backgrounds. I don't mind, like, extreme dithering or what have you. It's that it's not expectation of art style, at least for me, and I will only speak for me. It is that the fundamental amount of information that can be conveyed is extremely restricted and limited by dint of the pantomiming because of the character models. Because of just what the character models are and what they're limited to. And the level of deftness and expressibility that exists in Remake only to me further proves that point, because of its fidelity and the ability. It's not that I need voice acting. It's not that I need modern graphics. It's not that I need X, Y, or Z. But I do think that it is absolutely restricted. And if it's enough for someone, that's fine. Like, if it's enough that, like, the amount that's shown. But genuine confusion about what is happening in certain scenes is something I commonly see from people. All they need to commit with this. But I don't. That's okay. Let me be clear. I don't think they do. For everyone, and I don't. There are, including myself, and other people in my life, genuine confusion with what is trying to be expressed at more than one scene in the original Final Fantasy VII. I remember the Percy Jackson books. Percy beat Hecaton Kairis in the rock, paper, scissors by using finger guns. Now I haven't found the third one yet. Okay. Also, welcome to the what is it? Probably 5th hour of the stream where we all find a topic where I vehemently disagree and we start arguing about the same thing in a circle. Look, I hear you guys. I'm not trying to bash Final Fantasy VII. I'm not trying to say, oh, you can't possibly understand what's going on. It's so desperately confusing. I'm just saying that, like, I think even 9 proves my point, is that you can understand, like, the what you can accomplish with the characters just by a little bit more expressiveness goes a long way. And I even still think that it's sometimes with 9, it's a little bit, like, a lot of subtlety or a lot of, like, what the exact connotation is lost beyond the dint of just the biggest emotion you can show and the writing, which maybe, yeah. DJ Loprit, let's go. There are some scenes in 7 that I can see people looking goofy if they're not used to PS1 looking games. Cloud backflipping as a ghost, Sephiroth zooming around, stuff like that. Just like as an example, like let me try to think of it like what the clone things are of Sephiroth, or like what happens in the pyramid with the black materia is just kind of a confusing scene. Yeah, I just watched a streamer younger than you very much get the pantomime very well, but I'm gonna drop it. No, I mean, look. What's the most? Saying it's not only fine, but maybe it's even nice that it's pantomime because it doesn't distract. Saying like you're right that I shouldn't say. I'm not trying to say everyone who's younger has a problem with it, because I'm just saying that. I'll stop saying people in my life because that's not fair. I genuinely am paying close attention and find 7 at times hard to actually understand what is going on. Yeah. But I hear you. Maybe again, and the most accurate thing I'm trying to say isn't so much that 7 is impenetrable or something because of it. More that I just think that a remake actually brings a lot to the table with allowing someone like me to connect to the characters a lot more. Yeah. Important 7 question: Aerith or Tifa? There's so many asterisks to that. Like, are we talking about like going on a date? Are we talking about getting married? Like, are we talking about like, is this fuck, marry, kill? Like, what are we playing here? Like, what is what is the? I need the parameters. Aerith is such a big deal symbolically, but Tifa is a more interesting character. I think Aerith is plenty interesting as a character, especially in some ways in the remake when they're trying to contest. FF7 was my bisexual awakening. No, I believe you, Crepe. I believe you. Yeah, I was only half jokingly gonna say, can I just date Cloud? Specifically remake Cloud, because I kind of just don't. I really don't like Cloud in a 7, which I'm not saying is bad. You're like, he's supposed to be in a weird place. It's not. Just Cloud in early 7, in original 7, is just kind of it's just more of an asshole. Whereas like 7 remake Cloud is still more. He's laconic and he's closed off, but he's not quite as much of an asshole. Direct ship in 7 are Cloud plus Zack and Tifa plus her. Yeah. I mean, can I be with Zack? Zack's my. Can I just go on a date with Zack? I mean, if we're talking, I feel it's so boring because it's like attraction-wise, it's like Tifa, but like, it's just existential question of which one. Dochide Moi. Can I just be in a poly thruple, please? Vincent Valentine awoke something in me. I haven't played 7, but watched my brother play it, and also Dirge of Servers. Oh, that's good. Zack is very, very good boy. Yeah, and especially original Zack. Look, Crisis Core has a lot of things that I don't like about like mid-2000s, like shonen and JRPGs. But I really like Zack's character, and I really like I really like idealists a lot of time. And also, I also have a fucking thing for people going down with last stands that are like of the utmost importance. I've just been hearing so much about Clarith lately. I was interested to see how people would react. Well, I think so I haven't played Rebirth yet, but like especially with the remake, I think it's so clear that it's a Aerith Cloud Tifa Zack or Aerith Zack Tifa Cloud. Like I think that's like what they at this point see as canonical. And honestly, I find it weird that there's even like I kind of wish they would have just committed. Like it's weird to me that there's choice in the game. I mean, I do like that you can take Barrett with you on a date. Like that, that'll go to the grave defending. Okay, Gus. Aerith is more fun and Aerith is more sexually adventurous. I mean, I'd believe that. Then Aerith's Cetra powers to explain the timeline memories to be a bit questionable. Then again, time travel is always going to... Oh, look. One, let's avoid spoilers for Remake and Rebirth, but also, like... Nomura's... If you've played Kingdom Hearts, you know Nomura's happy to pull shit out of his ass. Let's no one be surprised. Like, Aerith 100% gonna ask other people to come... Oh no, I left to grab a snack, come back directly into ship wars. It's not wars, it's just talking about preferences. And to be fair, this is Ray Ray's fault. Dirge of Cerberus was such a fun ride. I enjoy Dirge of Cerberus, unironically. I agree with every criticism levied against it, and I unironically enjoy that game. Remake sometimes adds more than the original. Look how entertaining the honeybee. Yeah, and Dance Game was, they really went. Yeah, I do think Remake does add a lot. My biggest problem with Final Fantasy VII Remake is that it's not a remake. That's my biggest problem with Final Fantasy Remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake is a continuation in such a specific way that it's a recontextualization. It verges on being a sequel. So that's my hot take. I don't think Aerith and Zack have any chemistry at all. I don't think Aerith and Zack have any less chemistry than Aerith and Cloud. To me. I'm assuming you probably disagree on that one, though, Levi. Haven't the remakes not gotten to the part of the game where Tifa really gets the spotlight? Yes, but I would say that Remake goes out of its way to give Tifa a much stronger spotlight than the original did earlier on. So I would say that Tifa still actually had quite a lot of spotlight in Remake. I can't speak for Rebirth. For the Remake, my answer would have been firmly Tifa, but the Remake did so much to make Aerith have a person cloud the character seems. The chair seems like him. Yeah. I do definitely think that... This is my thing. I think the interpretation of all the characters in Remake, can't speak for Rebirth, have done so... I'll say it. 7 was ranked pretty low for me. I did not love 7 that much. Original 7 did not do a lot for me. I played it when I was 14. It just did not do a lot for me at all. But Remake did a lot to make me like those characters. Like, a lot more. And maybe it's just because I'm a namby-pamby, he needs voice acting in it. So interesting. FFVIII Remake, the Ava movies, the Matrix 4, and all these metas. Oh, yeah, the Final Fantasy VII Remake. I see what you're saying, the Ava movies. Yeah, how they're all responses to the prior text. Oh, the heaviest of disagrees? For what? I'm assuming you don't mean that I dislike 7, because I'm not saying 7's bad. I'm just saying it's not a comment on its quality. It's a comment on whether or not I liked it. Yeah, Crave likes Dirge of Cerberus. I like Dirge of Cerberus more than I like Final Fantasy VII. I like Advent Children more than I like Final Fantasy VII. I mean, it's not fair. It's a movie. I like Crisis Core more than I like 7. Yeah. My least favorite piece of 7 media by far is Final Fantasy VII. Has a lot for me to appreciate. Characters I didn't care that much for in the original. Barrett is now my favorite character. Yeah, it does a lot for his character for sure. There are hardcore Aerith fans that will argue that the devs about how the game goes. Of course. Nomura wanted to leave everything the same. Yeah, that's one of my favorite factoids is that yes, I make the joke about Nomura pulling bullshit out of his ass, but Nomura did go to bat to say let's make an actual straight remake. I'm not blaming Nomura for the choice to change, but I refuse to believe that Nomura had no say in once they decided to make changes how they went about it. I love that Vincent has his lolly. What? It's a remake of the timeline. Yes. But here's the thing about it. Yeah, and here's the thing that, like, which is not to disagree with your point, Lean, but remake only fully contextually works within the confines of the original 7 happening and as a continuation or response to the events of it. And the amount of people I met who hadn't played 7, who was like, what the fuck is going on by the end, who were perplexed. Because while it does do some work, I do not feel that the 7 remake does nearly enough work to convey that it is an altering of time. Not that it doesn't explicitly say that, but its relationship to the original game, I don't think is as strongly enough conveyed for a new audience. But yeah. Could the Warrior of Light survive in the 7's world? Yeah, why not? Yeah. I mean, are we assuming that they're able to still do all the shit they do? Because if so, yeah, I don't think there's any... I mean, would Shinra try to fucking take him out? Maybe. Yeah. Remake... Okay, like Advent Children... Liking Advent Children more really makes me question things about you. Why? Advent Children's more interesting and has like... What's wrong with Advent Children? I actually get to feel Cloud's character because I can see what the hell he's feeling and meaning. I look, Levi, I'm not trying to bait you, I promise, and I'm sorry if I'm saying anything that's only like belaboring the point. 7 Remake is 7-2. 7 Rebirth is 7-2-2. I will not elaborate. More interesting, you gotta take the L on that one. What's wrong with Advent Children? How so? Because that's, to me, Advent Children Cloud is absolutely the Cloud when I played 7 that I saw. Yes, it's dour because of the fallout of the events of what happened in the prior game. Yeah, it's definitely a dour piece. I wholly agree with you. I love the Advent Children battle theme piano range with Tifo. I love how we're over here arguing and Lazy just comes in like, you know, this is nice. I don't particularly read Advent Children as so much dour. It's more to do with like the fact that it deals with the loss of Aerith and his memories of Zack for his character and what he's struggling with in the wake of that and not having purpose after the events of 7. Like, yes, he's recollected his memories by the end of 7, but I just, like, I find Cloud in Final Fantasy VII in the first part to be kind of an asshole, then eventually gets his memories back. He's kind of an asshole who, like, occasionally says something funny. Then eventually gets his memories back and is kind of heroic, but it almost feels like a different character. I feel like I'm just going to say things that are... I'm not trying to make people bad. I deeply apologize. Oh, hey, look. An archive video. Wait, what? How did it play? We were supposed to play the... That was weird. I'm sorry if I made... Oh. I truly think he did years of damage to Cloud's character. I feel like the version of Cloud and Advent Children in most forms of media is the version of Cloud we get. My only issue... I feel like... I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep saying things that are upsetting. I'm sorry. My only issue with Advent Children... And look. Here. The last time I watched Advent Children was probably like 5 or 7 years ago. So to your point, like, maybe we should just sit down and watch and play these things instead of me commenting on them so far removed. My only issue with just the English voice acting was meh. Oh, I love Sephiroth's voice acting in that. I like Cloud's. Anyways. My only issue... Sephiroth will never be just a memory. Except the end of 7 deal with all this stuff, and then Advent Children just rolls Cloud character's development back. But I don't think it does, because I don't think Cloud's character in Advent Children isn't Cloud at the beginning of 7. It's just Cloud who actually has to deal with all the weight of a lot of the bullshit he's been through. Advent Children is Cloud, is 7 Cloud at the start of the game. But he's not, because he's not an asshole. He's not shut off because he doesn't, like, he hates everyone or something. He's shut off because he's still dealing with his shit. Like, I think it's a very different character. Or I don't think it's at all, like... I agree that Advent Children Cloud feels like Cloud at the beginning of 7 Remake. That I definitely agree with. I mean, Crepe, I did recently replay it. And also, just telling me to replay something and reevaluate the characters is not necessarily an argument for why I'm wrong. AC Cloud's worse than Cloud at the state of the game because the start of the game, Cloud is this aspirational... This isn't fair enough. Oh, Swoop! Good to see you, glad to have you. Thank you for the 20 memberships, and everybody enjoy your emotes. Fire them at will. I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing the thing where I get caught on the thing, and then I just keep talking in a circle. The problem is that I probably am not going to have this conversation in the Discord. So if I don't talk about it here, I don't know where else I would. AC Cloud is start of the game. Cloud is this aspirational state for... Start of the game is this aspirational state for Cloud. Is it? Because instead I feel like he's someone who's, as his memory's fucked with, has shut off himself from emotionally for people, and literally only says that he's there for jobs or X, Y, and Z, and does not connect them. He just merges to realize it's a bad thing to aspire to. Well, but his memory, he doesn't... As of the beginning of the game, it's not that he aspires to be a soldier, he believes he was a soldier. You guys feel Sephiroth is a tragic character? Yeah, to an extent. Oh man, look at all those emotes. Feel free to fire off your favorite emotes at will, guys. Double booms! Advent Children Cloud is dealing with PTSD from not only the shit that happened before 7, but this shit during 7, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel. Having only played 7 and none of the other stuff, I think so structurally, but it feels like he heals turn on a dime and then is never portrayed as one. Yeah, it's interesting. I do think it does an interesting job of pointing of like basically Sephiroth is heroic and then breaks as he realizes the nature of his existence. I think for the time it does it well enough, and I think it's good. But I do think the level to which like the existential, here's the thing, I think that level of existential crisis Sephiroth goes through is weird. Like the level to which he breaks with the knowledge that he learns seems a little off to me. Like it never quite landed. Nevik, could you adjust the brightness and the contrast in one of the pictures to try to read it better? Yeah, so the problem is that we can't figure out why my monitor is doing it, but since we're here, why don't we figure that out? But look, I know me and Naniri haven't been playing, but maybe when I get back to streaming, if Naniri doesn't have time, what I can do is I'll just play 7 solo Crepe, and then you can critique me, or you can make your points, and we can more specifically. Because yeah, my monitor looks dim and its color looks off, but I can't figure out. I might catch up. I find it hilariously weird whenever Remake Cloud swears it's funny. Swoop, how you doing, man? Elio, I really like you, but I'm not sure I want to talk about 7 with you anymore. Said in a joking. Okay. I'm glad that was cool because I was gonna be sad because like I'm sorry, I'm not. It's really hard for me when I love something and someone is obstinately like, nah, I don't think it's good, or nah, I don't like it, or nah, and especially if they're casual about it. In some ways, it's more frustrating because you want them to respect and engage with you, and maybe other people think that. But all that to say that like, I don't think you guys are crazy, and I would rather more heavily get into the point having replayed more recently. So, As someone who has not played 7 yet, people are allowed to interpret the characters differently, and the disagreements are fascinating to see. Yeah, and that's one of the things we try to like foster and cherish here. Frankly, is we try to focus on like, look, there are going to be a lot of times people here disagree with me, and we may get into diatribes and side tangents that are last maybe a little bit too long, because it just goes in circles a lot of times with me. But it's not. I don't want the space to just be it's okay to agree to disagree. I do want it to be, I want to try to find value even if I don't feel the same. I want to find the value in what you're saying. The same way that like I don't love 9, but I do want to hear about how Aubrey likes 9. I do want to hear about why, you know, I don't know. I want to be a positive space of better understanding, at least as far as how I work. But I'm also a little weird. Yeah, 7 and Remake Cloud and AC Cloud are very similar. Okay, so we're agreed there, but that's the beginning of his arc. Dude went through a lot of change, but AC disregard. Okay, I see what you're saying. To me, I see it more as kind of what we said earlier of him dealing with the loss and PTSD after the when Tifa goes into his memory and fixes it and stuff, like that just being enough to solve the problem of him being heroic and all, you know, we're all good and everything's go, is not as interesting to me as someone dealing with the loss of Aerith, dealing with the like a world post Midgard, dealing with like having time to actually slow down now in the wake of, like, we won the day, we stopped Sephiroth, but things aren't all back to normal, things aren't good, and he's kind of gone back a little bit and closed himself off, but he's still grown. He's just returned to a little bit of some of the old pattern in lone wolfing it, but he's not so cut off that he's, to me, the exact same. Like, I feel like the lessons are still learned, but maybe also that's just because there's a point in my life where I've regressed. Maybe it's that simple. I don't, and maybe it's also because I just didn't have as much of a strong fondness and connection for Cloud at the second half of the story. Because for me, one of the things that happens is like Cloud Ascendant in the back third of 7. I don't want to say field unearned because that's not really my argument point. Like, but just like it's like, oh, he kind of feels like he becomes shonen protagonist for me, which I find less interesting. This doesn't mean it's worse. Beginning of 7 Cloud is aspiring to be Zack. Well, beginning of FF7 Cloud kind of just has the memories of Zack. But yeah, yeah, it's not just the believes he was a soul. Okay, I see you are disagreeing that it is just about the memory. Sure. I guess I don't see him as much idealistic in the early part, especially with like a lot of his cold shoulder assholery. I see him much less as an aspirational character, much more as, but yeah, maybe there's a lot of dialogue that I'm just forgetting. He's aspiring to what Zack told him to aspire before Zack died. It's interesting because I know he is that person by the end, but I don't see that as much in the first half. But yeah, Sephiroth is very likable for 2 short scenes and then 100% villain mode the entire rest of the game. Yeah, but and I will grant him this, he is one hell of a villain. Cloud doesn't act like Cloud, act like Zack. Cloud acts like when he thinks he's acts like. I don't know if that was meant to be a funny statement, but that's such a perfect encapsulation of like 7. Cloud don't act like Cloud, and Cloud act like Zack. Cloud acts like what he thinks Zack acts like. Yeah, it feels like Sephi should have had a few more glimpses of that old humanity throughout the back half of the game. Yeah. That's why it's so weird for Aerith, because like he acts like Zack exactly sometimes, but he's not like Zack, and it's obvious, and it's an obvious affection. I guess the thing for me is I think of Zack as such an idealistic character and a warm character. In like his coloration in like Crisis Core and stuff, that like I see so little of Zack's character in early Cloud other than his knowledge. Now, if you want to make an argument that that's because Zack, as represented in the original Final Fantasy VII, is not quite the same as the is almost a different character than his representation in the further media. That, I mean, like, I could get behind that. But to me, the representation I think of when I think of Zack comes from, like, Crisis Core. Also, Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII isn't Sephiroth until you get him from the crystal up north. It's Genova posting a Sephiroth. True. True. Okay, guys, give me a song. Give me any Final Fantasy song. Over course of kind of disconnect and it's just weird, just not how to play his feelings. I don't want this phase to be agree to disagree. Elliot wants to fight everyone who he disagrees with to the death in a battle royale. Winner gets the channel.
Prepare. Fight. Finish him. Gabby fatality.
Oh, I love White Snow Black Steel. It's a good. Knowledge never sleeps. Did we not get knowledge ever sleeps? I'm sorry if we didn't hit it already. I'm good. We made a bunch of seashells at the beach trip. Hopefully the one they made for you makes it unharmed. Oh, that's very kind, Swoop. Sorry, I was having a bit of a time, and my physical health was not well, and there was a lot of complications around the family. But that's really, I appreciate it. I appreciate that you reached out. It actually really meant a lot. I'm sorry that I didn't get in touch back. Thank you. That is a super soldier tainted with eldritch alien monster poisoning the planet. That would give someone issues. Yes, but the fact that Sephiroth goes psychopath mode just because he learned that is... Look, if I found out that I was actually the son of an alien, or like in some way the byproduct of an alien eldritch monstrosity, my response... I still don't think I would go, okay, so I was a hero, full villain time. And I'm oversimplifying, but I don't think I'm oversimplifying by that much. Feel free to Crepe or Levi, pop in on that one. I don't think you're being overly harsh either, Elliot. Yeah, just text. Not always the best format discussion. Ain't that true? Of course, years and sudden turnabout is it's kind of disconnected from. I don't want to see. To me, Cloud is always Cloud, but he has these levels of stuff over him: his own insecurity, his confusion about Zack, and his confusion about being a Sephiroth clone. Sure. I might need a Snickers. I'd also like to point out that everything we've said right now isn't really a spoiler, and some arguably. Zack is a good boy. Zack is a good boy. At the end, it helps strip away all the things that aren't Cloud. Cloud isn't warm like Zack, but Cloud moves like Zack. Cloud says things Zack would say. He says them in different contexts. See, here's one of the things I would say, Levi. That's where I struggle with. A lot of that didn't read to me from the original 7. Like when stuff like that happens in Remake or in other places, I can see that. But like that didn't read clearly to me in the original. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not trying to critique it as not done clearly, but I wasn't getting that from it, and that's kind of what I mean. Why like I struggle with 7's limitations. Kefka's Tower from 6, preferably SNES. Okay. Knowledge never sleeps. Restarium is so good. I miss that city. Well, you can always just go hang out with it. Also, I'd point out, look, Gaia is now canon, right? Like we've got Gaia as canon. I mean, Gaia as canon. Gaia as in MSQ, right? Like, we going back. Like, the restoration of the first, we know was a plot line that was going to be a thing. The question is now, is that part of an expansion? Is it part of, like, an alliance raid? Like, what is it? Does it never happen, but it's actually just, but, like, look, yeah. All good. Pain would be... Swoop, that's incredibly kind of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Close to the distance to send off Endwalker. Yeah, that's a good idea, Lane. That's definitely what we should do. The end of Tifa helps strip away all those things that aren't Cloud. Cloud isn't warm like Zack. Yeah. Dancing Mad. Yeah, movement 4. Dancing Mad movement. Oh, dude, I like Dancing Mad. I was fine with, but then I had to prog Kefka in OAS, Savage, and I kind of fell in love with Dancing Mad. Actually, you know what? I think it might be movement 2 or 3 that's my favorite, actually. Let's pull it up. Oh, I wish someone had the timestamps. Yeah, it's movement 2. Okay, let's not. Yeah, we'll move on. Levi. I will be really excited to talk about it again whenever I get to the point where I can, where I replay 7 and I'll watch all its media and stuff. I'd love, maybe it'll change my mind. I really wish we could have housing here, but canonically it doesn't make super sense for that to be a thing. So I thought that for a long time, Lane. But let me pitch you a thought. What if, because of the restoration, they create housing for now that the world's starting to come back, right? With the restoration of the first becoming a thing. I think first housing being created not so much for adventures in the traditional sense, but maybe for the overflow of people now coming in from other realms that were, staying secure from the flood of light, or or growing population, or you could create all sorts of justifications. I think Crystarium housing, or at least first housing, is more, with each passing patch, is more likely. The question is just when you do it, and whenever we go to whenever the 13th is involved in an expansion, if it ever is, then the first kind of inexorably will have to be, There was not close in the distance. I want to save close in the distance till later in the stream. Let's save that for now. We didn't listen to enough of Crystarium theme though. Zerathroth is a hero figure for his heal turn, but not a hero, just a strong egoist that happened to be. That's true. That's fair. I mean, at least when I think about it, it's a representation in places like Crisis Core. There's also Sephiroth as a foil to Cloud. Sephiroth getting his memories causes him to throw away his identity. Cloud getting his memories. Oh, that's a really interesting point, Master. I like that. Yeah. As a foil and as a mirror. Yeah. I think Guy's lip color is canon. It's been consistent throughout all her careers. She's got some lips, that's for sure. It seems to me that people act like making the normal version of the raids required is a weird thing that they wouldn't do. It would break precedent and past comments made. It's not impossible, as we've seen with things like Return to Evilise. But I would say that or Crystal Tower. I guess Return to Evilise is a bad example. Sorry, Crystal Tower is the example I think of. Here's what I will say. I do not think that they will ever require something until it gets to the point that they want to write an MSQ story and there's no way around it. And the reason I say that is, the only alliance raid that is fundamentally required to play MSQ is Crystal Tower. And that did not happen until 5.3. Not 5.0. Not 5.0. Not when Shadowbringers came out, but when they literally did 5.3 and okay, we have to have the Warrior of Light having, in order to bring, the Graha coming back. The Graha thing cannot work if the Crystal Tower hasn't been played at all. And it doesn't work if you haven't played it and played Shadowbringers, to be fair. But they are well, we'll make it work somehow. Wave the hand, So, if they decide they want to make Eden a fundamental part of, the restoration of the 13th, and, Gaia needs to be a part of that, right? And the 13th, there's an expansion that takes place in the 13th or whatever, right? Then we'll definitely get one. It doesn't make sense that people can just go to Kugane or Ishgard right away either, but you can for housing. I mean, to be fair, the housing thing in Ishgard is sort of framed as a... I mean, well, to be fair, the fact of the firmament and the... what is it called? There's the firmament and then there's the actual housing. That are, identical is weird. But also... At least the firmament kind of has justification. And to be fair, the Shirogane actually kind of makes sense in that it is, if you think about how Kugane is Dejima, creating housing specifically for adventurers to invite people in, the justifications are actually quite good. Imperium, thank you. Thank you, sweet. But you're right, they are pulling it out of their ass to an extent. Levi. Here's the real question about Crystarium housing. Will it be super bright all the time until you beat Shadowbringers? I would bet money that that they would make it so you can't unlock it until after you've beaten Shadowbringers. The same way that it's not like you can unlock Firmament until you beat Heaven's Ward, right? I think that's the answer. I have a house in Imperium and Ishgard, but I'm thinking we'd get some Dawntrail housing before the first Eorzean. Oh, almost certainly. If we get new housing, well, no, I say almost certainly. If I had to pitch what the next new housing was, Sharlayan makes sense. Tyrall makes a lot of sense, especially given what the story looks like it's shaping up to be. Crystarium housing, or at least first housing, makes sense at a certain point, but I wouldn't bet on it soon. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if we'd get old Sharlayan housing or Tyrall housing first. I could genuinely see it going either way. Doesn't the Warrior of Darkness already have some nice accommodations? Yes, but that's different than housing. He holds onto the stuff that makes him heroic, despite accepting being a nobody and not the hero, exec. He keeps hero stuff too. Text is limited, and we're moving on from 7. Yeah, no. I appreciate, Master, all y'all's conversation. Don't forget that you can always join the Discord if Ray, if you want to do the links. If you ever want to talk about Final Fantasy XIV or other Final Fantasy games, or stuff like that, you can join us in our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Where would be a good place for new housing? I think Calusia would be a good place with people of the Sharlayan. I mean, it's always an A city. Not just a city, but like it's always the why is it trying to play the innocent? It's always a city. So it's not, right? Let's think about this. It's, starting Eorzean cities. Ishgard with Firmament or Imperium. We've got like Kugane is the A city for Stormblood and Shirogane. Yeah, I mean, it's always an A city. So it would be, in my mind, it would be Tuliolal, or it would be, because Tuliolal is the A city, and you can tell that because it has the market board, or it would be the Crystarium, because I don't think it would be Yulmore or Calusia. One, because of space, and two, because it's not the A city, it's the B city. I mean, obviously I'm doing the precedent as predictor of the future, which is doesn't have to be true, but I would stick with it because it tends to be true. So yeah, Tuliolal, Sharlayan, or Crystarium would be my answer. My biggest disappointment about 14 is that once a character is side content, they don't show up for MSQ because people could have just skipped content. To be fair, Crypt, it does seem like they're starting to change that a little bit. I hope Gaia's MSQ is a precedent for that changing. I'm starting to think so. I think it just by the fact that they're like, one, they're starting to write things in a way where it's like, okay, let's say you didn't go on this one side quest with, where either requiring things is somewhat more normal, like that's becoming a thing, not necessarily in the like raid sense, but like doing a certain side quest, or like, okay, you didn't do this one Ehrenwald side quest, but it's not really, it doesn't change the story, so it's fine. Yeah, I hope you're right, Crypt. Elio, Ishgard is closed as a country, and you have to have sponsors to hang out in Kugane soon. Well, no, but Ishgard isn't closed anymore. And then Kugane, like that's part of the point of the, like, one of the things about the Imperium is also, like, in the Firmament is also supposed to be like actively inviting people back in to increase commerce and the like. And then in Kugane, you don't need what, I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the point about Shirogane is that, like, it is an attempt to cut more of that tape, right, and cut some of the outsiderism. And also, I don't think you need to have a sponsor to go into Kugane. You need a sponsor to go into Hingashi, if I'm not mistaken. And Kugane is technically on the outskirts of Hingashi. It's like the Dejima. It's the... Am I wrong? Pretty sure, because it's not on Shishu. And it's definitely not on Koshu. Like, I know for a fact on the map. Like, if we can... Eorzean T. It's lore time, baby! if we pull up the 6.0, oh, this is the last time I'm going to see this old map. We got the new map now, because like Kugane is here in the outer part of like this is Shishu, Koshu, and this is all Hingashi, right? But like the idea is that this is like when Japan was closed off to traders in the past, like they had Dejima as the island. I've always considered housing semi-canonical, the same way stuff like walking off and taking a while to go grab 7 adventurer friends to fight Susano attack mid of the Red Koju is. Yeah, I mean, I think you don't have to. I think you can treat it more canonical than that, honestly, because there's not really a lot that breaks. Like, it actually makes sense from a business perspective for them to try and recruit. Like, one of the stories going on at the heart of Kugane, and to a broader context as we've started to see Hingashi, and like is that there is that tension of wanting to bring people in and wanting to keep people out. So like the existence of Shirogane to me is like actually more of an indicator of times changing in the same way that happened historically, right? Like that like if for those who don't know, Dejima is a real thing. Like it's like what I'm referencing. So like during what? I don't know if it starts at the exact same time as the Edo period, but basically Japan's closed itself off, and it doesn't close itself off till America comes in with gunships in the mid 19th century. But for a long time, people weren't not like Japan did everything it could to stop like Christians and traders and everyone from getting too much in, but they saw the use of them to some extent. So there were places and specific ports where they could come. And there were places like Dejima, which is literally means like exit island, and like it is straight up what Kugane is based off of. Like it is clearly the inspiration for it. Like, and it's like a trade city. It's basically exactly what Kugane is. So yeah, wasn't it the Portuguese? The Portuguese, yes, mainly the Portuguese. The Portuguese were the biggest by far, for sure. Yeah, for the traders. There were others. I do know there were others, but the Portuguese were. I know they're predominant. Are they the only ones in Dejima that ended up like occupying Dejima? Artificial island, trading post. Yeah, it was a trading post for the Portuguese, and subsequently the Dutch. That's what I'm thinking of. Real life lore with Elio Forgeron. Felt like the gay. Moon housing. Look. With Smileton existing, with the bunnies doing what they do, moon housing I don't think is an impossibility. Like, I don't think we'll get it, partly because there's no precedent for housing not tied to a major city. But, I don't know. You can still go to a friend's house, though, so you wouldn't end up there before you got there. Well, okay, can you break sequence? That's a little different, though, but I take your point. Elio, the faded text is the same text on the card arranged. The faded text. Oh, did you take the picture of the card and try to read it? Okay, that's good to know, Nevik. Thank you. Makes sense because if you join an FC house located in the Imperium, you can't go anywhere until you've beaten Heaven's. Oh, so you can't even lane. That's interesting. People want moon housing too. Moon housing would be cool. I mean, also with like the space exploration, doing something like that, I think is more reasonable now. Although I would much prefer they focus on a city housing. Like I want Tural housing, Charlene housing, Crystarium housing. Like I want those. Those are like to me a priority. Does guys show up in the 6.x stuff if you've not done Eden? Yes. Yeah. I like they gave her such a small part specifically so she could just not be around if you're not done it. That was original. Well, so Master, that was kind of initially how they did it and was the case for 3-4 years. But the thing is that like they wanted to tie in the restoration of the 13th with the first because of their crossed fates, right? It made sense to bring 0 into that. So it's like a good example of what we're talking about, right? Is things are siloed off in 14 until they absolutely cannot be, right? The same way that it's not MSQ, but you have to do Evilise in order to do Bosnia. A little bit of a different example, but just so they needed. So like once they were like, okay, we're bringing 0 to the first. It's like, well, we can't like ignore Eden, and we also can't ignore like, you know, she doesn't show up if you've not done Eden. Interesting. I thought she did. Okay, then I'm wrong. I'm wrong. But the fact that she's MSQ makes like they're gonna get to a point where I wouldn't be surprised if they do require Eden. If they ever do anything more with the 13th that's MSQ related, they're basically gonna have to. The only other option I can imagine is like doing an exploratory zone in the 13th or something. But they did ignore my boy Nuklahai and Celia. Yeah. I don't think past president is a great idea. It could be anywhere. I mean, okay, it's not going to be like copy factory housing, but it could be mostly anywhere. I might have misspelled this. Yeah, so I have come around to the idea, Levi, that like using past as president for 14 exclusively and assuming that's the law is a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad generalization though, because they've kind of like it tends to be true only till it's not, and only when it's not is only when they are like decided in a point that you wouldn't expect it. Like an example would be the like there's a really strong likelihood that the structure of Dawntrail is going to be, hey, you start out, you can either go to Urkopacha or Kozumauka, and you can only go to half of them. Well, actually, let's think. It might be more accurate that you can only, I bet actually another way it might be, is that you can only go to Kozumauka or Yakta-El, and you can only go to half of it. You can only go to like the top half of Yakta-El, not the lower Cenote region, and you can only go to the lower area with the Hanu and Moblins with the, you can't go up to the upper area or whatever in Kozumauka or something like that, right? Or you can only pick, and you pick one of those two first, right? And then you do that, and then you can go, and then when you finish those, you do a dungeon, and then you can go to like the third map, and or you know, and then when you do the third map and you get a dungeon and then a trial, which will probably be Urkopacha. That dungeon will be the 93 dungeon. The 91 dungeon will probably, I would bet money, the 91 dungeon is going to be the Kozumauka dungeon. The 93 is going to be the Urkopacha dungeon. The 90, well, depending on the structure, the 97 might be the Yakta-El dungeon, and the 95 might be the Heritage Found dungeon. It kind of depends. The part of the problem with it is that there's no Shalawani dungeon so far, so if the Heritage Found dungeon is the Shalawani dungeon, then it may not. It's a little bit weird. But anyways, look at the structure of Shadowbringers, look at the structure of Endwalker, and they're the same. There's a good chance that it'll be the same structure again, or at least very, very, very close. And so, yes, it is not... It's not that the past will tell us exactly, but they do tend to follow trends when they make this game. What are you dinging me on? Look at Astinian. He's canon whether you did Dragoon or not, but it's preferable if you did, not required. Yeah. Lorenz is probably a big indicator for non-MSQ guys are going to be in the MSQ. I totally agree, Master, and I've been saying that for a while. Yeah, Lorenz is a great example of that in my mind. So he's so open about it, he might as well be an exception that proves the rule. Yeah, that's, yeah. What's the most Japanese thing from the other FF games that hasn't been in 14? Because I wonder what we're gonna do when we actually go to Hingashi. There's a lot of things, and the thing is that they don't need to make Bugyo and Koshu not an extension of culturally and stuff. They can still make it. Here's the thing. A lot of like the stuff in Hingashi in specific doesn't really always come from other Final Fantasy games. It just comes from Meiji, Edo, and Sengoku Japan. Just straight up. Like it's barely even fantasy to some degrees at some points. So I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of. It's an interesting question off the top of your head. I would have to like look at other examples of like where Japanese culture infiltrated into parts of Final Fantasy games and meditate on that. Because 12 doesn't have a lot, 13 doesn't have a lot, 10 doesn't have a lot. People, I don't know 11 well enough to know. 9 doesn't really. 7 you have Wutai, like, but that's one that's supposed to be China, not really Japan. But it's kind of a mishmash, so I mean, it still kind of is. I can't remember anything in 8, but I may be wrong. I'm just not. 6 has some stuff. Yeah. 15 modern Japanese culture. Yeah, but not that's 15 is Tokyo culture circa 2016. Like, it's not even like, it's not even Japan even, it's Tokyo culture. Like, I don't know how to explain it better than that. It would be like, it's like New York, calling New York culture American culture. It's like such a specific slice of Tokyo chic and fashion at that time. 12 hours to go. Only 12 hours, holy moly. I should sleep at some point. Or eat. Dutch 2, yeah. Oh, my PS5 copy of 14 changed to the Dawntrail logo on my home screen. Hey! You're sure people aren't a fan of their housing to be Escher art. I wish my houses were MC Escher art. I would love my house. Yeah, see, Crepe's on it. Yeah. 12 more hours by my count before maintenance is over. The housing to me is such a self-expression thing that I think we need more futuristic housings. I agree that it's... I see what you're saying in that there is no zone that is necessarily representative of an advanced technology, and therefore by having something like a moon housing, you would allow for further breadth of people to engage with something that's very different than Shirogane, Empyrean. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And that's valid. I think for me, my priorities, because I agree about expression, my priorities are both also though in the world in such a way that once you create housing on the moon, there's a lot of questions I have that are kind of fine to have, seeing as it's already supposed to be a repository anyway, so there's got to be housing for someone. And we know that the Loporrits were building housing. Like, we know that was a thing, too. What happens if we feed Zeramis to a rainbow rock horse? Well, I mean, Zeramis is gone, so we don't have to worry about that. I assume the big bit of, I think it was Urkopacha. Yes, had the secrets. No, that was Shaloani. Stamp on it, the one FanFest is going to be a later revisit area. No, that secret was Solution 9. So here, let's pause. I think this is a great thing to talk about. Let's talk about this. Let's get on some Dawntrail shit. If we look at the artwork. Also, I'm gonna ask again, if anyone has any Dawntrail related questions or lore or things that they want to learn about, like the Mammal Jaw, Yokui, any of that, please ask. Now's the time. So this is Tuliolal. You can even see the bridge that goes from Jacques Tural to Jacques Tural. So if we pull up, let's pull my map. So if you see Tuliolal is here, and the giant bridge that you see in the video leads here, and it connects Southern Tural and Northern Tural, which are Jacques Tural and Jacques Tural, respectively. This is Solution 9, and you can see it has the Ancient Unsundered World script instead of any other script that was normally seen. Tuliolal. This is Urkopacha. So, this is going to be where the dungeon is, almost certainly. These mountains are going to be where we fight Valley Garmonda, based on what we've seen. This is the Pelu Pelu village. This was an ancient Yokui civilization that we don't know exactly what happened to. We just know that a couple centuries ago it fell into disrepair. This is Yaktael, with the cenotes below. This is Kozumauka, where you've got the Hanu Hanu and Moblin villages down here, as well as an upper level that's more densely jungled. This is Shaloani. So this is where the secret was, and they removed it, and there's nothing there. However, almost certainly originally there probably was Solution 9 or Heritage Found or something embodied. And the reason I say that is if you look at where the city for Shaloani is and the train, there's nothing. This goes to Heritage Found. So like I don't think, and this is the same train. This is concept art of Heritage Found, and this is well, we don't know that this orb is Solution 9. But it's probably especially if you breaking into it. Yeah, I think there's a good chance, especially if you see the abandoned cities and what have you. What's interesting to me about this watering hole over here is that we do see footage. I keep saying that we don't know what the Shaloani dungeon is. What's interesting is this in the trailers where they showed off the dungeons, they never showed the Shaloani dungeon, and the first time we get a shot of a dungeon that looks like it could be there. Here, let me.
Well, for once.
So this is the first time we've ever seen a dungeon that has to do with Shaloani, which is... This is the Kozumauka dungeon, which I had guessed before, and I think we definitely know to her, which I'm certainly right. This is probably the Urkopacha dungeon, which is high up towards the end of it. This is almost certainly the Shaloani dungeon. There's no other arid map that we see. Makes sense for the barrel tender to be there. And so it's possible that quite possible that that watering hole area may be either part of a different culture or also part of the dungeon. I think we do see some, I don't know what the correct term is, TPs, wigwams, or tents. We see tents set up of some sort of culture that also seem to be around water in one of the far older trailers that I believe also is Shaloani group. And there's further proof to that in the newest image that we have when we look at this card, the card here. If you look, this is an image of Shaloani. You can tell from Mr. Corn, you can tell from the weird cactar, you can tell from the adobe huts and the ceruleum farms, and you can see those same tents that I was talking about. So this should be Shaloani. Like, geographically, that makes the most sense. However, we only have seen those in one place, and that's from a trailer that's from quite a while ago. Man, I wish I had been in better health. I had so many videos written up, ready to go. Nope. No, it's just Tuliolal. I think this is just gonna be 9. Yep. This is new areas, Yaktel and Urkopacha. Yes, that's fine, but new areas. I think this. Yeah, here we go. So this is all Shaloani. So this is the city. And this is probably the closest area to the bridge, relatively speaking. So when we first cross over from... and Shaloani is almost certainly, in my opinion, map 4. I will bet quite a bit of money. It's either map 4 or like map one of the first 2 maps, and I don't think it's one of the first 2 maps. I think we don't get to cross the bridge until we get quite a little bit later into the game. Like the bridge is closed off to us for some reason, and I bet have already fought the first trial before we go to Shaloani. That is basing that off of, to an earlier point, that is basing that off of historically the pattern of how the maps are opened up to us. So they don't have to operate that way, but that's my intention. So see the adobe huts, and then see this is the more verdant area with almost like not willows, but what are they called? They have these trees in the south here in the States. But so see this more verdant area, I think this is over by like that oasis area on the map. But you don't really get a good shot of it from any direction because this is like south, and if that area exists, it's somewhere off to like the east. And then like north-ish is where the train tracks lead into Heritage Found. I have spent a lot of time for some reason thinking about the geographical spacing of all this stuff, and I'm very excited to be wrong. But don't think I am. And I think some of this footage also proves my point. So I'm also just gonna play this trailer.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Moblin. Tuliolal, Yaktel. Urkopacha. Close them out with the dungeon. I know this looks like it's the same shot, but let me show you what I'm talking about here. So one, if I'm not mistaken, let me go back. Okay, no, it is the same cast of characters. Don't have a good way to show this off particularly. This is either the Kozumaoka or I think Yaktel, or not Yaktel, Urkopacha. And my reasoning is, so, got all this stuff. But the clear blue skies in this way and some of the other, like, foliage and stuff kind of reminds me of some of the shape of some of the stuff you see as you climb around and up the mountain onto the Urkopacha dungeon. But you can't really, there's not enough. But then the fact that it cuts, the idea that it would cut from this is just as an editor mindset. The idea that it would cut from Kozumauka to Shaloani is weird. Instead of cutting from, you know, you don't go 1-1-3, you go 1-2-3. You don't go 1-1-2, you go 1-2-3. If you're gonna be kind of like juxtaposing a bunch of different. But again, or they just that's the footage they had. My boy, the barrel tender. I'm so excited for him. I need a barrel tender plushie.
Compete in the right of succession. The outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant.
We are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen.
Our nation can change for the better.
I am bound to no one.
Woklamat, protector of peace, and soon to be Dawn Servant.
A waste of time. I can always take what I need later.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built.
It is through embracing innovation that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
Interesting. So that's Kana, I'm pretty sure. So we get all three of them. We get the like, I'm brash, I'm brazen, my people are everything. We need innovation. I think they're all going to be will be 1.2x the size of Endwalker. Jesus Christ. They've done that almost every expansion now, because like Endwalker was like 1.2 times the size of Shadowbringers. Holy moly. Sorry if you answered already. No, redundancy is fine. But do you have any theories about what caused the huge rift in the land between North and South? Troll. Yes, the Stardust Strand. Let me, because there's actually some later stuff in this that I think more to talk about. So let's talk about that now. Yeah, so the Stardust Sea. So I call this the Stardust Rend typically. I mean, I don't know that it has an official name, but it's very interesting to me because it almost looks like it cleaves the continent in twain. What sort of thing has that power other than natural geological shifts? Well, I guess this technically is a horror sort, but umbral calamities would be the first thing. So with all that we've seen around the lightning and the energy drawn by Solution 9, as well as the corruption of like that purple energy crystal stuff that we see even as places like Kozumauka with the Garo, the calamity of lightning taking place here would be interesting. And calamities are major upheavals, even if their elemental aligning is to you know, the lightning aspect rather than to necessarily like the fourth umbral calamity, which was Earth. But like if we pull up, let's pull up. Here we go. Calamity of lightning. Despite the constant wars waged by kings seeking to expand their domains, mankind thrived in numbers, multiplying with each passing summer. To house and feed the peoples, forests were felled and fields planted. To forge their tools, weapons, mountains were gutted and skies blackened. For countless years, nature suffered this wanton spoiling of the land, until finally the scales were tipped. Mountains of fire belched forth ink-stained clouds which covered the skies, and thrust the realm into eternal darkness. And from these skies fell an endless rain of white-hot levin bolts, which razed fields, boiled lakes, and split the very walls of mighty fortifications. For a full 12 moons and a day did nature's fury ring. Fearful that the gods meant to purge the land of mankind once and for all, the people abandoned their homes and towns and fled underground into caves. Awaiting them here, however, was not salvation, but death. The caves became breeding grounds for pestilence and plague. As the people who sat trapped in darkness, watching their families meet slow, painful ends, they concentrated their efforts on the one path left to them, prayer. Theologians believe it is this mixture of desperation and focused prayer that gave way to the very first magical incantations. So, you know, second umbral calamity is interesting, especially because that's from the perspective of Eorzeans, right? So that's very different than the perspective of the people within of the New World, which we don't really know much about at that time. One of the other things that's interesting is if we pull up, let's pull up a 6.0 map. Oh no, that's lower res one. I want the higher res one. Pull up a map here. Crap. No, I need you. I suppose that doesn't work. I was gonna hope that maybe if it was in line with more Dona, it would make sense that the line from which the crystal towers like fell beneath the waves. It's also it reminds me of a couple things, right? First off is umbral calamity, as whether wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, or water, you know, or even mega flare, right? Like Bahamut's mega flare. I doubt it is, because I'm almost certain it can't be the 7th Umbral Calamity related, because the bridge is not new. The bridge does not seem to be like a new entity. But one thing that's interesting, one of the things that's interesting about that rend is it reminds me of things like in 16, Odin cleaves the ocean in twain, right? So it does remind me of primal damage. It reminds me of weapons. So obviously Solution 9 and everything around it seems to be very futuristic. And we assume it's that giant orb. It's hard to tell because we know Solution 9 is here. We just don't know where it is necessarily. Is it a datascape? Is it within the orb? Who can say? But this rend being caused by either a great weapon, natural phenomena, or umbral calamity are the three primary things. And if it is a great weapon, it's probably in some way the fall of the Ascians. If it's an umbral calamity, it's in some way the fall of the Ascians. If it's a natural phenomena, it's not like anything we've witnessed anywhere else, which is interesting. I'm sorry, that's not very definitive, Fidel, but hopefully that might provide a little bit of thought to your question. Let me catch up. Yeah, I look. I spend so much time reading this stuff, guys, that people asking any question, even if you think it's silly or simple or whatever, like makes me happy. So definitely. I'll be so tired tonight. I work till 10. I'm gonna wake up at 4:45. Oh, glitch, my dear friend. Make sure to take it easy and get some rest. Sure, but like Yojimbo or the Four Lords, the trials that we have to do, that area comes from there. Yeah. Yes. I see what you're saying, Levi. Yeah. I mean, we could pull up. I think the thing is that. List of summons Final Fantasy. Let's look at all the summons real quick. I know we're getting sidetracked by like three different directions. Shiva, Ramu, Aphra, Titan, Odin, Levitt, Bahamut, Sura, already done. Cockatrice, Goblin, Ifrit, Leviathan, Mind Flayer, Dragon, Odin, Ramu, Shiva, Sylph, Titan, White, Sura, Bahamut, Cockatrice, Mind Flayer, Dragon, Odin, Titan, Fantasy VII. If it removes you, I wonder if we're gonna get any. Wait. Oh no, they already did do something with Sildra. Sildra was like the Stormblood pre-order mount, I think, in 14. But I don't think they'll do anything with that. Well, they could still. 6. Alexander, Bismarck, Kate, Sith. What the hell is Catabass? Crusader, Fenrir. Raiden. We haven't had anything with Raiden yet, have we? Like Armanda. Kieran, already got that. Lakshmi, Modwin, Midgard, Summer, Phantom, Quetzalcoatl, Ragnarok. iPhone, Titan. Hades Kick, Koch. Oh, that's because it's before Crisis. No one remembers before Crisis. Shiva, Siren, Anemone, Angelo. Oh, I didn't realize Angelo's name came from. Oh, that's funny. I never thought about that. 9, Ramu, Shiva, Atmos, Odin, Leviathan, Ark, Fenrir, Titan, Diego, Sorry, I'm just pulling up the ones I don't remember well enough to think like questions whether that can be Yojimbo, obviously, because Yojimbo's just the Yojimbo. Like the reason Yojimbo is perfect for Hingashi is because it's Yojimbo. You're like naming a summon Ronin. Alexander, Atmos, Siren. Final Fantasy 12. I mean, the Esper's already got put to use for the most part, so I don't think we're gonna have to worry about that. Siren's already a thing. Heaven's Word, obviously 14's already using 14 stuff. Yeah, okay. Oh, this guy. That's already Raiden. I mean, unless there's something already in the game with Raiden, I definitely think we could see. I feel like there is, and I'm just forgetting it. Okay. We've had something with Raiden, Shadowbringers, Home Raiden. Oh, that was good. That was good. You got me. That was good. It's not a T-stream if there's not multiple tangents at once. That's true. Here's a question. Given that they said the trial mounts for Dawntrail are all set of wings, what do you think the other trials in Dawntrail might be? Black Walls, Zonasig, Veil 4. Well, they've already used Veil 4 as a name and for certain entities. I mean, I would love Veil 4, don't get me wrong. But also, if you've already got Valley Garmonda, it would make sense. Like, I think there's no real meaningful way to predict what the patch cycle trials will be until we get closer, because it's just as possible that they're Super Not 9 related as they are Super 9 related in the way that like Endwalkers was 14 were very 4 related. Trying to think. Okay. Think about what we know so far, right? Typically, when do trials happen? They happen at 83, 87, or it's 3, 7, and 0, right? Like, let me pause. Shadowbringers trials. Let's see. Three, 9, 0. Okay, it's 390 for Shadowbringers. Endwalker was 390. Always 390. 390. 370 for Stormblood, but Stormblood's also weirdly paced. 370. Okay, so it was 370, 370, 370, and then it's then 390 for the past two. But also the people writing the past two is still the same, whereas AR and Heavensward was one person, but then Stormblood was different people, and then Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and now Dawntrail have been Ishikawa. So, okay. But I could also imagine we go back to 7.70 if it's if we, because the thing is, like, Hydaelyn comes in real late in terms of you think about a trial, right? Because like you go Hydaelyn, then Ultima Thule, then Final Trial, right? Like there's only one map between it. But I also would buy that happened again, right? Like that's what happens with Innocence, and Hades. So unless they're going out of their way to try and break the mold. The problem is obviously the final map's going to be such a difference or surprise. If I'm right about the final map being some sort of virtual Eden or something. That seems too simple, especially with Solution 9 already being what it is. Oh, we've dropped a lot of viewers. Wonder if people are going to sleep. There's only one map between Sri Lakshmi and Shinryu. That's true. That's true. Have you ever finished Baldur's Gate Arsenal? I did not, Naray. I've been sick. I've been having a rough time of it, so my seizure great. So I've played 14 like surpassingly. I played much of any surpassingly over the past little. Oh, what did Aubrey ask? What's the source on Dawntrail's length? Ah, yeah. You know what is written on the rubble rock in front of the Cultural Exchange Center or whatever in the Idleshire? Not the huge thing of knowledge. Knows. I would have to look at it, but it should be readable. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Nori. That's very kind. And it's okay. Look, in some senses, the fact that it was so stark that I wasn't able to accomplish a lot of things that I wanted to, it makes it easier in a way, because now it's just like a big checklist to like get ready for between into next patch or something. It's simple, it's straightforward. But the other thing is I had a lot of that stuff already. Like, on Lendriel, I've already finished Baldesion Arsenal and stuff. So I've already had that experience at least before, which helps. It's only on Elio that I haven't finished. Radiant is Baldesion Arsenal. Yeah, okay, yeah. Gotta have wings, though. Do they? Or, because I don't think they do, necessarily, Levi. I think that they can have wings that are designed to, like, how do I like, imagine if Hades had wings, right? You could make, like, dark unfolding veils that, right? I mean, Innocence and Titania are bad examples because those literally could, you know, actually have wings. But, like, you could make Susanoo wings be, like, electrical and look like armor plates, right? You could make Sri Lakshmi be, like, loving lights and, like, blue fabric. You could make... So, I don't think it has to have wings in order to be, to work. Chances that one of the trials will be a red bull. One of the bosses, maybe. One of the dungeon bosses. Red Bull, that gives you wings. You know, it's really hard to say. One of the things I would have said something that's almost more like digitally or futuristic as a boss. One of which for variety, but also kind of the fact that what's interesting to me is that like the Arcadion kind of in some ways covers that. So I would assume that our second trial boss or third, but probably the second. I'm gonna say the second trial boss would be a weapon created for Solution 9 in some way. Because we've already seen their, like, military militia stuff used for... Like, let's actually move on back to that trailer now. Now's a good time.
Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict.
All this time, it was here, the city of gold.
Its people lived as gods, free from hardship. What does that sound like? You know, sounds like a paradise. Never aging, never dying. So, if they had been digitized in some way, or, you know, that would be one way. So, see, I think at some point we're in Shaloani and, like, there's a reason why the Solution 9 people start attacking, whether it's because we've stolen something, whether it's because someone's attacked them. There's a reason that things are breaking out. Sounds like Ancients, exactly. It sounds like exactly what happens with Elpis and exactly like what every culture that we have seen throughout time has either destroyed itself or tried to create a utopia and succeeded and it's gone poorly, right? So why recreate that? Well, if you're trying to create, especially if you're trying to rejoin the world and then create a place that will prevent something like the Final Days from ever happening again, it's a solution. I know that look, I don't want to go back to the well of like, it's all Ascians. Like, I don't think this is going to be a very Ascian-centric story in a direct way. Like, it's Ascians. But I do think that in some way this has to be the repercussion and fallout of Ascians because of its advancement, because of its age, because, like, there's no... Like, this only exists to me in some way because of some action of the Ascians, whether it's empire building, whether it's, like, there is, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's, like, they built this. It could be as simple as 5,000 years ago, or 7,000 years ago, Ascians incepted this and then let it go, you know, and been doing other things. Her, or the warmonger she was talking about, 6.55, but she's actually the main character, so I lean on. Oh, I think it's the shard that was responsible for the lightning calamity and they digitized themselves to survive the rejoining. That's an interesting idea. I don't know how they would have transported them across shard without Ascian intervention, but it's an interesting idea for sure. With the Asterius of the Solution 9, maybe we could fight. Oh, that's an interesting. Oh, let me pull that up. That's actually a really good idea. Griever FF. Or sorry, not 9. That's 8. Yeah. That would be cool. Or, also, Mrs. Princess Lady being kind of like Altitia. Ultimacia. Someone okay, why am my brain's breaking? Yeah, Ultimacia. Having maybe some parallels there would be interesting, especially if the Pastrot stuff is true. Let's see, like the fact that they have airship and all this technology, and it seemed to be out amongst the skies beyond Shaloani, because the Shaloani is covered in the or Heritage Found. This has to be out in Shaloani, and we also see them attacking Tulio Lal. But either we're breaking in before this and causing it the retribution later, or this is lessons after those events. Maybe because someone was captured. The Valley Armanda. And you can't see it here, but in the letter that we saw with Yoshi P, you could see the Rainbow Mountains on the outside. Night Crate. We'll probably wrap up here before too long myself, because I gotta get dinner, and then I also should sleep, get some good sleep.
Could it be?
Fucking love this music.
Shrouded in mystery.
What in the world is that?
What is this relic of theirs? Who made it? And to what end?
I will be
Oh,
the
Crepe, are you
next
still here?
servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
So Crepe did me a real solid, guys. I'm excited to tell you. So I'm going to tell you what the English, we're going to listen to what the English line that we're about to hear is, and then I'm going to tell you what the German line is, and it's very interesting.
With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
Where's Crepe? There's him. What was? Roll up. Telling me about his awesome Baja experience. English, the maiden says, with your strength could you have held fast to that which you dear without sacrifice. In German, she says, now that I have the key in my hands, I can finalize my plan. So that's a little different. That cup being put in the mammal jaw hands, that's someone getting bloody banqueted, right? Yeah. That seems like the key to what's her face's plans. The question is what and why and how. Also, yes, welcome to localization. Also, like the amount of times in which the Japanese is saying something completely different than the English. Those are two different vibes. No, you see, it's it's what's to move away from? It's all Asians. Jane, 100% they're trying to move away from it's all Asians. But so, and I hope they do. Like, and I want them to be very, very, very clear. I'm not arguing it should be Asians. What I'm saying is that the history of this world has been so completely affected by them, it's kind of impossible to not take major critical threats and have them be somewhat correlated to the fallout of events that happened in the past. And because this game has an extreme preoccupation with history and forebearers causing the pains of those who come after them, it's to me unlikely that there isn't to some extent a relationship between Solution 9 and at least one of the Ascians, probably one of the remaining ones. Not necessarily in that the being even is still around, but just in some way. But also like this is more copium. But like this is some freaking reaching levels of bullshit. But I do want to point out, how many of you guys know about the Ascian signs and in 14 and how they're connected to 12? Okay, here we go. We already introduced aliens. Heaven's Word was a whole expansion about them. Yeah. I mean, we do have 2 expansions about them. I'm always going to be Ascians all the way down. I see, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm all about Ascians. Yeah. Have creative business unit called what we had so far the Ascian Saga officially, or is that fan term? Fan term. The only official term we've ever heard for is the Hydaelyn and Zodiac arc. That is the only term that has been used to apply to the like 1.0, but like 2.0 to 6.0 story. And I would be genuinely shocked if they never touched on the remaining 4, because they've been bothering to try and wrap those plots up. And I hope they do wrap them up. But I just don't like, I don't need an Ascian to ever be the main villain again. But I would be genuinely disappointed if they have no bearing on anything ever again, because that just rings hollow to the role in history they've had up until the point that they were stopped for good. Because they didn't just do bad thing, and they were agents that built machines that would cause travesty. Yeah. Also, you should be made a teasy comment about Ascian something along the lines of, remember the names of the members of the Convocation of the 14. Yes, that and the name of the 12, I believe Liam was what he mentioned. I'm personally hoping the Allegan-like area was a far-flung Allegan city that cut ties at some point. I mean, it's not impossible. I think the one problem with that, Jane, is that they don't use the Allegan script. Now you could say that if it was Proto-Allegan, maybe that Proto-Allegans didn't use the Allegan script and they were still using the ancient pre-Sundering script. But also the racial makeup doesn't necessarily align, because the Allegans were Hydaelyn and Eorzean mainly for what we know. And also there's a lot of Allegan technology and aetherochemistry is like very specific in its iconography. So it's like not impossible. It's totally not like that's just an interesting idea, and like it would make sense seeing as the Allegans have the technology to put things into space. There's no reason that some of them couldn't have split off at an earlier point, or even split off right after the fall of Allag, right, or something. You know, it wouldn't be the craziest thing. But I don't get the feeling that will be. But that's just a gut feeling for the most part. What the fuck was I doing? Oh yes. Scion marks. So in Final Fantasy XII, there are the Scions of Light and the Scions of Darkness. You may know the Espers, the summons from Final Fantasy XII, and there's also in the tactics and all that universe. The Scions of Darkness are the guys you get to summon, like Belias, Zalera, Zeromis, Hashmal, Exodus, Kukulane, Shemhazel, Eldramek, Femfritz, Mateus. You also fight them in things like the Evilise, Return to Evilise story, right? However, they have counterparts, the Scions of Light. Logrith, Mitron, Emet-Selk, Pashroth, Fandaniel, Ultima, Halmarat, Nabrialis, Igiorm, Dudelafon, Emeraloth, Laha Brea, and Zodiark, the Keeper of Precepts, otherwise known as Lidibus, or Ophiunicus. So, my point here is the names for all the Ascians come from the Scions of Light from the Tactics universe. That is more important than you think, because the Scions of Light all have symbols that are co-associated with them. FF12. And they look like this. And you know what's interesting about this? About all these things here? Is you take certain parts of them. They are the Ascian masks. Like this one. This is an upside down right here. This is the upside down Emet-Selk mask. This is the upside down part of Nabrialis' mask. I forget if that's Igiorm or Logriff's. But the lion face in here is used for Fandaniel. This is Elidibus's. This part in here, right here. So Ascian mask, Scion mark. Ascian vigil. Here, someone, I know someone, yeah, made a good one of these. So here you go. You can see right here. Yes, Adia, welcome. And yes, and I'm going somewhere with this to talk about past trial. Even if you played 12, you probably wouldn't know. Yes, Levi's absolutely right. A lot of people, like, this is a detail that's not really pointed out in 12. Like, these sigils aren't really are barely a thing that. So, noticing, I had played 12 and I did not notice. It should be even said that you should remember the names of the other convocation members going in the expansion. Yeah, so there's no way there isn't an Ascian. It's so interesting that we haven't seen Zalera. We haven't not seen Emmett counter Esper yet. Well, I never played 12. Well, also Zalera is a name for one of the servers, but there was also a Midgard Summer server, so I never played 12. So, why am I mentioning this? Correct? Okay. What is the symbol? Oh, give me a second. Sorry, I gotta go back and look up something really quick. Sorry, I gotta pull up the thing. Daramis. Okay, here is the symbol of Zeramis from FF12. Oh, you know what? Actually, I just saw something with the PNG version. Let's download that. So I can actually see what I'm looking at. Also, this is about to get real conspiracy brain here. So, like, I just want to be very clear that I'm not necessarily advocating that this is reasonable speculation. This is some holy numbers levels of bullshittery I'm about to go through, but. Oh, why even let me save it as a PNG if the PNG background's fake? What the fuck just happened? Look at these two. Great googly moogly indeed. The conspiracy series, let's go. The top part is, yeah, girls belt waist. Yep. So, this is some big conspiracy brain thinking here right now. But I would also point out the role of Pastron. I don't have my Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 3, but I'm just gonna use the wiki. Friendly reminder not to use the wiki as primary sources, as a lot of times they have speculation that is treated as textual fact. But it is okay for referencing. Pastroth, the Arbiter, conservator of order and the collective will. Now, if a version of you, or you yourself, were turned into some sort of sentient AI with a plan to watch over an entire civilization, maybe potentially, I don't know, until the end of time, what would your primary functions be? I don't know, maybe other than a conservator of order and the collective will. Especially if a copy of you was made, you know, just a thought. Alexandria Crest. Well, I mean, Dochi de Moi, why not both? FF. It's been so long since I've actually... I don't know that ever... mean, yeah, it's got the wings, I guess. Yeah, especially if you flip it. Let's pull that in. WebP files. Curse you. Plush sticks, you're in my way, bud. Into my head. Much better. It also goes with some of her feather motif and what have you. Okay. Someone give me a 14 song to play for background. What's a good map theme I like? That's like a weird map theme. Whalers and Water Wheels? You mean the Shire theme? Okay, I'm about to ruin Whalers and Water Wheels for some of you if you don't know what I mean. How many of you know the Shire theme from Lord of the Rings? Okay, if you know the Hobbit theme concerning hobbits. It's just straight up it's just straight up parts of it are just concerning hobbits. Not that that's a problem. If you're gonna steal from the best. Hydaelyn theme. Yeah. Oh, definitely. They do want to steal the Shire theme. Oh good, I'm not the only one who noticed that. Too much. My partner played Lord of the Rings music to sleep for weeks. I feel that. The pic, remember the post-Moogle story about the Lala girl who made the waterfall that supplies Gridania to this. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. That's good stuff. Had a friend who bounced off of 14, and they always bring up how the game just steals Lord of the Rings. I mean, the only place that it does meaningfully to me is Whalers and Waterfield. And to be fair, it only does it for that one section like 2.5 minutes in. Like, this isn't like Lord of the Rings. Also, like, dude, it's gonna be so weird now because for so many people, this is gonna be, like, this is the old version of the game. There is no old version of the game. The game that we've known is not the visuals that new players are gonna know anymore. Yeah, it's definitely more of an homage. Yes. Okay, you want to know actual theft. Oh, wait, actually, there's an Good King Mog. Okay, this one's actually kind of funny. Julia, good to see you, glad to have you. Welcome. And we'll be doing the Dawntrail stream in probably a month or two from now. It's literally This Is Halloween. But what's funny about that is Nightmare Before Christmas release date. 93. FF5 release. 92. Final Fantasy came, the FF5 Moggle mod came first. Oh, it's the other. So yeah, so technically they didn't crib Night Before Christmas because FF5 actually came out before almost a whole year before it did. So if anything, Nightmare Before Christmas may have cribbed from Final Fantasy. I'm not accusing Danny Elfman of anything, but does anyone know if he's into JRPGs? Just saying. Just saying. My whole world has been turned upside down. You're welcome. I'm glad I could bring this to your attention. I mean, if you want, we have entire streams about going through all the music of the entire game. And also, dude, the moment I realized that almost all the dungeon themes are versions of the map themes blew my mind. Like, I don't know how I didn't piece that together, but like, if you almost every dungeon theme is just a version of the map theme that that dungeon is associated with. I love this song that's just so barely not copyright infringement. Says the YouTube username Thor March, but I digress. It's so shocking that you love it so. I find it bittersweet the reason this little trial was created in the first place. Yeah, with the natural disasters going on at the time, Lean. The whole world has been turned upside. Oh, have you ever found more information on Mikote or other worship of Menfina and how it is done? Like, Dedicated to the Moonlight is pretty much about Keeper's most lore is Crowclaws. Her saints have nothing romantic. There is just not a lot. Basically, there just isn't. What we could do is we could pull up T-Tools. That's our, like, best bet, basically. Which, a friendly reminder, I'll link it in the chat real quick, but we have a tool called T-Tools that was programmed by V, one of our lovely mods. And you literally can put in any keyword into it, and you will be able to search up, so like you just type in Menfina, and every instance of Menfina in the game, whether in an item or in dialogue, will pop up. So if you ever want to look up lore or information, this is the frick-a-frackin' way to do it. Or it's a way to do it anyways. Think Move was not supposed to be a thing. Yes, yeah. Pretty much all of 2.1 wasn't supposed to be a thing. It was supposed to be Leviathan, but Chan just got hit by the massive tsunami, and the devs found in poor taste to make it in that moment. They delayed Leviathan and made King Mugamog in its place. Yeah. My understanding is a lot of 2.1 was like that. That's also why it's also about like getting back Flamine, and it's also why it's not voiced at all. And it was mainly about getting like back Flamine and Minfilia. Crowclaw King is a terrible person. Look, you probably know more about Keepers of the Moon than me at this point, as it's not my area of expertise. But like, yeah, as far as I know, there's not even a lot about Azima worship really for the Seekers of the Sun. I mean, there's some, but there's not a lot. But yeah, like here, let's what's a good example? This is like someone name their favorite dungeon theme, or like their favorite dungeon. I wonder if people in the game think of Mikote as having curl ears. I don't think I've come across that as a swear, but a Longfall. Oh, well, see, okay, Longfall kind of doesn't work for this example because a Longfall, its music is a combination of it more to do with the Tycoon. Doma Castle? Okay, yeah, here, Doma Castle theme. St. Monchians. Yeah, we can do show Moshians. I'd say Moshian's based off. I don't know if that's based off the hinterland, but we'll check. Wait for it to hit the main thing. Inkbound Dry is very good. So let me. Inkbound Dry, though, is, if I'm not mistaken, there's something else, or Inkbound Dry. I remember we figured out something about Inkbound Dry. Like, does it come from FF5 or something? Oh, I gotta find. You know, I'm gonna find that document real quick where I have all my notes on it. Okay, we didn't find anything about Inkbound Dry, but it does get reused to some extent. Yeah. The book boss is from 5. Yeah. The Google library as a whole is kind of inspired by 5 for sure. We need more hard mode dungeons so we can get the creepy abandoned mall version songs like St. Moshian's normal verse hard. Yeah, because there's here St. Moshi. I don't even pretend like I know how to spell that. Poison Ivy. Yeah, but like, oh, you know what's another good one? What's it called? I always feel like the Poison Ivy's this theme feels very Final Fantasy 12. Anybody else agree? Yeah. Wrath of the Harrier had me rocking out for a while. That's also a bit of a remix of Repeat of the Sun, yeah. Well, it makes sense since you're fighting the Poo Man as the final boss. Oh, speaking of, I need to get the chocolate, Chopaker, the poop sprite as a mount. They're doing that Twitch thing now. Oh my god, you know how old this video is? They still had TP. How many of you don't even know what TP is? Genuine question. Like, this is the thing in Final Fantasy, and I love this. I think this is only a strength, and I adore this, is that, like, a song made and then used as a theme and a motif throughout, it's, like, constant. So, for instance, like, Footfalls and Flow make up, like, half of all the songs. Versions of Footfalls and Flow and Close in the Distance make up, like, half of all the songs in Endwalker. And then the rest are just map themes that are then also used as dungeon themes. It's good shit. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, TP was basically a stamina system where using attacks or running or sprinting would use up TP. So even if you were a warrior and stuff, or like you would have your MP, TP, and HP. And so you would have to pay attention to how much TP you were using. So you could run, just from attacking, you could run out of TP to use for sprinting. What about when there were 3 types of glam prisons? Yeah, and no glamour dresser. Remember when each and every job had their own glam prison? I miss Stone Skin. Started playing in 2022. Heard of it, but it's still before my time. Just be glad. Just be glad it's gone, Julia. That's all I'll say. It was terrible. But there will be people who ardently miss it because for them it was like, oh, it's more of a skill expression and its arguments were too much in it. I mean, skill expression really, it'd be still arguing against homogenization would be weird because it's not like every job didn't have TP. Goad was the go-back. The Dark Souls of Final Fantasy XIV dodges around. Dude, I wished I had more dodge. Like, if I could give tanks one thing, it would be an active dodge mechanic, even if that wasn't like they moved like a dash, but it was all tanks had like a button that if you pressed within a window, you decreased or avoided damage or something. Like, just more things that rewarded you for timing. I'd love that, man. Anything using the Painted Foothills theme is my favorite. I mean, it's pretty good. You guys turned me on to it, and I've definitely... How about, oh, yes, the time of cross-chill. So for those of you who don't know who weren't around, it used to be that you would get skills from one job and put it on another. So what was it like if you wanted to be if you wanted to be good at being a black mage, you had, or a thaumaturge, you had to do a bunch of conjury, or it was just crazy shit. The 16 yes, Jane Doe. Jane, exactly what you're saying. That mechanic from 16, I want that just in the base game of 14. I don't want that to be a crossover mechanic. I want that in the game all the goddamn time. I want it so bad. I've heard stories of missing positionals breaking your combos. Yeah, it sounds terrifying. It was a different time. Imagine if they made a rogue variation that is a tank, and instead of high defense, it's high. Everyone and their... Why does everybody want an agility tank? It's all... People always want an agility tank. I foresee so many problems with that, but I mean, hey. Imagine if Painted Whales might be my favorite area theme in the game. So perfect for the Heaven's World story at the time. Yeah. I didn't adore it, but I've definitely fallen in love with it a lot more in recent times. Dragoon would be more of a menace for healers if their timing is off. They were gone for combat jobs when I started, but they were still using crafting jobs. I had to level Thaumaturge to 15 to get over level 30 Control. Wild. Wild. Absolutely wild. Okay, guys. I'm thinking I'm gonna start wrapping up here so that I can go get dinner and then try to get good sleep. I'm gonna be playing on Lendriel. So I'll probably be on Zalera. So if a lot of you are on Curl, I may not meet up with you. I may actually just draw up over on Curl if they let me transfer it. I doubt they will. I'm sure it's down. I'm really looking forward to playing Dawntrail with all you guys. So, and also don't forget to head over to our Discord if you want to like hop in and chat with people who are playing. We have a Discord, we have a spoiler channel obviously for people talking about Dawntrail. But also if you want to, you know, like hop in calls or what have you, we could definitely, or try to team up. If people want to try to create like team up groups for help with like the trials or dungeons or something, want to try to do this together, definitely feel free to reach out to each other. I'll still be here for a little bit longer. We're not wrapping up right this second, but I just wanted to make sure that got said. If Ray, if you could link the Discord, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, before we start probably saying little bits and bobs doobly-doos, does anybody have any final questions or things that they want to cover with lore, with Dawntrail theories and stuff? I mean, there's a lot of like Dawntrail stuff we could have gone into, like more with the media, with the like some of the map stuff in the media. I mean, there's always more. There's always more. Dawntrail. I'm gonna see the Dawntrail site. Should have just typed Dawntrail. Ah, yes, the on-trail site. Are we on trail for Dawntrail? Yeah, so we also have people on Chaos, and yeah, if you're Chaos or Light, Ray will be MSQing on pics. UI for the stream, lovely chatting with everyone. Yeah, definitely, Messer. I think hanging out here waiting for it to drop is going to be a memory I'll have highly linked to the expansion. Nothing kinder you could have possibly said. So that's very, very kind. 11 hours of Dawntrail confirmed. Almost certainly, they could extend it if they needed to for maintenance or something. So they've said it should be around X time, and it should be, but it's definitely possible. Oh, I gotta redeem my early access code. Thanks, Jane. Okay, I'm gonna go over the characters real quick as kind of our final thing. Just because, actually, well, we all know Wuklama, Aaron, Veilcross. The real characters I'm going to go over real quick are Quana, respected for his brilliant mind and practical attitude, and his adoptive son of Tuliyolal's ruling family, hopes to usher in his home into a new age of prosperity. It remains to be seen if technology and innovation will prove sufficient allies to overcome his fellows' claimants in the right of succession. Zoral Ja, the first promise of Tuliolal, Zoral Ja serves the commander of Landsguard, the redoubtable warrior who preserves the nation's peace. His martial prowess is rumored to revival even that of the Dawn Servant, with many regarding him as the foremost candidate in the right of succession. Oh, real quick, I want to ask, everyone, put your wild theories in the chat now so they are forever locked in, so that we can all laugh of ourselves in about 24 hours. Lacking direct ties to the Dawn Servant, the vainglorious two-headed claimant earned his place in the right of succession by being triumphant in martial tournament. He is loudly contemptuous of other people, his derision of inferior one-heads extending even to his fellow mammal Jah. It's Bakul Jaja. Obviously, Dawn Servant. The enigmatic maiden. In the course of their journey, the Warrior of Light will encounter this maiden shrouded in mystery. What secrets lie behind the tinge of melancholy in her gentle? Okay, and I think the two last things I know the two last things I want to do are, I want to watch the Endwalker trailer, and then I want to watch the Dawntrail trailer. I want to watch the Endwalker trailer to send off Endwalker, and then I want to watch the Dawntrail trailer. Usher in. And I will try not to sing along desperately, because Boy's Footfall is probably my favorite intro, and one of my favorite songs of all time.
begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
God, movies are cool.
Alizé!
Are you all right?
I can look after myself, you know.
And I've had enough of this rot. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel. And yet... there were those who stood in defiance of that fate. The hour is come, Vritra. It's all or nothing.
I love that they use all the expansion themes for one thing. Like, it's such a perfect culmination. It's so good.
The stage is set, but will our heroes deign to play their part? You took your time.
I'm sorry, Infinite. Which song is
As
this?
we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
Hey, now the Aetheryte will actually look like that.
I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we scions will fight. Until the heavens fall. Until our last breath.
Can I make that trailer a little bit more emotional for you guys? Because it makes me emotional and it makes me happy to make other people more emotional. And maybe this won't do anything for you, but Footfalls. So that part at the end, it's like two different voices singing, right? And so you can't really fully make out the other one. But all I'll say is keep in mind what it would be if it was the voice of a little. Promise. So if you think about Footfalls as the whole thing being a Realm Reborn to Endwalker, right? That the very final chorus, after it's already done the Footfall chorus, after finishing Shadowbringers and doing the Footfall chorus, then as one last chorus as an epilogue. That's a promise of a song from the stars. I mean, Vana would be a fair interpretation, but she's gone to rest, right? Who's the one person who's gone out into the Sea of Stars to sing final song of hope, right? A little blue bird. This verse, starting with "Should We Lose Our Way," is also used as a verse in Eorzean Symphony's version of Endcaller, aka Zodiark's theme. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's watch the Open Sky.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Yeah, Dawntrail's like such a breath of life, fresh air after all the weight of Endwalker. I think Godzilla's cause for panic.
This one might make for a worthy opponent.
Estinian, know you have so much to live for. Oh, they're... That's the official... Those are the official lyrics? Oh, it's Alpaca. Here. Oh, no. I'd rather not have all the, Here, maybe we'll just here. Dawn official lyrics. You know where they got released? Infinite time, no more once upon a time. Take flight, find your wings and spread them wide. Have Virginia, our lives from the ashes we're reborn, onto the heavens we ride. So yeah, a realm reborn, heavens we ride, heavensward, fight through the storm, stormblood, leaving our shadows far behind. Shadowbringers, having walked right to the end, with one more trial we are faced. Turn back, transcend, only we decide our fate. Where do we go? Where to go? Notes. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to the actual. Yeah, I may not let you to lead, but feel free to try. I love this part of this song. And like the map theme that we saw with the Hroth gals.
Might you have a moment to speak further?
Cock blocking, nutkin. It do be like that, Sin. It do be like that. Taco Teal. So this is going north from Tuliolal across the bridge onto Jacques Tarral in Shepard. I'm pretty sure.
There. Look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
You and your adventures. I trust you have not forgotten the true purpose of our voyage?
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. My home. Tural.
Hell yes. Summer? Well, what if I told you it was only 10 hours away? I really wish they made Alfie and Ollie older. Yeah, I mean, me too, Lean. I mean, to be fair, they do keep adjusting the models, so I do think they're just going to keep doing it slowly. And then one expansion, they're going to say, fuck it. I love the Kryles Picto. I know, it's so cute. Leandro's link. Thank you, Ray Ray. Let's pull that up, see if that's the... Yeah. Actually, I guess we at this point we can probably just our time sign join the Salt Winds choir as we wander with the triad. Come enjoy the ride. Wander with the tide. Hold your head up high. High at the dawn we set our sights. A new horizon. Fly ever forward, starry-eyed to an open sky. Honestly, there's not honestly, there's not nearly as much to interrogate about this thing as it's basically just, why is there a buy Gilad on here? That's I don't like that makes me sad. Honestly, really the only interesting thing to note is that how can I pre-order Dawntrail twice? Well, so you pull out your debit card, right? Yeah, finally Amanda gets to sing something happy. Yeah. Well, the bright side, Synth, you only have to wait a couple more hours. Okay, guys, I think that's where we're gonna call it for today. Yeah, Dawntrail's gonna be playing. I'm gonna be no-lifing that, so I probably may be in or out of the Discord and talking there. I intend to, as soon as I get my current health problems under control, come back to content creation, but I don't know when that will be. Hopefully soon. And then Dawntrail, we'll be streaming the MSQ Dawntrail back like we did with the other MSQ streams, probably in a month to 2 months from now, once everybody's finished it up. But yeah, this has been lovely talking with you guys and hanging out. I would rather spend it no other way waiting for Dawntrail to actually come out. I guess final question: who's playing Viper and who's playing Picto? Anyone? See you in Thrall too, Lan. You guys are stream. Yeah. To dodge spoilers. Time to enter. Silence to dodge spoilers. See you in a week. I'm both. Okay.
¿Qué pasa?
See you guys all real soon. Cheers, everybody. Where's the end stream button? I cannot find it. Oh, there it is.